It was so tough for them last chance qualifiers. That's how far and how close they were to be able to, crowning themselves as TI players. But this almost feels like a story for them, like a fairy tale for them. We've had a lot of faces return here for TI. We saw Casey. We're going to see another familiar face. It's Purge.
362 days. That's the time since Tundra lifted the Aegis of Champions in Singapore. Since then, 123 teams in 6 different regions competed in leagues and majors to make it here to the road to the international. We started on that road at TI with 20 teams. In the last 2 weeks, there's been 126 games. That's 6 rampages. There's been 603 buybacks. 4,866 observer wars, 343,461 dead creeps. Now, the road has been littered with heartbreak and hearts of Trask, but that road led us here back to Seattle for the first time in 6 years. So we're left with the final 8 teams. That's 8 teams who are fighting for one goal, and that goal is to lift the Aegis of Champions.
Purge giving us all the numbers there, and I got some more numbers for you. That's the times that we might be seeing our teams playing. It's our schedule for day 1 of TI 12 now. It's Gaming Gladiators. We're starting off with that elimination match. It's going to be followed up with another one between BetBoom and Virtus Pro. We're going to then shift to the upper bracket. We have Team Spirit against Liquid. We'll see if they're able to rival each other, and then LGD Azure going to have that interregional China showdown.
It's hard to choose which one is going to be like the most exciting one, because all of these are bangers. Interregional matchups, they might be, people think, oh, they're not going to be as hype. But for me, LGD against Azure, this is going to be the hypest one, because they didn't get the chance to play as much, because Azure, they formed during the 3rd DPC tour. So I want to see, who's going to be the best Chinese team here.
And it's not just that, it's old LGD versus new LGD, right? So there's always that kind of, sense of arrogance and wanting to prove that you are the better version of that team. And we see this a lot with international rivalries. We saw it in South America when EG and Beast Coast had their big roster shuffle, and they both wanted to prove that we are the best players in this region. We're better than you. So I feel like we're going to see that with LGD and Azure today.
A lot of pressure on the teams for today. Hopefully they're not putting it on themselves, though, as they did arrive earlier this morning. They were walking on the red carpet. We see all of our teams trickling in there. What sort of emotions does that bring back for you, Rezo?
That's pretty cool. Like when you're walking on this red carpet, like you feel like you're a success. People are watching you. People wanted to see you like walking on that stage, playing on that stage. It's a very incredible feeling, to be honest.
It was nice to hear some of the audience as well cheering when they saw the players that they're obviously here supporting, walking up as well. So we know the players are in the building and they're prepping themselves up for the day that is going to unfold for them. And any big matchups that you want to highlight, Effie? I mean, Lacoste couldn't pick, right? Lacoste couldn't pick over there. He's an undecided Andy.
Yeah. Outside of the one we just talked about, I mean, I feel like we have to say this now, Gaming Gladiators match has to be the one to watch. I mean, not to be biased because we're starting the day with it, but it could be one of the biggest upset in TI history.
Yeah,
a team that nobody expected to make it this far, didn't have a good year, knock out the team that won every major back-to-back this year. I mean, that would be a crazy story.
They have it all lined up for themselves. They just have to get over that last little hurdle, that bit of actually winning the series. We're not up to it just yet. I want to talk about this 4-day break, okay? Because Gaming Gladiators announced they're going to be the first team going in. There's always an essence of calming the nerves if you're seeing other people on stage. If you see other people experience it first, that's a little bit in a saner headspace. How does that alter one, Reza? How do you take such a big break off after playing for one day in playoffs?
I mean, I think there's also a struggle of like teams finding opponents, right? Because like you don't really want to show your strategies, and you get to pick like only a few teams that you're like on the different side of the bracket, so you can practice your things and without worrying that people are gonna steal them or anything like that. I know for gamings, for example, they didn't want to scream like many teams because they teach other teams like how to play better instead of like they're improving because they're already like at a very high level, right? So it's definitely like a struggle for teams to have that practice during those 4 days, but it also very, like, good time to be creative and find some other strategies that can find, like, for example, counter picks to Bristleback or like to Primal Beast, these heroes that are in the meta like find some different unique approaches to them.
How would you spend your 4 days if you were coaching or as a player, Lacoste?
It's not an easy one because you know these 4 or 5 days. I think it benefits these more established teams like the Gladiators because they're the team that was studied the most throughout 2023. They were the team that, you know, if you wanted to win a tournament, you needed to be prepared to meet the final boss of 2023. And now they've also been a team, I like to call them the hipster team of Dota because they like to experiment a lot, playing all of these new things. So I'm pretty sure that in these 4 or 5 days, they managed to, you know, slip a couple of these heroes that we maybe haven't seen, and they're going to be able to put them in this series against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this 4-day break is really interesting because when we have these really cool Cinderella type runs at TI, it happens because nobody has time to prepare for the team that suddenly shows up. But 4 days puts a wedge in that entirely, right? And then it becomes about your preparation. It becomes about your draft notes, how well you're going to go into a series in terms of how you're going to respond to their heroes, how you're examining them over the next few days, and how your players do personally, because that would change player to player on how they can reel in their emotions. If it makes them more anxious to wait before they play, or if it makes them more calm. So there are a lot of variables that we're not used to seeing. So I have no idea what's going to happen today.
I like that you did mention the draft prep though, because I did some prep myself. I looked at some numbers and I was very surprised at the changes between groups and playoffs. And I wanted to see if you guys thought there might be some changes between playoffs and groups of heroes that we're seeing. So between groups and playoffs, AA went from a 28% contest rate all the way up to 65%. So jumped massively. Bristle as well was already pretty high at 62%, went up to 92%. Whereas Venge went from 46 down to 7.6%.
I think the correlation between this AA and Bristle has like a lot of in common because AA is a counter to Bristleback. So this is also the hero that you know everybody's stanky, so you want to be able to burst them down. And Bristleback, I think a lot of teams throughout the tournament figured out, you know, this is just OP. We don't know how to counter it, so most of the time you'll see Bristleback being banned because it's so difficult. Like a lot of teams do manage to sneak it in, especially Gaming Gladiators in their last series that they played. They played it 2 times and they looked amazing with it.
I like how Liquid approached the Bristleback. I was talking to Blitz and he said, like Zai said in the game that we're gonna kill this Bristleback 10 times before he gets to the items, and they like managed to try lane or even like four people bring on his lane and like keep killing jobs in that game. So that's the only approach they knew how to like, you know, how to stop that here. But basically AA has a unique mechanic of like stopping the region, and because like it's meta of heart of the Rust, right? You guys, like stopping this item from being useful, and that's why like, this hero is on top. But for Venge, like for example, it's very weak on lane, it doesn't provide as much damage, and you need to have damage supports in this meta.
Yeah, but I'm also just really glad that you brought up Vengeful Spirit kind of being shafted a little bit, because there's this interesting phenomenon that happens every TI where the group stage meta, if it's being played online and not in front of a crowd of this caliber, or even the crowd that we had during the Road to TI playoffs, which was, you know, not at this scale, but still quite nerve-wracking, a lot of teams will shift from these, you know, single-target, individualistic type of heroes to teamfight. Every TI, teamfight somehow always comes back into the meta. So a support like Vengeful Spirit, who just gives you a damage amplification, but not that much teamfight
มันบอกว่าปกติพวกเว้นน่ะแม่งฮิตตลอดแต่ว่าพอเข้า TI มาหนีไปเล่นตัวทีมไฟท์ตลอด
Rubik somehow coming back into TI meta always,
Rubik
Shaper
AA
coming back into TI meta always. I feel like it's just how teams reel in their nerves. You simplify Dota, you play for team fights, you play for the big plays.
All right, well, we've discussed a lot of topics this morning. We've gone over what teams are remaining. We've gone over potential shifts in meta, how teams have spent their last 4 days, that anticipation, those nerves. Are they ready? How are they going to be seeing it for themselves? And it does mean the checklist is getting towards the bottom. We only have a couple more things to do, and that is to have our TI-12 opening ceremony.
มาเลยเว้ยมาเลยเว้ยเพลงเปิดใหม่วะ ใช้ได้หน่อยนะส่งได้ไทยอาจจะมีได้ไทยแต่คุณผู้ชายไม่ร้องวะแสดงว่าต้องมีท่อนของมันนะครับเราไม่ได้มาแข่งวันนี้แล้วไม่ได้เสียดายขนาดละที่ผมเพิ่งเริ่มใช่ครับดูแฮร์รี่มันก็คล้ายๆแต่มันไม่ได้คล้ายกันนะแต่ทีมปีนี้สวยจริงทั้งกันรางวัลเที่ยวเลยผมนึกว่ารูปใหม่มันเอารูปเก่ามาทีโปรเจกต์ใหม่เปลี่ยนมีเซอร์ไพรส์หน่อยฮีโร่ใหม่แล้ว
quest for greatness. And burns away fears of failure.
เซอร์ไพรส์เงินรางวัลจริงๆไม่ใช่แค่3 ล้านครับจริงๆ30 ล้านเราเก็บไว้ให้คนด่าเฉยๆเซอร์ไพรส์
Conviction
ใช่ปะ
to explore beyond imagined boundaries, to find new standards of excellence and carve a path to victory like we've never seen before. The road is filled with fallen adversaries, but the battle for the Aegis endures. And those who remain will fight to show everyone. Legends don't follow in the footsteps of others. The Aegis of Champions returns to the heart of Seattle. And fans again bear witness on this storied ground. Eight teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize the
เหี้ยมาว่ะฮีโร่ทันด้าปีที่แล้วแต่ทันด้าไม่อยู่นะปีหน้าใช่นั้นเลือกพลาดแล้วไปเที่ยวงานทีไรฮะเดี๋ยว
Dota teams
เลือกพลาด
in the
วะ
world. Game in Gladiators. Nouns.
เฮ้ยเควันให้กูดูอะไรเนี่ย
Bet Boom Team. Virtus Pro. Team Spirit. Team Liquid. LGD Gaming.
ฮอตดอก
Azure Ray.
เกี่ยใครสปิริตดีวะสปิริตกับ LTD เลยเฮ้ยเกมมาว่ะ
Seriously?
Don't throw your headphones.
Remember, Gabe, it's just a game.
It's just a
Oh,
game.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, did he just tilt you with your own voice line? Yes. What?
Welcome to the
Hi,
international.
I'm Gabe Newell. And like many of you, I have a complicated relationship with Dota. What's not complicated is when you bring the best players in the world together at the highest level of competition. And I'm personally very pleased that we're able to do this in Seattle for the first time in half of a decade. So to all of you, welcome to the International.
It's been 6 years, Dota fans. Seattle, did you miss us? We missed you too.
It feels so good to be home, baby! Welcome back home! Best Dota teams in the world at the best Climate Pledge Arena in the world coming down here to fight for their lives. This is what we live for, baby. This is it!
We brought 20 teams here on the road, and 8 of them remain for the International. Are you guys ready to see them duke it out?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Seattle!
I'm definitely excited about TI returning to Seattle.
มันน่าจะประกาศว่าปี
It
ห
was
น้าแข่งที่
basically
ไหน
where it all began, right?
I love TI in Seattle. I feel like this is the best TI that ever have been.
I'm super stoked for Seattle.
Arena was a really important place for Dota. That arena was really magic.
I've heard from a lot of players that Seattle TI is always like something special.
I never got to play there, so I'm really grateful to get to that city. I think it's also a really beautiful city. Of course, it's gonna be the same arena like the last TIs, right? So it's gonna be cool to be at that place in person. It's quite a historical place for a Dota player, I think.
ปีหน้ายุโรปไป
更加特殊的自信吧，然后一切都还是要先等到去呼吸一下西雅图的空气吧，然后去感受一下那边的氛围。
Muy emocionado, o sea, fue mi primer tiempo fue en Seattle y como que siento que volver ahí puede marcar para mí un antes y un después, así que me siento muy emocionado de ir ahí.
I'm really excited for TI to be coming back to Seattle. The crossing of worlds there and family members or friends getting to see that piece is really cool and special, I think.
Having TI back in Seattle is gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna tie into a lot of the nostalgic value that I have for my early TIs.
โคตรเก่า
I really want to find some Starbucks in Seattle and try it.
It's okay.
It's okay เกี่ยวอะไรกับ Starbucks วะ
Basically, it's the OG place in some ways. So I'm really excited for it to be there.
มันคือ Starbucks ที่แรกของโลกวะ
It's such an iconic place for a Dota tournament. Seattle is like the TI city.
เหมือนที่เซนเทรัลจะเป็น Starbucks ที่แรก
Seattle will always hold a special place in every Dota player's heart, whether you're up there on the stage playing as a pro player, if you're at home right now watching as a casual player. This arena and this place means so much for us. And now we have a cathedral in the sky. This is the theme, everything that we've been seeing building up to this moment, Effie, of this year and this past month.
Dude, I'm so excited. I just can't contain myself watching those videos, just watching the memories, being here again. There are no words to put this feeling.
It's very special, unique experience for me to be watching and not having to deal with the pressure and just purely enjoying the picture of it and the memories and what happening before is just such an incredible feeling. I'm really grateful to be here actually.
And what about you, Lucas? We're going to be having our first 2 teams walking out on stage very soon. Not just yet, though.
I mean, this is magical. I can't really even explain it. Look at how beautiful this is. This is by far the best thing we've ever had at TI, without a doubt.
I'm just fully with Evie. It's so hard to be able to put everything into
Good
words. I
morning
just
from
want to
the
look. I
stadium,
don't even want to
ครับ
speak right now. The
ที่
opening
งานเป็นไงฮะ ดี
ceremony,
ไหม
it was absolutely
เขาบอกว่าถ้าเกิด
beautiful, but
แค่ไป
it
ที่
is
งานก็
time.
การั
We
น
have
ตี
to
ได้
see some
ผล
Dota
งานเลยจริง
action.
ป่ะ
We have to see some teams walk out, and we're going to be graced with Gaming Gladiators, our first team to Climate Pledge Arena.
ชื่อวิดีโออินโทรกันเท่ครับ ดีทุกอย่างยังไม่เป็นรางวัลจริง
Five players. I hope that they can hear the roar that the arena has for them. Look at Tharacho pulling out the muscles there. He wants to go far. He wants to be able to play as many games on this stage as possible. They've been able to do majors, but will they be able to show up on the stage that really matters against their first opponent? There is no other way to put it. This team is the underdog. They have been the underdog all month, and now they're having the whole arena cheer their team and names, cheer their player names. We're going to see these five players and see if they're able to stand up against the task that is Gaming Gladiators FE.
My goodness, can you imagine how Nouns are feeling right now walking onto that stage? I mean, I was just watching Gunnar walk in there. He's been wanting to play on the main stage for so long. This has been a dream of his for so long. And they have something to prove here today versus Gaming Gladiators. I mean, this is like a David and Goliath kind of situation. Even though GG are coming in from the lower bracket, they were the dominant team all year. They were the team to beat all year. So this is going to be a true test for Nouns.
Pretty much, this is the last NA team left, which probably no one expected them to be here. You know, the whole underdog story and reaching top 8, and they're still not done, you know, because they played in the groups and it was 1-1. So I feel like Nouns, they have something special prepared for gaming in this one.
I mean, they have to. Nouns just as a whole, I feel like you can describe as special. Even throughout DPC tours, we're seeing them pick up a lot of different heroes in very unique places already just on the road to the international. We saw Gunnar playing Ogre mid, and when it comes to officials, that is very out of the box. The same thing with Muzer offlaner, picking up that Witch Doctor, Dazzle as well, Ogre offlane too.
Yeah, they have very unique strategies, and they use and profit a lot as well from the past games. And I'm just happy to see Gunnar on this stage. Like, I know this guy for a long time, and there's a story about him. Like, when he lost one of his TI qualifiers, he went straight up like to the basement and like practiced non-stop. Like after that, like
really,
this is shows like his his will of like do it no matter what. And I'm really happy that I look at him right now, like on this stage performing like already in top 8 and having a chance to like be this incredible Cinderella story going forward with it.
Yeah, and he got here with his own flair, right? Just like Nat was mentioning, with the Ogres, the Witch Doctor offlanes, the first pick Naga Sirens. I mean, this team has brought their own special flavor or variety of Dota, I would say, to TI, and it's taken them this far. So I'm just really excited to see if they've cooked up anything new, if they're gonna keep doing the picks that we've seen, or if they've maybe they're gonna bust out that Dark Willow carry for Hector. I know that's not his style, but that seems to be the new, flavor of the week here.
And the Hector, he's been amazing. You know, if we talk back a couple of years ago when he was playing for the Beast Coast, he was always that guy. You know, the K1 DP. One of the reasons why the games are longer because he tends to farm slightly, you know, more than some of the other carries. But his PL performance against TSM, he was really pushing the limits with the hero. And glad to see that he's back on track because you know, watching Hector play, he's been studied by most carry players.
พี่ K1 จะมาโชว์นาการที่ฟาร์มเลยที่สุดใน
I
โลก
also
เอง
want
ค
to
รับน้อง
compliment Lelis on this team. I was like really surprised about his
รู้จัก
performance.
นาการที่ฟาร์มเลยที่สุดในโลก
Like heroes like Clockwork and Skywrath Mage, he's been performing insanely well, like doing all the rotation and like always hitting up his spells like perfectly. And I don't know, it's just like it's very good to see him like how he switched from the position 3 to position 4 and like performing like in this incredibly high level already.
Okay, well, if we're already naming all the nouns players, we may as well put Jansen in there as well. I think a special shout out to him because just before qualifiers, after they had the unfortunate performance at the Bali Major that they did, Jansen went from 1 to 5, right? They had that roster change up for them. That's how they were able to bring in K1 and they're able to show up like they have now. So Jansen as well making a really big change for himself and now he's a top 8 TI 12 finalist.
Yeah, he looks like he's been playing support forever. I mean, but I'm so glad you brought him up because you have to give kudos to a player willing to sacrifice themselves for their team. Because based on the interview that I heard with Gunnar a few months ago when they first made the initial roster shift, Jansen himself was like, we need to make a change. Something didn't work out at Bali. Hector is a free agent. He says he's willing to play with us. I'm not willing to leave the team. I've played support before. I can switch. I can switch to position 5. And he did it. He just gave up his role. And it looks like it worked out perfectly for them to be able to put yourself in that position for the greater good of your team. That's a very good teammate. That's somebody that you do want to play with.
I do admire players like this because it takes like a lot of you know, conscious about like how you wanna like make your team the best, right? And if it means to switch the position and like bring the other player in, like sure, I'm gonna do it. Like I'm that player myself too. Like I switched many roles during my career just because like I wanted to play like with the people that I admire and respect. Like if it takes that, you know, going out of the comfort zone and learning something new, I'm willing to take that risk, you know.
It's not only just us, by the way, that feel this nouns flair when it comes to heroes, where they're going to play it. Because I was talking to Quinn, and he said the hardest thing about facing nouns is that you could put hours, days, maybe 4 days worth of prep into nouns, but they could show up and they could just throw that out the window. Every prep that you've done, and they could just pick something new, something that no one's expecting at all. And they think that catching someone off guard is going to be what pushes them through an elimination, takes them that level higher, and is able to elevate them. So Gaming Gladiators also have a pretty tough task ahead of themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, they're very creative as a team when it comes down to picks, how they're going to play it. I think Moo plays a big part of that team when it comes down to being versatile in the heroes that he's been playing because, you know, he can pretty much play anything. This offlane Dazzle, offlane Witch Doctor brought a couple of records as well in terms of healing at TI because of it. And this guy, you know, he didn't play at TI since he got the 2nd place at TI 6 and then he was kind of gone, you know, showing up here and there, but started to play again recently and it really paid off. And I'm really glad to see some, you know, old school players coming back and coming in very hot, reaching top 8 already.
For sure, always great to see. But on the topic of Gaming Gladiators, and it's really funny to hear Quinn say that about nouns because I feel like in a way, Gaming are kind of antithetical to how nouns work, right?
The complete inverse.
Right? You feel like you know what they're going to pick. They're very good at what they play. People prepare for them and they still lose to their heroes. So to have a team that has such a stable hero pool, you know, by the book from mostly everything, with the exception of the Necrophoses coming out recently, with the exception of the support invokers, you kind of know what Ace is going to pick. You know what they're going to build around. You know what kind of carry style Duratio is going to be playing. So it's going to be an interesting collision of styles here.
They did bring some new heroes though, like this Chen from Celery. Like we didn't see many Chens in this tournament. I think Duratio is also picking up that Weaver that not a lot of carry players are willing to take that risk because it's very squishy hero. And he, like for this team, like they can rely heavily on Ace because Ace is that kind of like guy who's like Sometimes
Well,
even their
it's not
main carry, you know, you see this Brewmaster like going Midas is ready, and he's not like really playing position 3. He's playing like more of a Von, and Durache is like taking over like this aggressive carry hero that's running around the map and making space for him.
We're actually going to directly compare Ace and Moo. We've talked about the clashes of flares, the clashes of styles here between them, and Moo having only played 2 extra heroes, a lot of different ones though for himself. So we kind of already highlighted the Ogre and the Dazzle. This was stuff that they picked up in playoffs last week.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that the Dawnbreaker, which is one of the popular offlaners of this patch, Moo just hasn't played it, you know? I think that his Brewmaster is one of the scariest in this tournament, and this is a hero that you cannot give away. But at the same time, you never know he's going to bust out his offlane Witch Doctor, his offlane Dazzle. I mean, anything could happen. With Ace, he's just the rock of game, and like we've mentioned, they build around his Primal Beasts and his Bristles, and he always delivers in terms of farm security, always delivers in terms of, you know, correct target priority in team fights, and that's why he's so scary. It feels like you can never shut him down, but he'll never catch you off guard in terms of hero picks.
And one of the reasons why they were so successful throughout here is this Ace stability. They're off-lane duo, but Ace as a player, I think he needed to adapt the most after the big patch drop, because they were playing this early base Dota, you know, buying all these auras and then grouping up, finishing the games pretty quickly. He needed to swap things around because all of these aura buyers, they were gone, so he needed to implement new heroes, and really glad that they are also playing this faster style of Dota. You know, the average game time at TI was around 40 minutes, and they are speeding things up, because if you look at their last series that they played against 9 Pandas, they really demolished them. These games were so quick. One game ended in 19 minutes.
Wow.
There's also a secret behind Ace and Tofu and why they're so successful in the lane. I know for sure that they've been playing like party games, maybe on even
Power of Friendship.
Yeah, the power of friendship. They've been playing on Smurfs together like for a long time, and that's why like they're winning all these majors, because they have such a big synergy like between them, and they understand each other pretty well. Like, you know, both hero pools and stuff, like how to do this micro little things on the lane that, you know, would win the lanes, and you know, that's the key to their success.
I thought you were actually going to say it was their coach, CY, because that's also a new addition for them this year. And CY, Astini, 2 very different styles of coaching, I'd feel like.
Completely.
Oh, she's ready for the monologue.
Yes. No, so I don't want to go too in depth about it, because we did touch up on a little bit, but I feel like Astini is a very cerebral kind of coach. He makes his style more so about the hero picks themselves, not so much in the motivational aspect or in the, you know, working on each player individually in terms of their psychology or not, whereas CY does that. He's that motivational coach.
We're going to see how the coaches are going to be able to motivate, what they're going to pick as draft for game 1 is here.
Versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 1.
If it didn't feel real with the opening ceremony, it has to feel real now. Our first series of TI 12 here in Climate Pledge Arena draft up on screen here. Murta being banned out. We're going to wait to see what else gets banned out between these two teams. Do you want to stab in the dark? Bristle, SB, will we seeing those ones let through Dazzle a little?
Man, I don't think Bristol is getting through. It's just too hard to deal with of that hero. Like it just creates so much pressure on the enemies to stop him completely, and it allows your other heroes to be completely free if the enemy team does that.
Yeah, but I feel like there are so many heroes that have presented themselves as problems in this patch that sometimes Bristleback does get through. Like, we've seen him come through in the playoffs a few times. I feel like another one of these Bristleback type problem heroes is Spirit Breaker. Often when teams let him through, they try to counter it with something like a Shadow Demon or a Yule's Buyer, and it just doesn't work out. So I do wonder if we're going to see the cow in this series.
Yeah, the Spirit Break is kind of here that puts you on a timer, because the later the game goes, the more broken it becomes, because he's gonna have more move speed, more items, and like more chaos is gonna be created in the fights.
The big hero that I'm looking into, especially for Gaming Gladiators, is CK. This hero is just insane. The amount of farm that the hero can get, and also team fight. Like, you hit your early items, and like it's just too powerful.
It's banned.
It's taken out.
Yeah.
There's also the Brewmaster that we mentioned. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I do feel like Moo is one of the best brews at this tournament. And in Noun's series versus TSM in the Road to TI playoffs, this hero was the bane of their existence. It's the reason why they could never end the game on their timer. And yeah, this is pretty scary. Usually teams solve a brew with carries like Luna, things with AoE damage that can kill the brewlings later on, but Luna has had a bit of a decline.
I mean, historically, Anti-Mage and Nyx was like counter picks to the Brewmaster, but those heroes are not gonna be seen in this meta for a while.
I mean, if there's a team to play Lifestealer, it is Gaming Gladiators. Duratio always calls for these bizarre last picks sometimes. I remember at the BV Dacha tournament, we were sitting down and watching the game and draft in the green room, and then this Lifestealer comes out, overall last pick. Everyone was confused by it. CY walks into the green room. He was like, that was a Duratio call. That was not me. I do not believe in this pick. But they actually ended up winning the game. Sometimes you have to trust your carry.
And we've seen the smiles coming out from Moo because he should be pretty happy about getting Brewmaster in the first phase, because this hero does pretty much everything. In-game drags post 40 minutes. This hero just becomes insane. If you don't have enough to kill the Brewlings during the split, especially sieging the high ground, this is the most difficult thing in Dota. It's been like that forever. Brewmaster comes in very handy. And on the side of Gaming Gladiators, we did touch upon Weaver as the pick, which can be played as a carry. This like newer build where you pick up early shard, you go for Deso, and then you start joining some of these earlier fights. The hero, a bit squishy, but it can also be played as position 4. Tofu didn't play it yet, but there were other teams that try to experiment, especially Tundra with this position 4 Weaver, and it looked really good in the laning stage. And also a hero that can scale, if we're talking about the position 4, which you get items like Rod of Atos, upgrade it to Gleipnir later on, some Solar Crest, you're, transitioning really well.
Yeah, I want to touch on that position 4 Weaver a little bit more, because when Tundra played it, they were able to be really aggressive. They were able to take over a lot of this map, and if the game were to play out in an immaculate fashion, they would have closed it out in about 20-22 minutes. So Weaver might be hitting this pace, this tempo. You guys also touched on that Gaming Gladiators want to start bringing a little bit more with this meta.
Yeah, they were doing some really cool things with that Weaver, actually. I remember watching 9 just rotate mid behind the tower around minute 5 and just kill the enemy mid laner that Thompson had gotten really low. So Weaver is one of those supports that if it is flexed, it can just be played in ways that are very open in the game. And just back during the DPC, when support Weaver was very popular, it was Tofu who kind of brought it into the meta with the Vessel.
So I was going to say why the Weaver works so well for that Tundra was it was paired with the Grimstroke, so you could put the Inkswell on you and you go in and it was just this instant, almost guaranteed stun.
Yeah, this was the pairing that people were playing in a pub back in the days when Grimstroke was first introduced, the Weaver and Grimstroke. So you put Phantom, you put the Swarm and the Inkswell. So you can't kill the Phantom, you can't kill Swarm, and you're also going to get stunned. And Grimstroke has been the hero that has been buffed. When I first read the patch notes, I'm like, this is pretty big, but after seeing the TI groups playoffs as well, this hero is just insane. The fact that you can time your stun, it makes him so much more potent in some of these earlier engagements.
Yeah, and by adding this Grimstroke to this draft, you can safely say that this Weaver can go against this Brewmaster in lane, because that's the way that you can solve this hero, is you punish it. You kill it over and over again while you still can. And that level 3 Phantom's Embrace, when you have to hit it 3 times versus Brewmaster, into another stun follow-up, maybe from the mid lane, maybe something like a Shaker with a Fisher from a distance. If you can take out this Brew at the start of a fight, that is a way to solve this hero.
Oh, they went for Dark Willow. I wonder if it's position 1 Dark Willow actually for K1, and they practice it and they're gonna show us something new today. But I did think that they would go for Lily Skywrath Mage, because it's like it's really good to have silence against Weaver, or like some Bloodseeker, for example, like that makes this hero like pretty hard to pull off. But once again, we don't see a lot of Bloodseekers in this meta, even though he has like a percentage-based damage, which is pretty cool against all the beefy heroes.
Dawnbreaker is still in the pool. It's the hero that synergizes well with Weaver, and also another hero that does have something to deal with Dark Willow. We talked about this being, heavy hard blade mail meta, but also untargetable heroes like Dark Willow and also Huerta, these heroes are very difficult to deal with, so you need some kind of AoE to be able to stun the hero. This is why I think Dawnbreaker comes in super handy. And also Chen, this is the hero that we haven't seen much being played at TI. They brought it against 9 Pandas, I believe, and it looked really good. He just dominated the laning stage, which also means that this Grimstroke is going to be played as position 4.
Yeah, I love how Gaming Gladiators, like when in this meta where people playing like very long games, like 50-60 minute games, we've seen a lot of them. They're actually the ones who are like saying, no, we're gonna like fast push and we're gonna end the games like around 20-30 minutes because people are not ready for that. Like especially when they're like dominating their lanes as heavily as they do. Like it's very cool that they take this approach into the games.
Yeah, the last time that Gaimin played Chen, they won in 19 minutes. It was pretty wild. Like they just played the safe lane normally. They rotated the Chen through the gates. They got a couple of kills. They went mid and they just played on that tempo. So something to fit into that kind of tempo would be this Tidehunter who can buy the auras, can be something to center around and run down a lane with.
I think Slark is an amazing pick for Nouns right now. No.
Wow.
Earth Spirit. I mean, it's another beefy tanky hero that kind of likes to play, and they've been.
They don't have much control. The only control they have is this Phantom and maybe a leash mechanic, but that's about it. He's not afraid. Later on, when Tide picks up the shard, that's going to be the big one, and we've seen Tides picking up shard relatively early on. If this is not Dark Willow carry, I feel like there's a good potential to pick up Faceless Void. You did mention Slark, because I also don't see many counters. This is the hero with time dilation that destroys both Weaver and also against the Tidehunter, so you have something, you have, you know, later on really good initiation where you can kill Tidehunter from 100 to 0 with the Dark Willow, with some spells coming out from the Earth Spirit, so I want to see if they are going to decide to ban it out.
I don't want to see Dark Willow carry in this game. If you're playing Dark Willow carry versus tempo, you're not going to get to that mass in the game where you're strong enough. The thing about Willow is that she needs time to farm. She's a slow farmer. She needs space on the map. She needs to rack up those levels with her Midas, get to the point where she actually has attack speed to take advantage of the Shadow Realm, because she peaks with her like level spikes too. She peaks at level 20. So a carry Willow into a Chen lineup sounds a little bit on the suicidal end, to be honest. But I do think that this Earth Spirit was a great pick. It addressed the lack of control that Nouns had. You mentioned, Lacoste, that Gaimin lacked it, but so did Nouns.
Yeah, and a little surprised that they decided to ban this Necro. I mean, Quinn did play it a lot, but they do have like insane amount of magical damage coming out. Spirit Vessel Wire from the mid lane, from the Earth Spirit, the spell mechanic when Brew uses the split, but they're still gonna give it a ton of respect.
I think Necro is one of the better heroes in this current meta. The thing is that why we don't see him as much, because like we have a lot of like AA, Eng and Shadow Demon in the pool, and they're usually like, you know, picked early. But in this draft against Nouns, like it's a pretty cool pick for Gaming Gladiator, so I really like this ban.
I like Sven potentially for Nouns. You get the cleave damage to play into the Chen, you got the Warcry armor versus Weaver. I mean, I don't really know what's left in this pool unless Nouns are insistent on flexing this Dark Willow to carry, which I mentioned I don't think would be a good idea for them at all.
I love this ban of Bloodseeker, by the way. That's what I mentioned. The hero is really good against Weaver, and you know, on the lane against Tide would be pretty cool as well.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Troll could potentially also work for Nouns here. They do have the 23 pick, right? So they can't necessarily catch them off guard completely, but Troll is one of those heroes that's strong on lane and easy to pick blind versus the enemy's last pick.
I think it's a free Slark game, but they have to understand how to, you know, delay the game and make this Slark viable, because Game Gladiators are gonna go and they're gonna kill towers, you know, heavily with Desolator and Weaver, a lot of creeps from Chen, a lot of auras from Tide. They're gonna have this ball, and they need to, you know, understand how to team fight that ball right now.
Nouns are spending a lot of time thinking about their last ban. Probably still just going to be a mid Quinn hero that they want to take out here.
Like Pango?
Do you make sure you reckon it's just going to be Pango banned out?
I think you have to decide between Pango or Shaker, because both of those heroes are going to give Gaimin the control that they need, but also lane very well versus Earth Spirit mid.
Yeah, I was looking at the two heroes, Earthshaker and Kunkka, because they lane really well. They're going to ban Kunkka, which is going to leave probably Earthshaker as an option. Now that there is Terrorblade as well. Terrorblade has been the hero for Gaming Gladiators throughout 2023. They knew how to win with the hero, but they also know how to beat the hero. So I think Nouns rounded up their draft nicely. It's they have a little bit of everything on their side. Good team fight, the spell, good scaling as well. This is also the team that does tend to play slightly longer games. They have 3 games over 16 minutes, and they won 2 of those.
Is it enough on Nouns to?
Go up.
Yeah. Look, Reza said you ban it. They didn't ban it, and so he did pick it. So in a way, you definitely knew that one was coming, Reza. So we'll talk about all gaming players draft as a whole in a little bit, because right now I want to know: is Nouns going to hit these timings for TB? Are they going to be able to come up against a tempo that?
Okay, man. Pango or Queen name a better duo.ถ้าเป็นหน้าจอเป็นหน้าจอใหญ่มันคอมกูมันรีอ่ะมันป้าปะเนี่ยจอใหญ่ก็จอใหญ่วะไม่เคยเล่นดอทจอใหญ่เลยถ้าวิเวอร์กดโดนไอ้บาร์กดอันติเด้งเลือดไหมเด้งครับเพราะว่าไออันติวิเวอร์สลับเลือดทีบีมันไม่ใช่การฮิวอันติมันคือไม่ให้ฮิวดาวให้ใครเหรอผมรู้สึกว่าซ้ายมันดูดีกว่าแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดเข้าเลทไปขวามันยิงซ้ายต้องเล่นมันต้องเล่นเป๊ะหน่อยใครทำเวทเยอะสุดโอ้โห10 นาทีเลยดิphenomenal เกมนี้น่าจะจบไปโอเคซูดิมันใส่คิว3เยอะสุดโอ้ยไม่อยากเรียกไดรักโยเลยเรื่อยๆไปสักแม่งแซบเป็น1 ดอก
30 seconds to go
บิลที่ออกเซจมาสันแรกที่ไปไหนใครรู้ไหมครับคล้ายไปว่าอะไรอยากรู้เหมือนกันมาเฉลยเลยเกมนี้เอาจริงไทยทีมียากอยู่เนี่ยมันเป็นไทยวันนี้ภาพแพนโกโดนยิงตายไปเลยอยู่เกมนี้ถ้าไม่หาเกมเต็มจอก็เลือกเป็น Display Mode Windows ขอบคุณที่สอนขอบคุณมากนะคะที่กล้าสอนหนูแต่ใครยังเขาใช้ Windows วะถามจริงเขาปลดด้วยเลดดีวะโกเวลดี้ไม่ผมงงคอมผมอยู่ปกติมันไม่เป็นอยู่ดีมันเหมือนเปลี่ยนรีเซ็ตเซตติ้งหมดเลยแล้วว้ามาครับเอาว่ะโดนเฟิร์สอะดิ เรียบร้อยมาพอให้แลกกับทีบีเลยโหเดี๋ยวไอ้ฝั่งขวาได้เฟิร์สก่อนแป๊บนึงแล้วเป็นสปิริตได้ด้วยบินบอกเหนื่อยกูอีกแล้วพร้อมมาอีก1 จังหวะจะพอชามมูโตในฟิกนี่ดูคีย์บอร์ดวิลโลเซ็กtry go คุยกับใครวะเกลียดมากเลยเวลาแบบมันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแล้วไม่มีใครตอบ
Phenomenal. Oh, so bubbly. Better luck next time.
เฮ้ยเชี่ยไอ NP แดงนี่หว่าเพิ่งเห็นได้แล้วเหรอเชี่ยอยากได้ของแดงปีนี้ครับ I want it โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย1มาแล้วจ้าตายไหมปับโอ้โหเรียบร้อยคำนวณดาเมจแบบเป๊ะแต่ว่าเป็นการสเปนให้บิวได้ฟาร์มได้อย่างงี้บิวจะได้ฟาร์มเยอะขนาดไหนวิเวอร์ซ่าออกเบรเซอร์ด้วยพินกดดันอยู่นิดหน่อยไทยอัพ1นะเอามากดดันเล่นกับกริมเผื่อได้ค่าเอ๊ะแต่เลนรู้สึกหนักเลยโอ้โหแล้วโดนนี่ครับ3บอกเลยกดจะเลื่อนหน่อยไหมนี่มันมาบล็อกคีฟไล่มันจิ้วจะพอดอะไรนักหนาวะไม่ทำคีย์บอร์ดให้มันดีๆก่อนแข่งวะเช็คคิม PC this is NA Dota พอดรัวๆนี่มันยั่วจังวะ NA Dota แปลว่าพอสรัวยั่วพิมพ์อย่างนี้มึงโดนกระทืบแน่ชาว NA ไม่ถูกใจสิ่งนี้พอไม่หยุดในโดราไม่แก้ถึงแรกวะแม่ง
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Ты молодец.
Nó tàn luôn. NP แม่งเลนไทยมันตึงๆแปลกๆนะทำไปเล่นไปเดี๋ยวรอไว้ว่า3เดี๋ยวซัด NP เนี่ยต้องตายนะจะ3มันนะไทย3ไหมเรียบร้อยแต่ว่าเล่นแบบคอนโทรลทีมหน้าป้อมอ่ะไม่ได้ดอกบัวอย่างนี้ หลังนี้ช่วยเชียร์อะไรอะรู้แล้วเชียร์เพราะอะไรไม่เชียร์หรอกฮ่าจีแพ้ไปเลยฮ่าเรียบร้อยดับเบิลคิวไปเลยจ้าหนักอยู่เนี่ยเลนล่างเนี่ยนายนี่นายวะถ้าเลนจีดูไม่ดีเลยวะนี่มันต้องดีอยู่นี้แบบเลนบนกดดันเชนวาร์ปไปช่วยอะไรเงี้ยนี่คือรู้สึกว่าเล่นยากอยู่นี่โดนบล็อกแคมป์ไม่มีคีปเล่นครับเชนโอ้ยทำไมไม่เก่งเหมือนตอนกลางปีเลยวะสู้ไม่ได้เลยจ้าสู้ไม่ได้เลยจ้าโดนลดดาเมจแต่ก็ยังยิงแรงอยู่นะทำไปเล่นไปโอ้ยฮัลโหลแลกฮัลโหลฮัลโหลแลกโดนละอ๋อยังใจเย็นครับเกมดีครับเกมดีเพิ่งอัปเดตมายิงหน่อยวะไม่ตายด้วยเอ๊ะไม่เอาต่อเป็นไงสติ๊ก16จีเล่นตัวเดิมๆอ่ะเนี่ยเขาเล่นเอาชนะวะเขาไม่ได้เล่นมาเอนเตอร์เทนมึงเขาเล่นเอาชนะเล่นตัวเดิมเล่นตามเมตาพอกูชนะก็บอกกูเล่นตัวเดิมพอกูแพ้ก็บอกเล่นตัวต้องเมตาทำไมครับ What the fuck ว่าเลนปลวกมันแปลกๆว่ะมูมันได้เวลเยอะกว่าที่คิดไปเยอะเลยโอ้โหแล้วโดนแซบโลตัสอีกเอาดิเจอว่าลินอันแรกนี่ยิงแรงสัสฟัดไปเลยจ้าโชเรียบร้อยตายหรือเปล่าโชโอ้โหไม่ไหวเลนระเบิดนะครับถ้าดูดีๆริวนายไม่ทั้งหมดอ่ะทีบีก็จะเริ่มจะไม่ไหวนะไทยมันเริ่มแน่นแล้วจะเป็นแลนด์มาแล้วแน่จุกเจ็บอยู่นาทำไปเล่นนี่ครับสแกนมาครับถ้ามีคนก็ไม่ว้าไปง่ายๆยิงเบิ้ลไม่หยุดนะพลังจับลินชุกบนตายช่างแม่งคุยยังไม่โรเทตเลยคุยโดนตัดรูนไปเซ็งอยู่ผมท่าหนึ่งแม่นดีว่ะมาจ้าหาใครไม่เจอเพราะประทำได้ดูลิสโกลฟรอครับท่าแล้วชาร์จเข้าไปแบบเต็มสูบแต่เริ่มไม่พร้อมว่ะเตือนรอครับไม่ได้ค่ายากไปหน่อยเข้าไปเดี๋ยวตายเองถ้าเลือดเต็มเข้าไปแล้วเมื่อกี้นี่เลือดไม่เต็มโอ้ต้มเรียบร้อยโดนเบรเต้นเอ้าเซียนพีมาจากไหนเนี่ย TNP แม่งมาจู่โจมเฉยตายไปฮ่าโดนเชนตีกันตายบอกกันตายแล้วไอเชนมันเอาเรื่องแล้วว่ะเชนมันมาแล้วเชนเงินนำบริวนะถ้าดูดีบริวนี่เริ่มมีปัญหาแล้วออกบูทเขียวมาด้วยเกมนี้น่าจะไม่เอาอะไรแล้วน่าจะแบบขอดูดเบี้ยวจน6แล้วเราเบรดไปเลยครับพร้อมกับลงคอนบุ้มเรียบร้อยเจอระเบิดเจอบอมโบคอมโบแล้วนี่ครับอย่างที่บอกต้นเกมน่าจะหนักอยู่เชนมันน่าจะโรเตทมานี่ขนาดต้นเกมเลนไม่ดีเนี่ยสุดท้ายก็เข้าหลูปไปดีแล้วเดี๋ยวน่าจะกดดันป้อมบนยับต้องดูว่าทีวีวาร์ปไปไหนนะถ้าทีวีวาร์ปมาป้อมบนนี่มีสิทธิ์ตายอีกรอบอยู่อาจจะโดนใส่อีกรอบแล้วคือเซฟอาจจะไม่ได้ด้วยไงครับทีวีฟาร์มนี่นะที่ฟาร์มที่ดีที่สุดมีเส้นเลือดแน่นๆสวยงามยังไปตามแผนของ GG อยู่ไม่ค่อยมีอะไรแปลกเท่าไหร่โซลาร์เคส NP ว่ะปัญหาตอนนี้คือบิวเล่นไม่ได้บิวโดนเรื่อยๆไปเนี่ยจะ6เลยนะไม่6นาทีพอไม่6บิวมันไม่ใช่ฮีโร่อะมันคือตัวกากๆตัวหนึ่งแต่เดี๋ยววางลงไปก็ไม่6แล้วแต่คือทามมิ่งช้าหมดแล้วนะท่านที่จะได้กดดันหน่อยขอบคุณธนกรอารีรัตน์ครับขอบคุณครับเฮ้ยเอาพีมีคนกดซับแล้วคนแรกก็ผิดแล้วใครจะพิมพ์ว่ามูเลยมันหนักขนาดนี้ไหมทำไมทีบีออกใบดักแลนด์ซื้อก่อนตายมั้งคุณมีปัญหาอะไรกับนาการที่ฟาร์มเร็วที่สุดในโลกแต่ไม่ได้เล่นนาการนะนี่ไงนาการที่ฟาร์มเร็วเฮ้ยจะบอกนะว่ารอด
ตีบอกที่4ริยาดล้าน2สบายงาน TI เงินครับน้อง
TI ไงครับน้องพูดอย่างนี้ไม่เดี๋ยวคนบอกว่าเป็นลูเซอร์นะครับพวกติ่งทารอนลูเซอร์แพ้ก็บอกว่างานนี้เงินรางวัลน้อยไม่น้อยจริงจังเผยเยอะกว่านี้ไม่ได้หรอเสื้อมาแกงกับมาขายไว้ไม่อยู่ภาพเลยแบบที่มันดูแปลกๆแบบโดนเปิดหมดเลยดูวิชั่นเนี่ยดู GG เล่นในแบบโคตรสบายดาวนี่คือไม่ค่อยมีแบบเล่นสปิริตยังเดินแก๊งอะไรไม่ได้เลยแต่ว่ามันไม่รีบนะมันก็ฟาร์มไปเรื่อยรอเบนเมลฮาร์ดตามปกติว้ายังไงครับเข้าใครโอ้ยสวยเข้าพี่ควินเว้ยเอาหน่อยเว้ยมุมพี่ควินแตกหรือเปล่าอุ้ยแทง2ไม่เอาว่ะแทงตัวเดียวพี่ควินแตกอยากจะแทงมากๆไม่เอาแทงออกยังไงขออนุญาตเก็บชิลรูนนะจ๊ะใช่เลยเชนยังไงเชนติดฮ่าตีไม่เข้าตีไม่เข้าเลยจ้าทีวีนี่เมตาทีวีตอนนี้อัพเมตาเวลเดียวด้วยครับเน้นไปที่อย่างอื่นเน้นฟาร์มก็คือชายที่ฟาร์มแบบไม่สนอะไรทั้งนั้นคิมบิเบอร์ไม่ได้มาวะวันนี้ค่าบิเบอร์ไงค่าได้ชิวไม่แตกวะ มันแข่งโกงมันก็มีคนลองเล่นอยู่แต่ว่าผมว่าไม่ดีเฮ้ยสมมติเป็น1โอ้ตายหรือเปล่าเนี่ยเอาทิไม่ออกเต็มข้อเลยสลิกันหน้าไปบิวเวล9ไทป์11ก็ปกติดีนี่แต่ไม่เป็นไรครับมีนวัตกรรมที่เรียกว่าไมดัสอยู่ขอแค่ได้ไมดัสตอนก่อน20 นาทีเช่นก็จะมีประโยชน์คุณพ่อผมเลยเป็นสเต็กวะปกติดีดิมาทราบไหมครับไปที่ไหนได้บ้างทีมไหนก็ได้ครับที่เขารับผมไม่ได้ซีว่าโซนไหนขอพูดได้เล่นจะไปที่ไออีกปีวีซ่าจ้าเอ๋ว้าวเรียบร้อยทีวีโดนไล่ล่าฆ่าแล้วก็ออกครับอุ้ยแล้วบล็อกแต่น่าจะฆ่ายากไปหน่อยเริ่มถึกแล้วดิแต่ป้องกันโดนดันนะน่าต้องกดกลิฟไม่กลิฟวันนี้น่าจะสะดุ้งเรียบร้อยได้คลิปครับตามแผนแต่คือไม่มีใครเดฟเลยเหรออ้าวฮัลโหลไม่มีใครเดฟป้อมแตกเลยนะครับอย่างนี้โอเคแค่ทีมที่นี่ได้โลแล้วเหลือแค่ไปเอาโลชิวๆกดดันป้อมบนแล้วก็เอาโลเราไม่การเปลี่ยนตัวผู้เล่นไหมครับมันก็มีทุกทีมนะครับจบทีไอก็ทุกทีมก็เปลี่ยนหมดได้แล้วบูเลยนี้เวลาย่างล่าเป็นแสดงผลตัวไหนตัวดินครับทีวีมันก็ยังดีอยู่เรื่อยๆนะขอให้มันตายเฮ้ยสมองมาแล้วว่ะเสียสมองเท่เสมอจะมาแล้วบวกกันยับยังสายล่างมันต้องเน้นหน่อยดิไม่งั้นตกรอบไม่เน้นตอนนี้เน้นตอนไหนวะใช้กัน1ปกติดีนี่ปกติเจ๊สมอฮ่าตายไปเลยวันสมอเก็ตยูคิวไม่เป็นไรทำอะไรได้พอจะได้ผลที่วิเวอร์ไม่เอาของช่วยรีมานาไหมครับเพราะว่าคอนสายฟ้าแล้วก็แลนด์มันทำให้มันสตรองมากมันก็ซื้อยามานาใช้แทนเนาะ เชนเงินเกือบเท่าบิวแต่บิวมันใกล้เรเดียสแล้วเดี๋ยวเรเดียสแต่มันทำงานหน่อยโอ้โดนอย่างนี้เนี่ยไปตามแผนจีทุกอย่างไปตามแผนเมื่อไหร่ทีวีมันจะได้คอนเทนต์วะนั่นแหละคำถามซิเวอร์ตัวไหนแก้ทางบ้างวอยไงไทยสมอได้คิวเสมอจริงคิวเฮียและจีได้แชมป์ปีนี้แคนดี้กับโยสกินเตอร์เสียวแบบมันก็ไม่ได้แบกเลยอะแบบทีมอยู่คนเดียวแค่นั้นแต่คือทีมมันเล่นดีหมดอะมันก็ไม่จำเป็นต้องแบกไงถ้าทีมมันเล่นดีหมดทั้งทีมมันก็แคนดี้ก็จะไม่ต้องเล่นแบกขนาดนั้นเล่นตามทัมมิ่งตัวเองเรื่อยๆก็พอบิวไม่ได้อันตีมั้งยังวะจาที่ขออนุญาตเอาโลกันนะจ๊ะประกันภัยสุดท้ายทีมขวาไม่ใครทำเลยนั่นแหละคอมบับเกมแรกถือว่าชิวๆเดี๋ยวเกม2รอนาวระเบิดพลังเพราะว่าเกมนี้คือหนักละ
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower? Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Somebody iced the Dyer's courier. Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower?
More? Some more. ต้องบอกไม่เครียดหรอโอเคกูเดาผิดกูเลือก30 นาทีบวกแม่ง20 นาทีบ้าแม่งระเบิดแล้วใครจะคิดไปวะเย่เกมมันจบแล้วดีใจจังเลยเย่วิวอันตีแล้วเย่ร่างวิวตายหมดแล้วเย่เหลือแค่ร่างดินเย่วิวตายไปแล้วอะไรวะ ไม่ทำเฮียเลยนาวเลนแม่งหนักเกินบิวพันพิกบิวพันพิก27อย่างหนักเอ็นเอคนเขารู้แผนหมดเลยดิเขาพัก4 วันไปดูดราฟต์ไม่มีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์ละเขาแบนนากายแล้วคือยังไงแล้วบิวทำอะไรได้ในนี้ยังไม่มีเลยที่ไก่ก็ไม่มีไปซื้อโอ้ร้านสวยหรือว่ากาดแล้วอ่ะของมันอยู่เหมือนคนละเกมผมด้วยครับมีสมองนะจ๊ะเผื่อไม่รู้โดนสมองคือมึงตายเลยง่ายขึ้นที่NA Dota เงียบทั้งห้องทีบีไม่มีซันเดอร์ตายหาไปแล้วจีจีไม่เห็นหนุกเลยไม่อะไรไม่เห็นหนุกเลยโอ้ยควินเอ้ยควินโหท็อป8ก็ไอ้เหี้ยนะไม่เห็นโหดเลยไฟสุดท้ายแล้วถ้าไฟนี้ไม่ชนะก็แพ้ไปเลยจ้าเรเดียนออนไลน์มาครับ26 นาทีมามืดไม่อนาคตมืดใช่ไปเว้ยบ้าน3 หลังกูให้20เลยถ้าแค่โดนลิงก์เฮ้ยลิงก์แกไม่รอดแน่ล่างดินแกไม่รอดแน่ล่างดินเฮ้ยมีนะจ๊ะแล้วไหนดีเทคโอ้เดี๋ยวมีเทคคิวเหมือนซึมเศร้าอะเราเลยใช่เหรอผมหายแล้วอะไรจะเกิดมันก็ต้องเกิดไอ้คีย์บนเยอะถัดเดี๋ยวได้เดี๋ยวไปโย่โอ้ยอย่าแวะไม่เป็นไหมเนี่ยเอาฉากซะหน่อยชงเชงชงส่งเชงชงฉากเชนเล่นครีปสู้โดยอยู่3 คนแปลกนะจุดแข่ง50 นาทีชนะจุดอ่อนแพ้ได้25ใช้แค่นี้เหรอใช้อัพเลนนะมันแค่เล่นเก่งก็ได้เพราะมันหน้าตาดีมันหล่อมันก็เลยเล่นดอทเก่งที่โกงจังวะยิงสปิริตลิควิดใช่จริงผมอยากดูผู้สปิริตลิควิดแต่ว่าเวลาแม่งหนัก เซียนมันขุดบิตคอยอ่ะมันฟ้องเงินถ้าขุดบิตคอยน่าจะเงินอยู่ประมาณ 2,000 ตอนนี้ขุดบิตคอยในยุคนี้แต่ว่าเย้สมอสมอสมอยังอยู่ไม่ลาเวทด้วยเฮ้ยเล่นเป็นปะเนี่ยไม่ลาเวทวะเก็บไว้ครับเก็บไว้ด้านบ้านไอ้บอกเลยมาเท่าไหร่ว่ามาสอนกูผมจะโอซีนะทำคลิปเร็วทำคลิปเร็วคิดถึงเวทแท็กจังเดทไอเทมที่ตายแล้วแรกไม่ได้ขยับเลยเนี่ยสู้ไปอยู่ตีนะครับสู้ครับแต่ว่าไอ้ดิวลิ่งตายหมดแล้วไม่มีภาพสู้ได้เลยโอ้ยได้ยิงอยู่นะได้ยิงอยู่นะแต่ไม่มีบล็อกใหญ่ใช่แล้วจบแล้วครับจบแล้วสนุกจังทีไอเหมือนไม่เอาทารอนมาวะแม่งหนาวไม่เห็นเก่งเลยอะไรเกมแรกอ่อนให้เกมแรกเขาบอกเขาอ่อนให้ปกติต้องถ่ายโป๊กเกอร์เฮ้ยโหซ้ำมีแผงว่ามันเล่นไม่ได้บางทีลงไปอย่างนี้ก็คือตรุยเดี๋ยวใครจะได้เปิดเดฟขออนุญาตไปที่แมนต้านะครับที่ไม่รู้จะได้วันไหนเย้ไม่คลิปแล้วแล้วก็ไปเอาโลแล้วก็จบเกมครับขอการันตีอันดับดีๆหน่อยไม่อยากโดนตบแล้วจีบอกไม่น่าแพ้ทารอนไปเลยป่ะทารอนบอกกูไม่น่าแพ้ตกรอบเลยพี่เดฟเดี๋ยวเกม2มันเกม2เอาจริงพีดีมันทำเฮี้ยอะไรเลยต้องกับเล่นตอน10 นาทีแรกเวสเทสล็อตไม่หรอกแต่นามันก็มีตอนเล่นดีอยู่แต่นี้คือเล่นไม่ออกไงฮิโร่มันกดดาวิโลมาเหมือนหลอกว่าเป็นแครี่อะแต่ไม่ได้เล่นที่ผมหาผมดูเป็นเรื่องไม่สนุกอะไรเพราะเวลาอาจจะสนุกตอนที่ทีวีโดนกระทืบแป๊บนึงแต่มันก็เวลาก็ง่วงอยู่ดีแล้วแหละเกมหน้า ก็รอนจะแบบแข่งจริงๆไม่เคยบูมพวกใครไม่ได้หลอดนี้รอบกันกลุ่มใช่เรามาเหนื่อยแต่ก็คือได้เข้าสายบนแล้วนะแต่มันก็ไม่เกี่ยวหรอกดีไม่อยู่ภาพเลยเกมแรกทุกกันเดียว
You don't have to outspam if you don't have the lane shove. You just get pushed down.
Yep. I love the fact that Gaming Gladiators are showing that there is a way to be able to punish the most of the strategy that teams have been running with, which has been a lot of greed, a lot of hand-of-midas, scaling cores, scaling supports. And Gaming Gladiators are showing that, hey, there's a different way to be able to play this game. And you have to be prepared that this game may end before you are able to come online.
And this was with a lot of now signature heroes we've seen them.
ไม่ได้เล่นเลยเกมเนี้ยแบบไม่มีตอนแบบให้หูให้ได้
These heroes that are
สู้ให้อะไรเลย
deceptively hard scaling
แพ้
in
แต่
the
ตอน
late
เล
game
น
you can get there, but still have some mid-game prowess. They just couldn't muster up the damage to take down the front line here, and that's really what it goes back
อย่า
to.
งมากก็2
And yeah, all ace all day, man.
Game 1 goes exactly how most people would have expected, with Goliath striking the first blow. 1 up for Gaming Gladiators over Nouns.
It is the best of 3, so there's always the potential for Nouns to be able to come back. On our panel, though, we had a little bit of a change up. Fly, you're going to be joining us here. You're going to be talking about this little NA showdown. Bring the faith for the Nouns fans.
Oh, yes. I'm here for all the NA action. You know, like either way, America wins today. So that's what matters. And also, hi, Seattle, by the way, everyone. So nice to see you guys.
Hello, Fly.
It appears Seattle is saying hi back to you.
That's nice. That's nice. No, that was a fantastic showing from Gaming, and my God, these guys are so good at this like early tempo game.
Yeah, we were worried that maybe just in general, not so much for Gaming Gladiators, that when you put yourself on a timer, when you play this tempo, that if you aren't able to break that high ground, it's all going to crumble in that later part. But Gaming Gladiators are able to perfectly execute that one for themselves. But the early game wasn't so strong for them, Rezo.
Yeah, I think Nouns like played insanely well early game, and they got themselves into the mid game like pretty in a good position. But the way the game played the mid game was like incredibly well, and you understand that when the teams are like controlling every rune, when they're like pressuring this mid tower super hard, and like they know their timings exactly well enough to like, you know, understand this little moments where they can pressure and like, you know, win the game off of. Like this mid jump when Ace jumped on the 2 heroes, Mu and was it Lelis? It was like the game-winning jump for them. Like they turned the game like super hard in their favor after that moment.
And I mean, after that jump moment, Lacoste, why weren't Nouns able to get anything else for themselves? Why weren't they able to take some of the map back for themselves, especially when you have a Nature's Prophet in post 5 that is able to split out those lanes?
Yeah, he did one hell of a job at some of these early engagements, these early rotations, but yeah, they were not punished. I think also going for really greedy items, you know, Hand of Midas into Radiance and also Heart, these are very expensive items, and Gaming Gladiators, they know that this team is not going to slow down, and one of the reasons why they were so successful is Enchantress was banned out. This was one of the Celery's better heroes throughout 2023, and he banged out Chen. This was his second showing of Chen, and he looks really comfortable on the hero. The only thing that was changed the way they played at the first start of the year was, you know, he's not buying aura items on Ace. It's going to be Chen for now, so Celery took over that role, which does allow Ace to scale. Ace had tremendous game. Like just all over the place, he died once. Same goes for Tofu. Both of them combined have only 1 death, which is pretty impressive. We talked how good and how strong their offlane duo is, and I think this game shows it extremely well. Like just like it's insane what they can do together.
I absolutely love the idea behind the Chen because it relieves all the damage from like Earth Spirit and Brewmaster early on with all like these heals, Max like LEDs and stuff. Like it's just like such a good pickup for Gaming Gladiators. They created this hero like, you know, comeback, made him come back, and they're showing to us like why it is so strong. They're ending every game like at 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal, their average win game time there. But for Chen, Fly, you're a bit of a Chen player yourself. We got 20 assists on it, so it's a pretty good showing for Chen. But how do we make him work, and why is it only really Gaming Gladiators that have confidence in him right now?
I think they're just one of the only teams that's willing to go down this route, because most of the games now, they end up being pretty late game, right? Like you're drafting and you're aiming to play 40 minutes. You're going to play for second, third Roche. Chen is a different hero. Chen hits its timings pretty early, like 15-20 minutes is kind of like your critical mass. You can take any objective super fast. Your laning stage is a little, like, not the best, but what they did is they picked a Weaver to make up for it. So suddenly you have a good laning phase with Chen. He was able to open up the small camp. He got a Harpy, which is basically what we're praying for as a Chen, as a Chen player. So I think they discuss this and they understand how to enable the hero. Because that hero needs enabling. You cannot just pick a Chen and be like, yeah, that's fine, just go play Chen. Like you would pick, a Phoenix. A Phoenix can do fine in almost any situation. Chen needs a very specific set of conditions, and these guys understand it better than anyone, and they're willing to do it, which is really impressive on the stage.
And when it works, it works. I mean, like we all said, they're able to close out a game in 30 minutes. We're going to hear, though, a little bit more information, a bit more of a breakdown, as we do have Purge standing by.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators going for a very aggressive push strat with that Chen pickup in this game, and because teams are farming so long, it's important to keep your net worth high while you're doing this. So if we take a look at some clips here, we can see some of the things they did. 15 minutes into the game, they're sieging the tier 2 tower. The only way Nouns can defend this is by either grouping with a team fight or by counter pushing. They tried to counter push this, but what Pango does is he jumps in and zones out Gunner. This forces the glyph from the tower, and this allows Dyrachyo now to just escape towards the right. So while his team deals with the tier 2 tower at a surprising 15 minutes, he basically just gets to farm the rest of the map. So if we take a look at the space that is now his, it's basically everything here. This is all his space that he can get farm for on the map as he moves down there with the fast hero. So this means he gets to accelerate net worth. He doesn't get behind against the enemy carries, and his team gets to further map control and gain advantage. And that map control is what finds them those kills that allow them to go high ground. If their opponents don't have their cooldowns, they can't actually take the team fights, and that's what gives Gaming Gladiators the advantage in this game.
Thank you so much, Purge. Nice breakdown there, and the visual cues as well. I always like it. Sometimes we're talking about team fights, sometimes we're talking about movements, and it's tough, but Purge having all the clips there with him is nice to be able to have all that information. And we've got some more information for you. It's about one of our teams currently on stage. It's about Gaming Gladiators.
I've been playing games throughout my whole life, whether it was on Game Boy, consoles, eventual computer, like all due to my older brother and his friends that I just watched. I wanted to play and I got into it. I was backpacking throughout Asia for a year and I saw some poster of TI and some public viewing in the city. So I showed up there and there's all of, I don't know, 1,000 people, and I was like the only white dude walking in, so everyone was looking at me. People were like getting interested. I bought a laptop there. I started playing on a laptop. Then at some point back home in Germany, started studying. I'm like playing from the kitchen table or lying down in my bed. And eventually when they introduced the DPC leagues, I was like, Div 2? I can do Div 2. And then, I don't know, I eventually got ambitious and wanted to prove whether I can make it or not.
He's still alive, but not for much longer. Eventually he will fall to Tofu.
I started grinding into top 100, getting into games with pro players, eventually making contacts, friends.
The golem comes down on the slash curtain on through though. GG's are called, and the series will go to the Hellbear Smashers.
My first team was Hellbear Smashers back then.
Tofu though, watch Tofu.
But I don't know, it's not really real if you're not playing against a real and big competition. From watching TI is like filled of hype and emotion, and you see these teams with like fireworks winning and sad teams losing, the whole spectrum of emotions you get with like eventually people lifting the ages and me at home at the screen watching, like shredding tears. Like it's so intense that you really wish to experience the same, like to be there. For me, actually making it there now is an experience that I wouldn't trade for anything else, and I'm really glad that I made it to the main stage, and I hope that I get the chance to lift the ages.
What a beautiful piece on Tofu, his upbringing around gaming, and the fact that now here he is, top 8 on the mage stage, potentially even going all the way to top 6 fly.
Yeah, I think what he said is very true, because when you enter this competition, you get to TI, it's the highest of highs and lowest of lows, right? I've been in situations where I was able to progress further, or in this case, not so well. And it's so devastating, and it's also so amazing at the same time, right? So that is the spirit of competition, and TI is really where it's all at.
Yeah, well, we're going to listen a little bit more about that game one. We do have the comms, the team comms from inside the booth of the final fight between Gaming Gladiators and Nouns.
Okay, we do not go buck wild on this push. We sit in formation and we make them run into us. They have to run into us, so we just let them and then we take the freebies when they roll in.
Stay off your chin. I have every aura on the game.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna rush with Revis. I'm just gonna hold a bit.
Yeah, we just can hold ourselves and we just chill.
Do you expect comms to be that calm fly?
I mean, that's a very... First of all, it sounded like very American, which is really funny. But Quinn said he's basically... Sounds like he's leading this this high ground push or this situation. And I think that's really cool because this game really progressed to the point where cores have to lead later in the game. You cannot be a support and control the game. So he made the call, just take it easy, let them run into us. That is a very calm and collected and very cool call to make.
And take freebies, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to start looking towards game 2, so if you want to talk about game 1 still, Rezo, please.
Well, I mean, there's not much to talk about other than like how well the Gaming Gladiators played and how like much transition needs to be made for Nouns to win the second game, right? I think they need to make some strategies pop up their sleeves. Like they need something new. Like maybe Dark Willow was a carry. They need something that to break the game. They need to break the game because otherwise Gladiators are gonna like take the stable game and they progress very well with it.
How crazy is too crazy, Lucas? Because we liked the flair that Nouns have brought so far in TI and Road to the International. So where's the line? Is this it? This is your last game? Bring it out.
Potentially,
do that mid-ogre?
I think Nouns, they need to go back to how they've been playing throughout the DPC, playing at the major, the last major, and I feel like they need to bring out the big guns because if they want to play it super greedy, it's not going to work out against Gaming Gladiators. They showed against 9 Pandas, they showed earlier when they played against them in the group, so they can speed things up, and we're talking about, 20 to 30-minute games, which is pretty impressive for this meta.
How do you guys normally prepare for Nouns during DPC on Shopify?
For Nouns...
Like, are they the toughest to prepare for?
I mean, for us, it's always been TSM, to be honest.
Okay.
We've always lost to them throughout the years, and Nouns has generally been okay. We have not faced this Nouns with K1, which is different. But I think a big key for Nouns is definitely Gunner, because he sort of sets the tempo. It feels like he's the one leading the game for them. So if he can make calls, if he can hit the rotations, I think that's how Nouns is going to do well. And I think now the important thing is for their coach not to really panic. He should go back, talk to his players, look at it objectively. What exactly happened and what do we need to do for the next game? Like, don't overstress it because your backs are against the ropes. You're one game from elimination. You need to be able to be as collected as you can possibly be.
Yeah, well, Gunnar has some good stats for himself. So in a single match at this TI, he's ranking 2nd right now for kills. So they've had a lot of good showings for themselves. And whereas, what would you want to hear if you were back there and you're like, okay, I want to come away from elimination?
I mean, I also would like to see that Lettuce have his hero that he can roam it and like set up the tempo for the game. Like heroes like clockwork for him, and maybe some Witch Doctor for Moo because like Lelis is the guy who's making all the rotations happen and like really helping the Gunner in making this mid-game rotations happen as well.
But also, Moo, I feel like if he's playing these heroes that get involved early on, that he's not on farm-heavy hero like Brewmaster, especially with the hand of Midas Radiance, because one of his best performances were on these like healing offlaners like Dazzle, Witch Doctor, and also Spirit Breaker. He really shines on the hero. Somehow, if he manages to get the hand on the hero, I feel like this is the hero that he's going to shine the most on it.
Look at the players walking back out here. They're all ready for game number 2. They've had the 10-15-minute break. They've got the reset buttons pressed for themselves now, and especially on the side of Nouns, there's a lot building up for themselves here. But either way, they've got to be happy with what they've done for themselves. Do you want to take any stabs in the dark at what they said in the back room? Quickly, Rezo?
I mean, it's mostly about the trust, right, at this point, because they need to understand like how to stop this machine that is walking on you and like pushing all your towers. Like you need to have heroes, like maybe even like a Keeper of the Light, like something that is stopping this push and like being able to fight this mid game and having this freedom to walk into the late game if you have that.
Look, they might have been talking about heroes backstage in that small break, but we do know that we have previously been able to catch up with Nouns and ask them what words they would give themselves if they were on the edge of elimination, which is what they're facing right now.
I feel like body language at that point is probably more important than actually saying a speech. If you look at your teammate and they're like slunched over and like kind of like they're stressed, like they're holding their head or something, like it can give off the wrong vibe. But if you look at your teammate and they're just confident just sitting there, they're just chilling. It can kind of instill a confidence in the rest of your team, right? Like this guy is just here, he's just playing. Because I'm a veteran, right? So it's like the younger guys, whether instinctually or not, are gonna look at me and try to like how's this guy acting? Like how is he doing it? I think that I kind of have to be almost you almost have to be a role model in that sense. I play with misery, I play with fear, and I remember thinking like these guys, they have habits, they've been around forever. Like whether I realized it at the time or not, like you end up copying them in a way. So I guess that's me now. I'm the old man.
Old man for himself over there, but the body language is the key. Apparently that's the indicator, Lacoste. When they were walking out, did you have a look at their body language, how confident they might be feeling from their walkouts?
Yeah, I didn't see anything, that I should be too worried about. Maybe some slight nerves coming in because it is the first time that they're playing on the stage for a couple of players. But, we've seen some of the comebacks. We've seen BetBoom managing to make a comeback after losing game 1, which is the only one in the lower bracket. And they're going to need to speed things up, like we mentioned it a couple of times already. And I also want to see Hector on more explosive hero, something that comes online fast, that is not, this troll. Rezo was, aiming for this Slark potentially. It's not the best against this, dead ball, but, if you're playing the pickoff game, try to, get some of these early engagements going. I feel like these type of the heroes for Hector could work out.
Do you double down on the same tempo if you're gaming Gladiators fly?
I think they're going to have to see what trades are going to be in the pool because it might be different, but I think they're the team that does not shy away from taking the faster options. Like nobody's going to first pick a Weaver versus a Brewmaster. This is like a gaming Gladiators thing. So it depends what they have prepared, and I think now it's on Nouns to change what they're going to do and then for Gladiators to respond.
If you're in a Nouns position, Rezo, you've been there before, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be thinking about how to make my lane stronger and look into the mid game. This have robust heroes that can fight back and no matter what, and not not even thinking about split pushing them. But I think Furion is not the best hero for them in that sense.
Maybe back to the drawing board for themselves, but the series isn't over. We do have game number 2.
Nouns versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
We'll be having a draft very soon, and I do know Gaming Gladiators having first pick yet again. Fly, you a bit surprised by that one?
A little bit. I think Nouns, they should see what Gladiators are doing. They're just banning their strong teamfight supports, right? They ban A, they ban Phoenix, and then whatever is left, which was this Nature's Prophet, is a completely different hero. It does not do anything those other heroes do, right? It's a very tempo hero, but with the way Gladiators are drafting, it's hard for him to even fight them.
I'm surprised Nouns went to the ban Necrophos because as I mentioned, there's so many counter picks to this Necrophos early on that you can pick and Shadow Demon, even AA. I mean AA is banned, but there's just too many of them that you can't really afford to pick Necrophos this early. So I'm not sure what is it for really.
Probably it's going to be some mid hero for Gunnar that loses heavily against Necro, some melee hero, because most of the time Gaming Gladiators, they've been using this Necro on 23rd, 24th pick to a great extent because they know how to utilize it. They see, oh, there's no magic damage coming out. We're just going to bang it out and dominate the game. And also the build that Quinn went for is, you pick up that shard, maybe a booster, Boots of Travel, and then turn the booster into Heart, into Aghanim Scepter, become unkillable.
I mean, there's something interesting that happens when you have a week break, because I've noticed this. So even when we played the first stage and we had to wait a little bit and play the second stage, that's when we sort of came up with this idea of Dark Willow. It turned out horribly, right? But
unfortunately,
that's why it's interesting to see what changed, right? Spirit Breaker, I know Gladiators is probably the only team that was willing to give away Spirit Breaker, but suddenly, Nouns aren't picking it either. Maybe it's just in this specific series and we're going to see Spirit Breaker later in the day. But during this week, a lot of things could have changed when people scrim, because that's what happened to us as well.
Did you see how confident they picked that Spectre? They didn't take even 1 second. They immediately answered this Dazzle.
I feel like they just wanted to ban out everything that was comfortable for Gaming Gladiators in that early, everything that would give Spec a bad lane. And they're like, let's just insta-pick her. It doesn't matter if Gaming Gladiators have first pick. It doesn't matter what they pick up for themselves. Spec is going to be our make or break right now.
Yeah, we wanted to see this Spectre being, the carry being more active. This is the hero that is active every minute at level 1 ulti, so And this Necro ban makes even more sense. This is the hero that destroys Spectre. Spectre is a hero that plays on low HP, and also in terms of laning, you do absolutely nothing. This is going to be the potential off-lane Necro, and yeah, really glad that they got rid of it. And now they also have a backline jump for this Dazzle, so they have, you know, all you need is Vision Hero. We've seen throughout the TI that there's been a lot of these Vision Heroes, mostly Treant Protector, who's paired up with Spectre. He picks up that level minute 15 shard and then provides Vision for Spectre so that she can get the jump.
We're going to see they're going to be able to pick that one up for themselves because Gaming Gladiator is having Dazzle. I feel like this team has a lot more flex in a Dazzle pickup. How do you rate the hero right now, Fly?
I think the hero is ridiculous, especially when we can play it in different positions. It's a lane winner.
It
scales into the game. It gives you objectives. It pretty much does everything. It's also a tinker for whatever reason. It becomes a tinker late game. We saw Ace play it.
Yeah, like,
it was insane, right? That clip where he gets a blink across the map. And you can even play it as a support if you want, because it is a strong laner as like a very last resort. So Spectre, while it is good against Dazzle in the game in a very like, you know, theory, you can jump the Dazzle, but you might get bullied in the lane, and Dazzle is also good at grouping up, which is something Spectre doesn't like. So it's sort of like a double-edged matchup for me.
Yeah, it looks like Gaming's not like gonna switch things up. They're gonna just keep going for this ball, super push with Dazzle already, like having all the auras and like protecting the backline. And as you said, like yeah, this Dazzle is not your ordinary support Dazzle that Spectre can jump and burst, right? This is gonna be like super fat Dazzle with like BKBs and like 3000 HP, and it's not gonna be as easy to focus him in the fight.
This Grimstroke pick makes Spectre lane much easier because you have a kill threat. Usually, we've seen a lot of defensive lanes coming out with Spectre, but also the pairing is insanely good because you can, like, it was one of the Chinese teams that were doing this constantly, just Grimstroke following Spectre, and whenever she has ulti available, use that Inkswell, she uses the Haunt, and then you have extra damage, extra stun coming out, especially if Spectre builds into this early Urn of Shadows, which does allow her to pretty much solo kill the supports from 100 to 0.
I think this is it's a good Chen pickup because, again, Spectre doesn't like playing against a team that's grouped up as like 4 or 5 because you're going to sit there with auras and heals and it's hard for her to kill anyone. So Chen is inherently good against Spectre. This does tell us that this Dazzle is most likely going to be a core position, right? It's going to be either offlane or mid, high chance. Because they picked the Tiny, I'm going to assume it's going to just be offlane. They said like, hey, Dazzle versus Spectre, free lane, let's just pick a Tiny. Because Tiny is not the best hero right now, but if you have a hero like Dazzle in the offlane, it basically enables you to pick something like Tiny, which, you know, if you get a lane for this hero, he can be very strong. And I also wanted to touch real quick, I think Grimstroke is actually a very weak position 5 in laning. If you can get out of the lane, the hero's great. He has amazing spells, but he's actually a very weak laner in my opinion.
I love this Tusk pickup for Lilith. That's the hero I was talking about that he can roam with and set up the tempo for the game. But I'm not sure about this Gaming Gladiator's pickup of the Chen because it seems to me that they're double downing on the, you know, on the auras and the push with the Dazzle, and they're liking, like those 3 heroes are liking in damage for now. So they need to pair it like really well with some hero that has constant damage like Terrorblade, and if they don't get it, they might have troubles in the mid game phase.
How do Grim and Tusk fare as a support duo then, Fly? Like if you're playing the Grim and you get a Tusk as the other support duo, do you like this? Do you want to be playing together a lot more, or how do you enable those two supports?
So Grim is definitely enabled in this game. First of all, to what Rezo said, you know, they already picked Darkseer, possibly Terrorblade, so that was kind of a cool call. But Grimstroke, we saw this Grim Spectre combo before. You know, you Inkswell the Spectre and then she ultis out. That's a really cool way to get Spectre into the game, using that potential. And then you can also play with the Tusk as well. Alright.
It's a lot of push coming out from Gaming Gladiators, a lot of heal, a lot of sustain. Really worried because Nouns, they have very limited amount of damage coming out. It needs to be this Darkseer popping off, also Grimstroke as a hero. As a position 5, you want to max out your Inkswell. This has always been the problem with the hero because you want to max your other abilities. You see this push coming out, extra units, you want to max out your Q, but most likely not going to happen because of the value that you get from Silence. So Darkseer at least is going to have this like one lane out push. They're really strong at getting the pickoffs with this Inkswell, Spectre, Iron Shell on one of the heroes, but Gaming Gladiators, I don't think they're going to be, you know, on the side lanes as much as Nouns would want them to be.
reminds me of some of the TI4 vibes, right? When when we saw the heavily like one team had come with the heavily push strategy, and it's like the gaming gladiators in this tournament. They're like doing some things that are like no other teams is doing, right? So, but I'm not really sure like how you can push without like having a team fight, because right now their lineup doesn't have really good team fight. They only have like auras and like tower damage, but like what is there to like stop, you know, this Spectre running under your supports and killing them with the Darkseer and like insane team fight that Nouns already have on their lineup.
Yeah, I think it's a different concept because
ถ้า
what
ส
they're
เปค
doing is basically
มันเล่นถึง
saying we're gonna
เบด
get
เบล
a
เล
gold
เดียน
lead
แล้ว
and
ไม่
this
ได้
gold
แพ้
lead
กับ
is
เดิม
gonna
มัน
be our
พูด
team
ได้นะ
fight because you do have
แต่มัน
all
ต้อง
these
เลือกตัว
items in the
ดีๆ
game. You have pipe, mech, drums, flash, all these different auras like drums of bearing. And that is basically what your team fight is. And what I can see happening this game is like they're aiming to win lanes again. And these guys have a Grimstroke 5 of a Spectre. That lane is going to lose, right? This Darkseer hero, he usually loses his lane too, especially if these guys are going to put Lone Druid against Darkseer. They're going to win that lane to enable Chen again, just like they did with the Weaver. I can see this being a Chen Lone Druid lane to enable the Chen.
เกมนี้มันคล้ายๆเกมเมื่อกี้แต่ว่าถ้าเกิดมันแบบมันทนต้นเกมได้ดีกว่าเมื่อ
Nouns
กี้หน่อย
only has
ไว้
one
เลย
option. They have to get in there. They have to get into the center of the fight. They do not have deep push, right? You said Grimstroke is going to max Inkswell. He's not going to have his max Q. They have to jump everyone, cast their abilities, and hope something dies. And I don't think they have it right now. Maybe it'll change in the last pick.
Yeah, I mean for gaming they need to play this game like pretty much ideal, like to make sure that there's no like random fight popping up on them and like, you know, they lose and then they lose their timing and then the game becomes like super random. Like they have to make sure that they are, you know, creating, collecting all the runes, going tower by tower and like not giving this random opportunities for the Nouns.
I'm looking into one hero for mid lane. That's Keeper of the Light. We talked about, you know, maybe some position 4, but I feel like this hero could really work well in the mid lane because he builds into Spirit Vessel. It's a deep push, lowers the cooldown on some of the abilities of Spectre. If she manages to, you know, stall this game for 30, 35, 40 minutes with Chakra Magic, all these auras boss on top of it, I can see them, you know, maybe even taking it.
Is Invoker coming out? That's a Ricky ban right there. That could definitely fit the tempo of what they're doing. They're going to Alacrity this bear. This bear's going to go wild. He's going to just maim the towers down. I can see that being something they would go for.
Yeah, I love the Invoker. He's been really good against Darkseer. It removes all of his like shields and surges. Oh, wow.
Okay. What does this mean then?
What
do we have here?
Okay, look, I was going to throw it out there because I didn't know if it was ever possible, but will we ever see Quinn going on Dazzle mid or potentially a Lone Druid mid, sort of a BM towards Gunnar because Gunnar does love his Lone Druid mid too.
I don't think we're going to see a Lone Druid mid, but I think now... So I was wondering this because Ace is known to be a Lone Druid player.
Yeah.
But when they picked Lone Druid, I thought this is a good matchup against Darkseer, so maybe, you know, Darachi is going to play it. But now I can see being a Lone Druid offlane and Dazzle mid, and this Alchemist being just safe lane against Darkseer because Darkseer does typically give your carry
เกมนี้ไม่25นาที30นาทีแบบเกม
I
เมื่อ
think
กี้
it's
ก็น่าจะ
might be
50
Alchemist for Quinn as well. Just like you're looking at the
ถ้าใช้เวลารีเซิร์ฟ
matchup,
หมด
like
จะกดเลยขึ้น
if
ก็
he's gonna have a free matchup mid, he might play it mid because Lone Druid is, as you said, like it's really good against Darkseer, so there's no point of like switching it from there.
Good thinking from Gaming Gladiators. They don't have the last pick and they have like multiple options left what they want to lane in this mid lane, which Nouns they still have to show it because I can see them winning this off lane on Gaming Gladiators no matter what they decide to put there, whether that's Dazzle Tiny, whether that's off lane.
เกมนี้รายการต้องแบก
Tiny, so they have a lot of options in
เพราะ
their
ว่าเลน
sleeves.
ข้างเรื่องมาแพ้
And this is why this Dazzle hero is a headache to draft against because they have to pick a mid hero that's not bad against Dazzle. And there's not many. Those melee heroes like Kunkka, Earth Spirit, they're all bad. So maybe that Coddle suggestion is going to come out because that is a hero I can see stand against all the potential mid laners. I'm not sure really what else is that good against Dazzle. It has to be a ranged hero.
I was looking at any other ranged heroes that Gunnar has played in so far in the Road to International. The only other one was Invoker on that list, and everything else was melee, which you already said that he doesn't want at all for himself.
Pretty much comes down to Invoker at this point. Maybe some Queen of Pain, but not that hard.
Oh, it is going to be the Coddle. Yeah.
Keeper
well now, was that last pick enough to tie all of Nouns together in your eyes, Fly? Their draft has filled in all those holes that you pointed out when they were 4 picks in.
I'm afraid for them because...
ยื้ออย่างเดียวไม่ต้องคิดเยอะ
something. Let's see what they can do.
ในเส้นกลางลอนดรีดออฟเลน GG 20ภาพอยู่แต่ถ้าเกมนี้ไอเรียกว่าอะไรไอนาวมันทำเลนมาดีนี่ไหวอยู่นะแฟนพิมพ์เมื่อไหร่จะเลิกลืมเปลี่ยนภาษาสเปคแพ้ทางหมีมันโดนดันเลยครับก็เลยนะดาเมจเบ้เยอะสุดเอารักเซียเหลือนี่เดี๋ยววะไอ้ม้าแล้วกัน Number of Tiny Avalanche Hot Combo
Not the variation, not the variation.
ต้นไม้อยู่กับอะไรกี่ต้นเทอมหน้าอวยพรให้ผมหน่อยจะลงเรียน21 เครดิตไม่รู้จะผ่านไหมแล้วคือมึงมาขอเขาอวยพรจากคนที่เรียนไม่จบแบบกูนะเอางี้นะมึงขอใครก็ได้อวยพรที่ไม่ใช่กูไก่ไนท์เรื่องเรียนไปหาคนอื่นนะอวยพรแล้วเดี๋ยวเรียนไม่จบ20ช่องหลักจบแล้วเอ้ยจริงปะเนี่ยม็อบจริงปะเนี่ย
30 seconds to showtime.
มาเสร็จก่อนนะเดี๋ยวค่อยมาพิมพ์ช่องหลักจบแล้วหน้ามึงไงสัตว์สเปกเตอร์เฟิร์สพิกออกเอิร์นไม่ทันยิงไป3 ดอก2มาแล้วปล่อยคลิปดันไปเดี๋ยวไปฟาร์มใต้ป้อมผมมันเคลียร์หมดไม่สนลูกใครเลยแบบไม่ได้นายคลิปที่ไกลเลยนะโอ้โหเองคลิปอย่างนี้เล่นชิวแล้วลักเซียไอโจ้ลักคลิปไม่ค่อยโดนเท่าไหร่โดนแท็กทีมครับสู้ไปตึ้งเอาเคมิสที่ลาคีมไม่ค่อยได้โอ้ยมิดมาไม่โดนนะไม่ปาใส่คนวะเห็นดีไลเซนเดี๋ยวก็ฟาร์มไปยาวรอกันนิมเดี๋ยวให้เล่นไม่ยันเดินรอจังหวะไลเซนมันฮิวคีฟกวนตีนได้ดิมันสโลไปครับ ไปครึ่งหลอดจะไม่บอกดียังไงมีมานารีเจนแล้วก็เล่นแก๊งกับเพื่อนเพราะเกมนี้มันจะเล่นคอมโบมันเลือกกริมมาเนี่ยมันเอามาคอมโบอยู่แล้วคอมโบก็คือสเปคไม่ว่า6ใช่ป่ะแล้วก็ไอ้นี่มันอัพ3เต็มมันก็กดท่า3ให้แล้วก็วาร์ปไปแก๊งเลนอื่นนี่คือคอมโบมันก็เล่นแบบเน้นค่ามันเลยออกเน้นค่าที่แปลว่ามึงต้องได้ค่านะซึ่งมีM3เปล่าอาจจะไม่มีสรุปพี่ที่เปิดมีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์ก็สิ่งเดียวที่เซอร์ไพรส์ก็คือมันทำดีนะผมว่างาน TI มันก็ยังดูดีอยู่อะแค่เงินที่แค่นั้น TI คือ TI อยู่ไปนะครับตามไหมครับผมว่าเดี๋ยวผมรอดูจบเกมแรกว่ามีเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมถ้าไม่มีผมก็ใจปูอะไม่น่าจะมีเซอร์ไพรส์แบบเพราะถ้าหลังจบเกมแรกไม่มีมันน่าจะทำหลังจบเกม3นู่นเลยเพราะโดยปกติมันต้องมีอีเวนต์อะไรสักอย่างไว้ในเมนอีเวนต์อย่างเงี้ยคิวสเปค8ตัวหนักเกมนี้หมีน่าจะดิเบตแบบไปไวอยากให้ตังค์แล้วคือเดี๋ยวข้างหน้าอะไรพวกนี้เดี๋ยวมันก็มาเว้ยไม่ต้องอะไรมากแต่คือผมไม่อยากให้ตังค์วาวทีนี้แบบมันออกอะไรมาผมว่าผมจะไม่ซื้อแบบฮ่าไม่ต้องเอาตังค์ไปเปลี่ยนคู่ชิงเริ่มไปไหน29ครับ
The Dire went and fortified their structures. The Radiant's couriers are goner. Something bad.
2เชลไปเลยแต่จะเล่นดาร์คเซียมากเล่นไปเถอะเดี๋ยวหมีก็แบกดูหมีมันเล่นดิเข้าคีย์ไม่ได้เลยสเปคยืนดูเนี่ยพิมพ์5ไหมล่ะมึงมันก็จะทรมานนิดๆพิมพ์5จะเป็นข้อเรียบร้อยสวยงามดิเบตโอ้โหดิเบตใกล้ละเลนหมีมันสบายไปวะเดซเซนก็สบายกลายเป็นเลนคิปเปอร์สู้เดซเซนไม่ได้เฮ้ยโนยังไงก็หนักเกมนี้กดได้ล้นเลยโอ้ยไม่ออกแล้วเหรอเปลี่ยนไปบาซิเลียนแล้วเหรอจริงก็ได้แล้วโซโล่คิวไปเลย ตายแม่งเลยอยู่ดีก็ตายแบบฮ่าตายไปเลยแล้วตายอย่างนี้เลยถ้าเป็น23ตายอย่างนี้นะบอกเลยว่ายับทุกคนจะลุมด่าแบบกระจุยถ้าทีตายอย่างนี้บอกว่าเล่นสเปคเป็นว่าโดนหมีโซโล่คิวอย่างนี้ไม่ไหวว่าทารอนอวยอยู่นั่นแหละ23เทวตายบอกอ๋อไม่เป็นไรครับผมมันเล่นหมีเก่งดูป๊อปล่าแตกอย่างนี้เลย อันนี้คือมึงเพิ่งวาร์ปมาใช่ไหม
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
7 นาทีป้อมแตก What the fuck?
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's top tower, you know. There goes Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
2-0 มีภาพเลทไหมครับ เอางี้นะมึงผ่าน25 นาทีไปให้ได้ก่อนเดี๋ยวค่อยคุยกันเดี๋ยวตอน25 นาทีเราคุยกันใหม่โอเคนะแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยถามว่าเลทได้ไหม25 นาทีอาจจะระเบิดไป2 ทางแล้วเนี่ยใครจะรู้ตัวเองโรบอลวิจ้าไม่ใช้ด้วยตายแล้วนี้ไม่มีเกรฟนี่สายคนรถเบสโอ้ยไม่ลาก Hello can you rock Thank you Hello can you rock แปลว่าฮ่าๆเอาเควิทโดนแกงแต่ไม่กดอันติเอาเควิทไม่โซลิงนะครับเอาเควิทบาซิเลียสสเปคก็ไม่เอิญเพราะว่าบอกว่าแก๊งหาอะไรให้กูได้ฟาร์มก่อนเถอะตอนนี้คือว้าไปยังไงก็ตายออกโซลาร์เคสว่ะแล้วใครออกเมกวะไม่มีเหรอไม่มีเมกเลยเหรอเกมนี้โอ้ยเหี้ย3 ถ้าเป็นเชนาติได้เฉพาะคีฟไม่ติดเพราะไม่เล่นลนดรุยนักเสียไม่กล้าเดินเข้ามาเลยแบบดูเป็นการเลยเต้แต่นี่บอกกูอยู่พิธีใช่ไหมเนี่ยมีวอร์ทั้งคู่ครับตรงนี้เชื่อมันจะโซล่าเคสแล้วทำเป็นเล่นไปแล้วรัชโยสแต็กสวยงามแตงRadiance coming ทวิตเรเดียนสเปกเตอร์ได้ดาบ 1,000 ไอ้เหี้ยชีวิตไม่อยากเล่นแล้วว่ะถ้าฟาร์มทันได้ยังไงวะอาร์คเรียลเย้ดาว 1,000เย้คุณพิทได้สเกตลิลิกสเปกได้ดาบ 1,000เฮ้ยหมีตายเอาอยู่หมายตีหมีตายเฮนี่ไม่วาร์ปขโมยของแม่งเลยฮ่าแต่คือถ้ามองในภาพทีมไฟท์อ่ะ GG มันทีมไฟท์ไม่เก่งด้วยมันแค่แพ็คออดีแต่ว่ามันไม่มีสกิลทีมไฟท์เลยมันก็แค่แพ็คออโง่ๆแล้วก็ดันนาวต้องรีบหาแกงให้ได้เยอะที่สุดก่อนประมาณ17 นาทีเพราะเดี๋ยว17 นาที GG มันจะรวมพลดันบ้านแล้วบ้านจะแหกหมดเย้สเปคค่าสเปคเหมือนค่าคีปเอ็นเทียนเลยคีปเอ็นเทียนมันยังไม่สู้กว่านี้เลยฝั่งซ้ายเลดได้ดีโอ้ยถ้าเลดฝั่งซ้ายเลดได้ยังไงมันก็ชนะคำถามคือมันเลดได้หรือเปล่า คำถามคือไม่ได้บอกว่าเลทชนะไหมคำถามคือมันได้เลทไหมมันไม่ได้เราต้องเล่นอย่างนี้เรื่อยๆไม่น่าปล่อยเชนไม่น่าปล่อยเดซเซิร์ไม่น่าปล่อยหมีไม่น่าปล่อยแม้สักอย่างอะดาแพ้ทำอะไรได้อยากเลือกสเปคมาเดซเซิร์ชิลเลยได้รูเทสเกมนี้คือไม่ตายแล้วไทนี่บุตมานาออกแม็กเป็นอะไรไปไม่ต้องออกบิงนี้ไทนี่อย่างนี้นะสีเขี้ยไปหน่อยแค่จะเขี้ยไปผมบิงแรกสมัยมีเลี้ยงผักช้าบ้ามีใช้เป็นเมลฟาร์มงั้นของมันต้องมีดีเบตเมลอะมันดูดเลือดเด็กโคตรโหดพี่แอร์ชอบโกรธเวลาผมทำเสียงเนี่ยแพรพิมจะบอกว่าผมทำเสียงอย่างนี้ได้ตลอดนะผมจะรอฟังเวลาผมทำเสียงอย่างเงี้ยรำคาญทำไม่ได้ตลอดนะเอามีเริ่มไม่โผล่แบบแล้วรู้ว่าจะโดนแก๊งชัวร์หลบฟาร์มยาวไม่ใช้แรงงานหมีโคตรคุ้มอะสบายจ้าทำชิวเลยจ้ามาคิดบาร์กำลังมาจ้าบีบิงเอซีชิวๆออกของไม่ต้องคิดมากไม่ต้องโอซีเหมือนทันด้านะนักเซียนกันมานะนักเซียนทำดีอยู่คนละภาคกับเกมเมื่อกี้เลยเกมเมื่อกี้มันหนักแต่มันฮีโร่มันอย่างนั้นนะทำไงได้โลมันสู้ไม่ได้เลยเป็นพยายามฟาร์มสุดชีวิตแล้วอันนี้คือฟาร์มแบบพยายามสุดชีวิตนะแต่มันเดินไปขึ้นแล้วออกไอ้แค่ทาริสแม่งก่อนว่าโอ้ยอาร์คเรียลมุเต็งฟาร์มไม่ได้กลัวตายจัดไอ้นี่จะบลิงค์ฟินิชแบ็คกิ้งบาร์โอ้ต้มโอ้ยแค่กริมชาร์ดเดี๋ยวแกสตาร์ทอย่างรวดเร็วแต่ก็ไม่ได้อะไรมากครับฟาร์มไปจะมูนตายได้ไงวะบอกทีดิ วาร์ปซัดล่างมึงไม่เซิร์ฟออกวะไอ้มันไล่สัตว์ดิที่3-2วะเนี่ยบ้าหรือเปล่าไอ้เหี้ยสกอร์0-6กำลังดูดีเลยบอกเฮ้ยเลแล้วก็เลมาด้วยกันทำไมทรยศนี้วะงงผมว่างงว่าดาร์เซียมันตายได้ไงวะต้องไม่ตายมันทามมิ่งมันเลยดูดิมันกำลังรวยแบบรวยสัตว์เลยเห็นปะจะตายทามมิ่งนี้ไงวะเดี๋ยวไปทางตลกซะแล้วเกมกำลังไหลลื่นเลยมาบล็อกกูเฉยเนี่ยทามมิ่งดาร์เซียเลยทามมิ่งเนี้ยแบบดาร์เซียเป็นตัวเดียวที่รับมืออาคามิทามมิ่งนี้ไหวเว้ยเนี่ยดาร์เซียทายห่าแม่งเลยโดนเพื่อนบล็อกนี่ครับแล้วอย่างที่บอกคือถึงเวลาแพ็กออนแล้วครับหลัง17 นาทีป้อมกำลังแหกขออนุญาตเคลียร์ป้อมทีละอันนะครับเดี๋ยวขึ้นบ้านแม่งเลยอะผมบอกว่า25 นาทีเดี๋ยวเราคุยกันอีกทีเดี๋ยวรอกันนะถามก่อนว่าจะถึงหรือเปล่าA2คาปูนนะยังไม่มีฉากแบบก็มีฉากบนมีอยู่นะไม่งั้นโดนไบดิ้งไลท์กับเวสเซลเรื่อยๆถ้าเหมือนเวสเซลครับวะโอ้ my god โอ้ยล่างปอมหมีอ้าวตายเลยเจอไทนี่ตันโยนเหลือเข้ามาแล้วจ้าเข้ามาทำไมนะเย้เย้ตายไปเลยเปล่าหนีติดเกรฟสู้ไงไว้กัดเอ้าตายไปเลยกันได้เหยียบจังวะทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้วตายแล้วมึงออกมาเล่นอ่ะนอกบ้านอ่ะยังไม่มีเรเดียนเลยเฮียบ้านแตกแล้วไม่อยากเล่นแล้วโดต้ายังไม่20 นาทีเลยผมพูดถูกไหมเดี๋ยว17 นาทีมันเริ่มดันบ้านแล้วเดี๋ยว25 นาทีเดี๋ยวค่อยคุยกันนะว่าคุณจะเล่นเกมหรือเปล่ากูก็แบนอยู่นะจะเล่นยังไงเย้เอ็นดีกำลังจะตกรอบ
My thrift rewarded. There it goes.
เอางี้นะสู้ไอ้เชี่ยทอมเมนเตอร์ยังเหนื่อยเลยจะไปสู้อะไรกับเขาวะมันสู้ได้ไงวะเนี่ยบอกกูดีดิACแล้วแต่ลีลิสเตะเฮียโค้ดออกไปเลยแต่มันไม่รู้ว่าโดนจับทางได้หมดแล้วมันไม่มีแผนที่เด็ดแล้วหมูมาจ้าเงินกาด แค่นี้อาจจะโดนพิกออฟมีคิวลูนปึ๊บโอ้โอ้งามหนีโคกไม่ทันไม่เป็นไรครับไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรสเปกตายแล้วเย้เย้จบแล้วเหมือนหนุกเลยพี่ไอเอากูดูทีมอะไรวะเนี่ยสเปคกันเลยเหมือนมันพยายามฟาร์มฟื้นคืนแล้วมันได้เท่านี้แหละไอ้แค่สิ่งที่มันทำได้อะมันทำมากกว่านี้ไม่ได้แล้วทำไหนที่จะคัมแบ็กกลับมาได้ผมว่าคัมแบ็กง่ายอยู่ครับแต่ว่าต้องไปดับใหม่ปีหน้าปีนี้ไม่น่าทันแล้วอะเจอกันปีหน้าใครจะได้คุยแล้ว25 นาทีมึงแน่ใจนะว่าบ้ามันจะไม่ระเบิดหมดก่อนอะเข้าไม่ถึงตัวจ้าโอ้ All are here หมีตายข้างหลังเลื่อนไม่ลดเลยแค่ฮ่าสเปคเย้ถอเข้ามาตีทะลุแบ็คดอร์เฮ้ยมึงเกินไปมึงอะเกินไปหรือเปล่าเย้เหี้ยเกมใครปล่อยดัซเซิลวะยังอีกยังไม่พิมพ์อีกจะรีบ5 ทีพิมพ์มันออกมาจีไง25 ทีเนี่ยจบพอดีผมว่าเลทก็ได้อยู่นะแต่ไม่ถึงครับบอกแล้ว17มันเริ่มได้ก็แพ้นี่เฮียเราถามเลทไปไหมตอนถามว่าเลทไหมกูยังบอกว่าเฮ้ยจริงไหมเนี่ยถามทำไมวะเริ่มมาก็จะแพ้อยู่แล้ว
Some good Dota and they have some strats of their own, which is what I respected most about this team. They weren't afraid to play the heroes that they felt were good, not what everybody else thought was good. And they'll go out with their heads held high for sure, as this was a tough opponent to go in an elimination match on the first day of the International.
And Gaming Gladiators, their heads are going to be held even higher as they're going to be making their lower bracket run starting here at the International by taking down Nouns.
A massive congratulations to Gaming Gladiators. They now are a top 6 team. They do get that 2-0 over Nouns. And whilst it's only one series that we're going to be seeing Nouns for here on the main stage, it was still a great showing. They fought right until the end, having to play in front of all of their fans here. But Fly, this game went pretty much how you expected it to when you saw the end drafts.
Yeah, I honestly, I was very worried when I saw the draft, how it developed, because I felt like they're doing the same thing they did game 1, which is just not put enough emphasis on being able to win lanes, fight back, have a gold lead at 10 minutes. It pretty much went exactly how Gaming Gladiators wanted to play. And you know, you're waking up for a 10 a.m. match, you're playing Gladiators, you know these guys are going to come hard at you. You need to be ready.
Yeah, but then the first pick spec was really rough to kind of look at as well, Resso. There wasn't anything for the Spectre to take any traction with, nothing to get him going.
I mean, they tried to find this active hero that can, fight back like very early on, but there's like after the laning stage, they couldn't really fight a fight. Like there was like pickoffs here and there, like very small ones, but they had to like, make this big fight happen, and just literally they didn't give it to them. They're just waiting patiently for their time. And as soon as they got it, they just
เดี๋ยวรอเลทเกมแป๊บนึงครับรอเลทเกมไม่นานครับ
found those pickoffs. Like, what did they need to improve on? Is it the vision for themselves, the way that they move together?
I mean, I think they didn't have the opportunity to push the towers themselves because their lineup is lacking that, that way of forcing objectives. And if you don't have that, then later you just like split up on the map and just keep farming and not care about anything that they're like trying to achieve.
แต่เกม2 ผมว่าเล่นดีอยู่นะแต่ดับมันสู้ไม่ได้มันไม่รู้ว่าไปเล่นไหนต่อ
A Quinn dazzle mid as well. We finally see it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's banging out some new heroes as well coming into TI, but this whole team is just so good at understanding the timings. This is how they dominated the whole year, and they're not stopping. They decided to speed things up in the last couple of series that they played, and really glad because this has been the studied team throughout the year, and it's going to be studied again because they are showing that this Dota right now can be amplified and it can be finished in 25-30 minutes with the great confidence. It's kind of hard to choose who like play the best because their heroes are not dying. I wanted to see some extra like magic burst damage coming out from Nouns. Didn't happen. Like we saw 4-man vacuum wall. Nothing happened. They just out-healed the damage that they got.
What else was Gaming Gladiators doing so well outside of those picks that we mentioned, the way that they're able to play this tempo? Sure, you can build a tempo draft for yourself, but the way to execute it, what are those keys for it, Fly?
I think throughout the whole year, Gaming Gladiators have been basically the strongest laning team, or if not one of the strongest, and that is the foundation of how they draft and how they play. They choose to go for these strong lanes. They know they can play them well, and they build that up, right? They get this 1K lead on the lanes, they turn into 2K, 3K, suddenly it's 10K out of nowhere, and that's how the game just completely blows up after that.
For this game specifically, I want to mention the rotation from the ace because he killed that bottom tower. He like immediately ran to mid lane. He killed that mid lane. He went to the top lane. Like he tried to make a pick off there as well. Like he was just all over the place and making this lone druid hero like become a ganker and like forcing objectives on the Nouns.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see some more lone druid, but maybe this is the weekend that it gets pulled out for themselves. But Gaming Gladiators, a 2-0 them. They're going to be progressing at top 6 team now. Let's hear some words from them.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with Tofu,
สัมภาษณ์ทีเดียวดิ
where we actually got a chance to hear some of your thoughts before this game began. You did an interview where you talked about your origin into this competitive scene was watching the international, just seeing it from home, and now being like, okay, maybe I can compete Div 2. My friend, you have come a long way since Div 2, now top 6 at this international. How's the journey been for you up until this point?
รู้สึกไงครับจากเพลเยอร์ที่ทั้งสองเป็นท็อป 6
I've been pretty lucky overall, but also like very hard working to this. It's still unreal to grasp actually playing here, and like I owe a lot to my friends and family also for supporting and my team for like bringing us all this way. Like we've put in a lot of work, but we're not done yet. It's hard to feel whether we can make it further, how it's going to be to lift the ages, and for now we're just playing, but we'll see what comes.
Job's not done yet. Top 6 is a good place to start, though. You've been a part of many winning runs throughout this year, from Lima to Berlin to Bali. How is this run comparing to all of those championship runs that you had this year?
Somehow those previous majors, they feel really far away, and I think for every major, every tournament, we've learned a lot along the way, and there's always takeaways you can draw, but somehow this tournament feels a lot different for us. There's been a lot of changes and things that we had to progressively work on, but I feel like we're in a really good spot right now, and I'm just happy for every game we get to play on stage here.
บอกว่าดีใจที่เล่นทุกเกม
They're going to treat you to some more games because they're continuing the run. Tofu, congratulations on a top 6 finish, and we'll speak to you again.
You guys all have iPads, huh?
Thank you so much. You spoiled it there, but we've got a big old panel change up here. We do say goodbye to Rezo, Fly, and Lacoste for today.
Oh,
and
Fly
to Effie, and of course, our prized possession right here, Owie.
Hello.
Hello. I wanted to see if there were going to be any cheers for you because I do know everyone at home is very excited to have you on a panel here insight for this. But first of all, how's this last week been for you and now falling into the TI Grand Finals, the finals weekend, sorry?
I mean, we lost, so it's never easy losing, but honestly been really exciting. Like as we started to get closer and closer, the TI hype always builds up. and seeing the stadium always like I don't know, this is insane. So.
Yeah, were you here for the opening ceremony? Did you get to watch it in person?
I was like trying to get on a shuttle, but I was watching on my phone.
That's all right, it happens. T, how are you though? We haven't seen you this morning.
Oh, it's just perspective. It's so cool, like just being here and like turning around and seeing like, whoa, it's just no. And just give me a minute. I'm just enjoying myself over here. Don't talk to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say T's only making noises. He doesn't have any words to say for us. But Effie, I know that you're quite eloquent. So how are you feeling now?
I feel good. I was sad to see Nouns go, but I mean, that's TI. Teams that you really love and you root for are going to get knocked out eventually. This next series is really exciting, so I'm just looking forward to it.
Yeah, our next series is going to be that Virtus Pro Bet Boom Interregional one. Do you guys want to start talking about it now?
Sure, yeah.
I was having a little bit of hype from my panel. I mean, the audience is so much fun. They're cheering along. They're getting rowdy. I thought, see?
There you go.
ตอนนี้โค้ชทีมไหนทำได้
I mean, do you want to say no there or what?
No, I was expecting it. Yes, please. You know, something. Do you want to talk about Virtus Pro and Bet Boom?
Yeah, sure. Virtus Pro, the entire year, they have been 4th place in their region. They've done, putting it bluntly, not a lot. They've been very average. They rock up to TI though, and then they are kind of like the Eastern European version of Nouns, where everyone's like, damn, this team, they're doing a lot. They're making moves. Even Spirit, they're showing a lot of respect to this team. Like they've made incredible improvements. So I think coming into this series, everyone expects, oh, another one of those ones. But maybe they can make the upset that we haven't seen earlier.
I am going to quickly jump in before we talk more about this Virtus Pro Bet Boom matchup, because I just got word Slacks and Casey apparently want more airtime.
The best part about being out here in the concourse, other than getting to talk to all the fans, is that Slacks is nowhere to be found.
Hi, we only have one microphone. Hi.
Oh, great, yay for me. We came out here and we said, okay, who are the Nouns fans? How hard was that for you to watch?
It was very sad. I would have liked to see them being like the next big underdog, but I don't know, I'm just a Herald Green.
You gotta be proud of how far they came though. They did so well.
Definitely. I'm a
ภูมิ
huge
ใจ
fan
ที่
of
นาวมาได้
K1
ไกล
and
ข
all
นาดนี้
this story of
แฟนคลับ
all the
K1
teams from South America. Sadly, there's no teams from Mexico that make it this far, but I'm here representing.
Viva Mexico!
Yeah.
Hey, okay,
you've got that look.
We gotta convince you to join another team. Nouns is gone. It's over for the boys.
Oh, I love Team Spirit. So.
What?
That was easy.
What?
And before that, oh geez, so I'm like.
We were supposed to convince you. Is anybody here a
Take the microphone.
Team Spirit? All right, come here, you. Right here.
บอกเชียร์ดิซิลิไม่ไปหาคนอื่นเลย
Convince this former Nouner to love Team Spirit.
Team Spirit has a lot of hot players, and they're from a very exotic part of the world, and you know they just have that air about them, that air of confidence from winning an unexpected and beautiful TI.
Beautiful speech. What about over here?
Beautiful speech.
Yes. Convince our former Nouner which team to join.
This one. AR team. Yeah. Yes, I'm a fan of Maybe.
Don't look at me. Don't
Oh,
I'm
a big fan of Maybe since Dota 1.
Why should he be a fan of Maybe?
Because I think he is the best mid of the world.
Yeah, best mid of the world.
Okay, Casey, here you go. Give me one more.
You gotta actually hand it over. Who else wants to convince this nice young man who he should root for next? You?
Yeah.
Who should he root for next?
After what? After which team?
VP lover.
VP!
Virtus Pro, obviously.
Why obviously?
Because they prove to be, even though they are like, you know, like teenagers, they are like a young age, they prove to be at the highest level.
That's right.
So I think they can beat Bet Boom and they can go forward.
You know, they're young, but they're like my age, right?
แต่เบ็ดบูมอายุน้อยอยู่นะ
But I'm pretty sure they will go forward.
ไอ้นี่ไม่เก็ตบุ๊ก
You trust them? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. He missed an opportunity to call me old like you did earlier.
Who do you choose, Nouner? New team. Fairweather Fannin. Who do you choose?
I'm really sorry to our audio department.
Okay, so we have the good mid, we have the hot players, and we have the. I didn't hear that. I couldn't hear it.
Virtus Pro.
I'm going with Team Spirit. That's it.
All right, come on, everybody. I want to hear how excited you are to be at TI. Come on.
jump ships just yet, though. Okay, Nouns might be out. You might be looking for a new team to support, but we are still going to hear from Nouns. We do have Tsunami joined by one of their players right now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Estini, coach of Nouns, which the run ends here, but like, be honest with me. Was the run ever even supposed to get to this point in the first place when you guys were struggling out through quals this entire year?
Yeah, it was a rough year. I believe top 8 was a good result. Of course, I cannot say like, oh, I'm happy with losing today, but where we got, like being at TIs, like hearing the crowd chanting is like, it's a dream. So like today, even with the loss, one of the best days in life, something you need to enjoy and enjoy the day because it's a dream. Yeah, we made top 8. Unfortunately, I'd say especially for the fans, like the crowd was amazing. We couldn't go further. But there are like no regrets. There's not like this thing that you're gonna go sleep and are like, oh, I could have done best. No, I believe we did our best and we should feel happy with this.
And you put on a show for everyone in the audience. Everyone, one last time for Nouns, representing North America, making it all the way to top 8. And making us all proud. Estini, best of luck in the future. It was a hell of a time watching you as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you so much for that one, Tsunami. It is tough, but Estini doing very well there to, still convey a lot of emotions. It's tough. They should be very proud of top 8. I'm having a struggle today, but very proud of top 8. Top 6 sure would have been a little bit better, but how do you guys bounce back from a little bit of a loss? Did you guys just go, all right, I'm going to just go chill out?
For us?
Yeah, over on Tundra. Especially as a coach, right? Because Estini was speaking from a coach's perspective.
Yeah, I think our year was sort of rough for us mentally anyways, and we're sort of, I don't know, we were in the best state going to this tournament, so when we lost, it wasn't like as hard as blow as usual, I think it is, losing TI. So I lost a lot of TIs, so. But
well, when you say it like that now, I feel guilty for asking.
I don't know. You just try to move on. Like, you're working the entire year towards this event. Like we saw from Estini, like even getting top 8 for them, it really validates your hard work and it motivates you to put in the work for next year.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's able to go that motivation route. Now, though, is the time that we're going to talk about Virtus Pro and BetBoom because we've closed out that chapter, closed out the Gaming Gladiators, Nouns won. We spoke a little bit about Virtus Pro. This was a team that you wanted to hype up a little bit more as well, Effie.
Yeah, I think they're on the road to potentially a surprise Cinderella run, but I do wonder what the 4-day break did to them because it felt like Virtus Pro came into this tournament a team that was, undervalued by the enemies, not really studied, so they came in with their strategies, they came in with their hyper-aggression, and they caught a lot of teams off guard. If they can continue down that path and play in that way, I really feel like they could potentially have a top 4 finish, but at the same time, I wonder if teams having this many days to prepare for them is going to stint the growth that we've seen from them.
Do you think it's maybe as heavily as one-sided, Aoi, in this matchup that people might believe? Virtus Pro is full of those players. Again, a tough year for themselves, whereas BetBoom is deemed as that powerhouse for Eastern Europe. Is it really that lopsided?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think VP is a team that, like, they got 4th in a lot of regional leagues, but when we scrimmed them, they were always a team that we thought we could learn a lot from. And we thought that they always underperformed at tournaments, which is also weird because I feel like BetBoom was sort of the same story. The thing about BetBoom is like they're supposed to be like a superstar roster. They have all these really high skilled players, really high ranked, but they tend to crumble a bit under the pressure as soon as anything goes wrong. And when you play another team for a region, sometimes emotions can flare up, which I think gives VP a huge advantage.
VP ตอนที่ซ้อมกับ VP รู้สึกว่ามีอะไรให้เรียนรู้จาก VP เยอะอยู่
The difference between a player stage and a main stage.
ไม่ได้แบบเป็นบูมว่าจะเก่งกว่า VP ขนาดนั้น
I just hope they bring like they third highest kills average of any team so far at the Road to International at the International. So it's like if they bring that level of chaos, they also have like 27 deaths per game. Like their games are just a bloodbath. And if you bring that type of Dota to a team like BetBoom, what I was mentioning, it gets 40 minutes, you're on main stage, you're trying to think of like new ways to get back into a game where your draft should have won at maybe 35 minutes, 30 minutes. I think that's exactly what VP needs to bring in this game.
Is BetBoom another team that could fall under a similar category as Gaming Gladiators where they can execute a tempo draft or not as much, Aoi?
I think BetBoom don't really like to play for that. Sometimes it'll happen naturally, like there's some Terrorblade who are like 10-0 in lane. But I think normally BetBoom's strength is when they play with the win condition, and then they don't feel any pressure to have to do anything on the map.
Well, we're going to see what sort of pressure BetBoom face for themselves, but first we have to welcome our teams to the stage. We're going to have a walk-ons right now. It's Virtus Pro, our first team. with little to no expectations on them, though they've made a massive run for themselves. They're walking out onto the main stage, hitting top 8 and a potential to hit top 6 for themselves as well. But they're going to have to come up against some familiar opponents. They'll be facing them on the other side of the stage. It's BetBoom. The super team of Eastern Europe. We'll see how they're going to fare against Virtus.pro, how the 4 days have treated themselves. They're in Seattle. They're enjoying the arena, the crowd cheering for them here. As a lot of days, a lot of prep, and it comes down to this elimination best of 3 for themselves, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, the question with BetBoom is, and it always has been, how are they going to perform under pressure, right? That's been the story of this team. That's been the story of any GPK stack, really. But honestly, I will say that I have faith in them because their last series that they played versus Talon was a nail-biter. Like, that was one of the closest series, and they won in the most extravagant way. They could have easily gotten 2-0 that series. So I believe that gave them a lot of confidence, and it's going to drive them moving forward. I think that when you win series like that right before you go into the main stage, it just propels you further forward instead of making you more nervous.
Are you still thinking about that 4 days later, though, Aoi? Like, yes, it was an absolute nail-biter. It was an amazing series. Every game going practically 60 minutes there, and they were able to pull it back for themselves. But that's where a momentum break could happen in your days off here.
I think as players, you're mostly trying to reset from the games and try to not let the past games affect you. I think these teams have all been practicing for so long that you don't want like emotions to carry on to your next series. You just want to let your practice shine. I think for BetBoom, I think it's something that they've really focused on working on is the fact that they don't have like a as calm leadership. I think when Toronto Tokyo departed from Spirit, like that's one of the things that they differed on. Like they wanted someone who is a bit more calm on Spirit, and Toronto Tokyo is a lot of energy and excitement. So what that means is that when stuff starts going wrong for BetBoom, I'm not too sure who's going to like rally them into playing their own game. But they've had a lot of time to work on it, and as Effie said, like they played this really tight series, and it looked like they were in control, even though the game was really hectic.
So maybe that's the one thing you want to take from a past game is just knowing that you've made that growth within the team of how to remain calm, remain patient for themselves. But look, T, you've done a little bit of coaching as well. You know, how would you have spent the 4 days?
I told my carry player not to play Dark Willow. I wouldn't fallen victim to one team doing well with it and everyone subscribing to it. But no, I think in the 4 days, it's trying to find those cool, like, you know what concepts are going to be coming in because the meta isn't changing drastically from week to week. So you just need to make sure that when you see that first bit bristleback, you know what's coming. If you see that Willow, like have that flexibility and knowledge. But yeah, just don't try and fall victim to copying other people. Like, stay true to yourself. That's why you got to this international. And then just try and respect the strategies coming at you. Because I think a lot of teams that we've seen so far, they try and overreact to everything. They try and copy this, copy that. They're not doing so hot. And I think when you start floundering in the moment, that's when suddenly you're picking a lot of different heroes. You're not really understanding who you are. And I think that's the main thing you need to do throughout a 3-week-long tournament.
What is the truth or the core identity of Virtus.pro, though? When we saw them in group stages, it was this team, a lot of people were like, okay, they could potentially be playing tiebreakers to be eliminated. Then all of a sudden, they're doing their seeding match. They're in the upper bracket, and they're performing well, and they've made it here to top 8. So how can we describe them as a core identity in how they play?
So I think this iteration of Virtus.pro really identifies or embodies the spirit of EE Dota, of hyper-aggression in a way that BetBoom doesn't, and Team Spirit doesn't even. Because I feel in the past that this region has developed in a way where it's heavily focused on lanes and macro gameplay, but not so much, you know, constantly running at your enemies. But this version of VP, you find it in their draft, they're first phasing or they're prioritizing the Spectre really heavily because they enjoy when their carry can join fights at any stage of the game. They do look for those fights instead of looking to kind of turtle on the map. So that is their most distinctive factor that I've picked up on watching their games.
Would you say there's anything else that you wanted to add on to that one, Aoi?
When I was looking at their drafts, I thought I really like VP support duos. They always have one support that is sort of like a tank killer in this meta. They pick like some A, Dark Willow, can't remember, but if they have like FNG on the Treant, then they'll always have a Dark Willow on Sayui. I don't actually know how to say his name.
So we asked Rezo Sayush?
Sayush. Okay, yeah. Sayush. And I think it lets them basically pair up for any kill around the map. Like the map became really big, so you want to be able to make kills and rotations forced with the limited amount of heroes. Like before, you used to be like you bring 3 or 4 to kill. Now you just want to make some plays with like 2 or 3 heroes max. And I really like their drafts for that. I think it'll be good against BetBoom, honestly.
Yeah. Do you want to expand on why exactly? Like what's the BetBoom maybe plot holes that VP could take advantage of?
So I think BetBoom is really good when the game is stable, but as soon as you add more chaos into the game, they start to sort of lose their foundation or their script, and I think they can make mistakes there. I think if BetBoom are able to just like play lanes, everything's stable, you know, you rotate to the runes, everything's good, you came from winning lanes, I think they'll probably have a very good shot against VP. But I think VP, from what I've seen, they're like really active on the gates. Their supports give a lot of kill threat. They can just add elements where like, oh, this play shouldn't happen in our opinion, but they just like push through and do it anyways.
Yeah, one of those methodical things you're mentioning as well is like when you think about the 6-minute rune, BetBoom GPK he has the most 6-minute runes picked up from mid lane 6. When you compare to Squad 1X on the other side, he's only got 1 6-minute rune so far at the rotating circle. So it's like even though they're very aggressive, they're not doing the aggression towards securing mid lane. It's like that very side lane style, like use the twin gates that I was mentioning, keep going for that fight. And for VP, my one concern will be if you are an aggressive team nowadays, that over aggression can sometimes bite you where you fall off on like your scaling, where you're kind of like, you're taking too many fights. And I think that's kind of been the story of VP so far, where they'll always look for that engagement and sometimes they aren't kind of securing themselves to play a longer game if it gets drawn out.
That is true, but I found that in their last series versus Entity, they were able to temper themselves in that game 2. That game 2 went to over an hour, and they had a point in the game where they didn't really look like themselves and that they were constantly looking to take this place. They were content to just sit back and farm, so I feel like that they have also learned to adapt throughout this tournament, and for me this series is going to be a matter of preparation. I mean, I feel that there are some key heroes that if you take away from VP, their identity as a team shifts, right? You take away their Coddles, their Dunes, their Spectres, things like that, their CKs, especially their CKs, that should be a contested hero. I feel if you take those away, you eliminate a lot of the threat in how they play this first 25 minutes. Whereas for BetBoom, I feel like they're a lot harder to draft against because they're so lane focused. You have to focus on breaking their lanes, but they're one of the harder teams to do that against, Aoi.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I really like what T said about the runes because I had no idea about that. That's a cool stat. But I think BetBoom, their best strat's probably the Coddle Storm. I think pretty much the entire year, like when I talk to the players or my players will talk to players, will pretty much say like, oh, sometimes the opponent forgets to ban Coddle Storm and get a free win. It's been the entire year like this, and I think if they're having rune domination, they should want to pick a hero mid that can use those runes to snowball. So I think we'll probably see either VP should ban the Coddle Storm, steal the Coddle, or they should be like really ready for it, because I think that's 6 runes to 1. That's really big.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I can load it back up again, but not a lot of, like, to be fair though, I gotta respect like Lelis, for example, and Nouns, like he was there with 5. So like when you think about Nouns gameplay, I mean, not anymore.
Lelis comes on like runes at like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Like he's there every single rune. I don't know, it's weird this tournament because I feel like the teams have a very different read of the runes. Because the entire DPC year, Gladiators were like 18 heroes every rune. So everyone sort of had to match them. But as the game sort of developed a bit more, I'm not exactly sure what exactly changed, but teams started putting less emphasis sometimes and more emphasis other times.
I mean, you got a 1-minute window between 6-minute rune plus then the 7-minute wisdom. So it's like you naturally want to maybe take a side lane gank, use the twin gate, get a fight, then you swarm for the wisdom, and in mid lane's like, guys, I exist too, please. And then you just can't help everyone on the map, right? So I think obviously the game state does kind of script where certain heroes need to go.
Yeah. I was going to ask more questions on this. We don't have time, though, because I do know the lobby is full, and our game 1 between these two teams is beginning.
Virtus Pro's turn to battle. BetBoom Team versus Virtus Pro. Game 1.
We're going to see a draft coming up very soon. I do want to go back. I want to circle back around to these runes, maybe even the potential of, are we seeing teams focus more on side lanes as a whole? I know everyone always wants to win lanes, but with this twin gate, is there just more focus overall to be fighting on the side lanes rather than in the mid or in opposing jungles?
I think it's definitely added like extra points of value to the map, because before it's like 6 and 8 minutes, like if you weren't on the mid runes, you were just done if you played the team like Gladiators. Now, like I can see with what T said, like if they manage to get a gank off on Nightfall during the 6-minute rune, even though you secured a rune, if your safe lane's died, you're the one who's under pressure. You're the one whose carry has to TP back. And it never feels good to have to react to your opponents like that compared to like controlling the map.
And another question to look at when it comes to the rune security is how often of those runes were secured just due to lane domination as opposed to support rotations. Because I watch BetBoom a lot and they do tend to be static on their support duo because they focus very, very heavily on enabling Nightfall in particular on that side lane. So more often than not, it feels like GPK kind of wins his lane and is able to play for the rune himself. I mean, obviously supports do help, but that is a factor.
No,
also,
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Curtis.
I think that's a really good point because I remember about save. He has a special save technique. He like sneaks off at like 5:30 and he pretends to go for the rune.
Maybe surprise it.
Like, he's actually staying in the lane and he'll go for a kill with Pure. And they do it like I'm gonna say like over half their games. So just look for a sneaky kill during that. But if GPK is getting all the runes, then it must be like a lot from his lane domination.
Well, look, here the draft is, we've seen the Storm Spirit being taken out, so you already highlighted it, and it's nice to know, yeah, Virtus Pro on top of that one. They pick up the Phoenix for themselves, and then BetBoom replying with the Sentinel there, so.
Can I just say that outside of the Storm Spirit threat, there's another threat when it comes to BetBoom's mid lane, and it is the GPK Invoker, and he showed us that in his series versus Talon, why you cannot give this hero away. So I wonder if VP are going to dangle it, if they have something prepared for it, if they're going to take it out in this second phase.
Okay, so they picked the Centaur. Was it first pick? Sorry, I guess it's first pick Phoenix
and then
Centaur. Okay, so in my head, I think Phoenix is not bad for Centaur and lane, but Stampede is really good against the Egg. I'm not too sure if Toronto Tokyo's played it, but I think the 5 Centaur would actually be a really good matchup here. I think generally how VP should approach this series is that they want to contain the pressure from the offlane. So Phoenix is really good at preventing the enemy from pushing you, and they want to put pressure on the enemy's safe lane. And I think Centaur, if I was BetBoom, it like would do a good job of preventing. Like I don't know, I played some pub versus some Centaurs 5, and I don't know what's happening. He just stuns me from anywhere, and he just kills me. And it would fit like Nightfall is like some Morta, Terrorblade, all these heroes at range heroes. I think it would go really well for them.
Yeah, it's something that TSM did try running in the 4 position. So we have seen support Centaur at TI so far, but yeah, I think just having that big body and knowing that you're going to buy a blink eventually, you're still going to be the same hero, but securing your lane. I think the main thing there is having the right carry, like you were mentioning. But them being second pick, they're going to see information before they lock it in, but it'd be pretty cool if they did have flexibility in the time.
I think the idea is just good because when you see this Phoenix, like the hero's super high value right now, there's nothing that really matches his team fight. And I think Centaur is one of the hidden ones that can actually do it because you can just commit for the egg or you can reset on the egg. And I don't know, Phoenix, like you can't match it with Warlock anymore. You can't. I don't really know what fights this hero, so I really like this pick coming up from BetBoom.
Yeah, and just in terms of player synergy, I do feel like Pure has had his best performances this TI and Road to TI just with the Centaur. The struggle that BetBoom had in the last series that I watched versus Talon, where every game went to minute 60, is that when they didn't have that solid initiation coming out in those first 2 games from Pure, they could never really pick and choose their battles, and they were consigned to playing for that late game. Whereas when Pure is on the Centaur, you have this low cooldown blink initiation stun that sets up for plays all around the map. It sets up for picks like Invoker, for example. So I do like that they managed to get this Pure pick secured.
Pugner. That's probably going to be your 5, right? You see from here. I mean, it could technically.
I think it's probably save Pugner.
Like a double lane, sure. But like Pugner, incredibly strong, got buffed as well with Never Blast, so it does more damage to towers. In lane as well, super potent. Like the range, the move speed, your attack animation is pretty good. Like it's just a very strong laner in itself, in its own right. So like I was mentioning, you got Centaur to try and deal with Phoenix to some degree. Pugner already quite a strong laner. It's just emphasizing how BetBoom likes to approach most of their games and drafts.
Yeah, I think they're looking to snowball on their offlane. Like in most of the series, most of the pressure comes from their offlane. I also think that Sayush, yeah, okay, sorry.
Just roll.
He plays a lot of 4 Pugna, so I think it's something that they're looking to prevent them from getting as well, just because they want their safe lane to be stable. And as T said, like I think Pugna's probably the strongest 4 laner. Like Nether Blast is super easy to hit 2 targets now. You have really good stats, you're fast. Like everything's very easy when you play this hero for the lane.
It's a scary lane because if you do misplay it, suddenly they have levels and then your tower's fallen. Centaur with a Vanguard can naturally just take over your enemy safe lane, pressure inside those waves. So it's like 2 heroes can just break your own half of the map very quickly if it sets up correctly.
How does Pogna look into that mid to later part, right? Like, we're focused on it for laning, but how do you either shut him down or sort of have these counters for him when it comes to team fights? Because he wants to put down his ward, and then what other impact is he having? And then what do you want to do as Virtus Pro to ensure that he isn't having any more impact than just that ward?
It sort of depends what the matches are, because the Pogna support can be sort of weird. Like, some games, especially on save, like he can get to the Aghanim's and he can just become a full core. The shard is really strong once you get the eggs, but other games, like, you want it so that he just becomes sort of a support. Like, you're jumping someone and he's like trying to play for saves, and I think VP Sign is sort of good at that. Like, if they commit Bolt plus egg and stuff, it's hard for Pugna to stand his ground and use Life Drain. So they're able to fight even into the Nether Ward. You can see from Batboom, they picked the Monkey King. I think it's probably a flex for them. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. I think that, yeah, Nightfall plays as well, and they just want to match against the Kunkka. So wherever Kunkka goes, they're just going to stick Monkey King there, their second pick, so they can wait till the very end to match it.
They give away the Monkey King flex with the Vengeful Spirit pick, but I mean, if you're seeing the Kunkka mid, I feel like it's pretty great regardless, right? Just because of how good the matchup is. But if you look at these two supports in the Phoenix and the Grimstroke, these backline supports, they don't like heroes that are active early on that can jump on them. And Monkey King is one of those heroes that does that very well. Usually the issue with Monkey King is that he can die quite early on, he can be punished against, but when you have that Vengeful Spirit behind him, you give him the additional security of you have the swap out, you have that kind of backup plan to take you into the mid game. Also, Pugna does the same thing to an extent, right? He just life drains you. There's not that much backline jump coming out of Virtus Pro's draft, so in terms of stopping this Pugna from life draining a core that's going in, whether it be the Centaur or the Monkey King, there's nothing really there yet.
And it's pretty cool as well because, you know, Vengeful Spirit come into this 35
games.
People can just say, oh, it's pretty bad, but
like
it is the fact that you have this double saving supports backline now. If Monkey wants to Wukong and stand his ground, killing him is going to be a little bit difficult. But VP, they get their specialty Spectre here. Like, this is, you know, the bread and butter of this team throughout the road to TI, and they have a lot of setups to some degree. I think it's mainly going to be Kunkka leading the charge with one of his supports behind him, and then Spectre will kind of poke his head in. I'm still looking for that one, like, high-pacing explosive hero to really give Spectre some extra purpose, because they're quite defensive in nature, outside of maybe, like I said, the Kunkka looking.
Honestly, the idea of Spectre here is, it's like a very risky pick from VP in my opinion. I think they know that Batboom have committed the Centaur and Pugna to the lane, which I think is one of the strongest lanes you can get. And you're basically saying, like, it's okay if we lose our safe lane. We're going to play for the pressure on other lanes. It's not bad at all, I think, with VC's playstyle, but there's a chance that Centaur just snowballs out of control. Like, I can see some 6.5k minute, like, 10-11 Centaur, and then you don't really have that much damage for him, honestly. Like, you have Phoenix and Grim, who are supposed to high damage. You have Kunkka, who's a bit limited damage, but he's going to have a really fast pipe this game. And I'm not too sure how you're killing him with Pugna and Venge behind him.
Yeah, those are great points that you make. But even if you're getting sacked on this lane of Spectre, just having a Grimstroke, I feel, gives you that extra bit of damage that you need early on to play for those early kills. And that Doom ban is great, by the way. I was thinking that Doom would be the perfect hero here for VP with the Soulbind into double Doom, into heal reduction from the Monkey King, but Batboom identify that.
I'm wondering if you guys are still pretty solid that Kunkka is going to be going mid, if there's the chance for it to go into the off lane as well, and they could pick up the mid to find the damage that T was saying that they might be lacking right now.
I think it's just awkward because no matter where Kunkka goes, like mid or off lane, he's going to be sort of sacked for some Monkey King lane. Like, Batboom have the last pick, so they're always going to be able to match where the Kunkka goes.
Right.
And a sack Kunkka doesn't, like, you're playing for the Torrent Storm. You're not really playing for the early boat. So I'm not too sure.
Couldn't they go for like a Primal here? Because then they continue the flex between the Kunkka and Primal themselves?
Yeah, but both those heroes are not good versus Monkey. So, like, you're giving Monkey...
they banned themselves. Yeah.
I think they'll probably go for offlaner. I think Effie was on the right train of thought. Like, you need an offlane that scales a bit, gets some damage, and can work well with the Grimstroke. They banned out probably the two offlaners for that, the Doom and the Dawnbreaker. Okay, completely wrong. Okay, that's interesting because it actually gives them a lot of damage. And they're saying, like, even though you counter our Kunkka on the off lane, we're going to have a strong lane in the Lina. Like, it gives us at least an angle in the lanes.
Yeah, the answer as well is for Batboom, they have very good backline supports to protect, and the repercussion is they themselves can't also find the opponents. Because Monkey can jump in, Centaur can, but Batboom now are lacking that. If they kill Lina, how else do they really convert after? So it's going to be a balance on who finds who.
Honestly, I'm so surprised by the VP draft. Like, I feel like their draft is more greedy than I'm used to from their cores. Like, you have Kunkka in sort of a losing lane, you have Spectre in a losing lane, and Lina, she's a strong laner, but she doesn't do anything until at least like Aether Lens, maybe even travels.
Like 2 items plus, yeah.
Is it time for GPK Invoker now that we're putting the Monkey King versus Kunkka on the offlane?
Invoker sounds good.
Like, it's still in the pool. He's so darn good at this hero, and I feel like there is an opening now versus this Lina. I mean, what else would you pick to lane into Lina? Usually people go for Sniper, but that doesn't really feel great here.
Invoker's good. I think any range hero where you
Invoker
and just make sure that you're getting your farm will be good enough against Lina. You
เห็น
should
ว่ากดลีน่ารู้เร็วก
good
ดอินโว
wound
เกอร์
control
แน่
and good silence this game, so we'll just see how like GPK wants to play it.
I just love this Invoker pick. I mean, I was a bit sad when the Monkey King came
คน
out.
เล่นเขารู้กัน
I was like, dude, give us that Invoker performance at
คนเล่นเขารู้กัน
TI. But you have the setup stuns coming from your Ventral Spirit, your Monkey King, your Centaur. You have double.
มันก็ไม่ยากเท่าไหร่นะดาวดับโอเคครับก่อนเข้าเกมครับขอขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ของเรานะครับขอขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ของเรา Valley Wood ดูซะเห็นชัดหรอวะนี่ครับ Kitchenware เครื่องไม้ครับแล้วคือเราได้ Kitchenware ใหม่มาเดี๋ยวจะขอขายให้ดูนี่คืออันนี้คือแนะนำเป็นอย่างมากก็คือเรียกว่าอะไรถาดอาหารแมวนี่สามารถเลเซอร์ชื่อได้เลเซอร์เหมียวก็สามมาคือปกติไอ้พวกอะไรอย่างเงี้ยของแมวอ่ะมันอันละประมาณ 700-800 ที่นี่ขาย300ครับ300 กว่าบาทถือให้ดูซะนี่มันเป็นแบบนี้ของดีเลยตอนแรกคือพูดกับแพรพิมพ์แล้วว่าเวลามีอะไรมาโฆษณาเนี่ยสรุปได้ซื้อเองแน่เลยแล้วแพรพิมพ์ไปดูบอกว่าเชียร์ถืออันนี้ถูกมากปกติที่อื่นขายเป็น 700-800
อันนี้คือของร้านอื่นขายประมาณอันละ900ค่ะร้านนี้300 กว่าบาทเป็นไปได้นี่รวมเลเซอร์เพิ่มตังค์50 บาทแล้วนะ
แล้วจานใครให้
จานอยู่ในชุดเลย
คิดดูแล้วกันคุ้มไหม
อยู่ในเซตเลยค่ะได้ทั้งจานได้ทั้งที่วางค่ะแมวกำลังกินพอดีเลยเนี่ยมันสูงขนาดสูงความพอดีมากสวยมากด้วยวัสดุดีแข็งแรง
ใครชอบก็กดเข้าไปดูได้นะครับปักหมุดไปให้แล้วบอกว่ามาจากช่องของเรานะครับแล้วจะโดนคิดเงินเพิ่มครับผมโอเคขอบคุณเบลลี่บูดมากครับที่สปอนเซอร์ให้กับเราแมวชอบนะลองเกตคิว3GPK ป่ะมันบาท0-3 number of player dead
แล้วดูลูกมันเดินมาดูนึกว่ามีข้าว
สร้างกี่ตัววะเดี๋ยวนี้น่าจะเลทวะอินโวเกอร์ GPK เย็นนี้คิวกัน50ครับ55ไม่บอกหรอกเดาเองดินั่นไง
30 seconds to showtime.
นั่นไง
Adiós, payasos.
ずっとじゃん。
Start.
น้องโยกอินโวไปออกฮะโยกทำไมมันลาดพลิกโอ้ยโนนินายวะGPKเชื่อมันลาคีบแม่นอยู่เนี่ยอีลีน่า โอ้ยโอ้โหฮิลิน่าตัวนี้เอาจัดฮิลิน่าตัวนี้โคตรดุอะผมบอกให้ฟาร์มชิวๆเลนบนฝักหน้าเลนมันแข็งเลยดิ2 ลิงแล้วฝั่งไหนดีกว่าเกมนี้ผมชอบขวามากกว่านะแต่รู้สึกว่าเลนจะเหนื่อยๆหน่อยเท่าไหร่ลูกเค้นฮ่ายังไงลูกไม่เคปเจ๋วคีบห่างกัน2 เท่าปกติดีนี่
You've been burned.
ตอนแมวเข้าบ้านทะเลาะกันไหมมีครับมีอยู่แล้วโบกร้านพริกเลมครี่เลยพี่ดีบีเค้กลีน่า26อีโวเกอร์92แล้วไม่เป็นไรครับเดี๋ยวเล่นข้างจัดการให้ไอสควอดิกนี่แม่งเล่นดีว่ะให้30ตอนแฟนใหม่เข้าบ้านมีทะเลาะกันไหมครับไม่มีครับเพราะว่าแฟนเก่าไม่รู้อะไรวะเจ็บเห็ดเล่นไม่ค่อยคุ้มเลยสรุปมังกี้มาเคาน์เตอร์กังก้าจริงเหรอวะทำไมเลนมันดูไม่ค่อยสบายเลยวะอันนี้กังก้าถือว่าสบายเนี่ยแย่อยู่นะแต่ว่าเลนบนทำดีเลนบนเข้มๆเลยอาพิอไม่ได้คีบอะหันหน้ามาตีคีบเป็นหน้ามึงหันหน้ามาตีคีบมันกาดเลยมันทอหนักว่ะแค่สู้ยากสุดสเปคเมื่อไหร่ได้เรื่องถ้าแมวพี่1 ตัวเสียพี่แต่เขารู้สึกไงครับแมวเสียจะมะเร็งแล้วก็เศร้าแหละผมน่าจะรีคัฟเวอร์ไปหน่อยแต่แพลพิมพ์นี่น่าจะยากผมเป็นพวกทำใจไปก่อนอยู่แล้วมันก็จะแค่เศร้าๆนิดนึง เข้ากลางมาจ้าเห็นบอร์ดแล้วมีบอร์ดปักไว้ดูพวกตัดรุนเข้ากลางกันแบบแน่นๆเพราะว่าลีน่ามันชนะเลนเยอะไปแล้วแต่วอลเกอร์ฟื้นแล้วนะทำสบายเลยเว้ย เริ่มยืนยากอ่ะอังกล้าหาเวลยากอ่ะ7 นาทีครับโดนแย่งลุนเบลหนักอยู่ผมคิดไม่ออกกันเสียใจด้วยครับมันไม่คือมันได้ทำอะไรได้นอกจากทำใจมันก็ง่ายๆแค่นั้นคือสิ่งที่คุณทำได้คือทำตอนที่เขาอยู่ให้ดีแค่นั้นไม่ต้องเสียใจเลยตอนตายเริ่มยืนยากลองนั่งเลยครับหมุนที่ป่องเลยครับนี่ล็อกหลบดิจิตอลก่อนไปสแต็กด้วยครับยังเป็น Echo น่าจะ BKB ไวเกมนี้ไม่น่า Echo เดโซน่าจะ Echo แยกเป็น BKB เลยเจอลีน่ากันได้ลูก5อยู่เนี่ยหน้าตายมากลึกไปหน่อยกล้าเล่นขนาดนี้เลยโอ้ทำเป็นพอนตายโอ้โหหนักอุ้ยโหแตมผีชนนี่เชี่ยสวยอยู่ใช้แตมผีโคตรคุ้มพอโดนยูพีลีน่าไม่ได้เล่นโคตรเอาว่ะให้จังหวะแก๊งมันเอาเรื่องมากเลยเบ็ดบูเป็นคำนวณไปหมดแล้วแต่ไม่นับกับไอ้ที่ลิงตายนะโคอมโบหมดแล้วเลยถ้าลิงไม่ตายได้เกี่ยวเยอะกว่านี้แต่สวยแล้วตอนนี้สวยแล้วได้คืนมาอยู่คือเขาได้นับสกิลอะไรนำถ้าอยากเล่นเน้นรวยแบบเคลียร์คีฟก็อัพ1เต็มแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดเพื่อนแบบถ้าสมมติว่าเกมนำอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วคือเรามีคอมโบเล่นกับเพื่อนก็อัพ3นำแล้วคือ3ตัวเนี้ยมันดีกว่าเดิมเยอะครับมันช่วยเคลียร์คีฟได้ด้วยเมื่อก่อนอัพ3นำปิมแม่งจนสัตว์เลยเดี๋ยวนี้แค่3แม่ง5 วิผมว่าส่วนใหญ่ยังไงอัพ3เต็มก็ดีกว่าแล้วก็อัพใบไวเวล1ถ้า1เวล1แล้วก็อัพใบให้เวล3ครับมันจะต้องตี3ทีถึงจะแตกจะดีสุดไปเร็วทำไมอ่ะอยู่ชั้นล่างอ๋ออุ้ยหางมันทับว่าไงลูกวันนี้อยู่ไม่ทีบ โย้ย
เห็นไหม
น้ำหนี
เดี๋ยวกับป้าน
อนแมวหนีอ่ะ
ไม่อยู่กับเธอไม่นานเลยอ่ะเธอทำยังไงอ่ะตัวลูกขออยู่นิ่ง
เมาไม่ไปวก
แก่ขนาดนี้ใครจะพูดได้เลย
โมไม่ให้ไปโมไม่ไป
กูที่เดินมาแวะดมการทุกรอบคืออะไร
หรือว่านี่คือที่กินข้าวที่ใหม่ใกล้เท้าเข้าไป
ไม่ดีอยากไปข้างนอก
ไปดูไป
อย่าโดด
โอ้ยตายไปเลยกันกล้าอุ้ยโอ้โหแล้วตันอย่างนี้เรียบร้อยสวาปเข้าบูของโหโคตรพลาดเลยทันนี้ VP โดนเซตอัพเซตหย่อเมื่อก่อนพ่อแม่ไม่ชอบแมวเดี๋ยวเขาเรียกว่านี้ย้ายนอนโซฟาใช่แล้วเขาจะไม่เรียกเราว่าลูกอีกแล้วเขาจะเรียกแมวว่าลูกส่วนเราเขาบอกอะไร เหล็กกี่นาทีอะผมว่าเหล็กกี่นาทีก็ไม่เกี่ยวเพราะว่าทีมซ้ายมันสเกลเขาเหล็กเกมได้เรื่อยๆเหมือนกันขวาเหล็กกว่าแต่ว่าเนี่ยจังหวะทีมไฟต้นเกมเนี่ยมันโดนแบบมันเล่นดีกว่าทีมซ้ายเห็นมันเล่นเมื่อกี้ปะล่ะสตันตัวหนึ่งทอร์โดโดนเกี่ยวไปข้างหลังเซตอัพต่อสตันแบบโคตรดีอะสปิริตก็เล่นฮีโร่ทรงนี้แต่ไม่ติดจ้าเจ๊ต้มไม่รอดเลยตอนสุดท้ายมีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมผมอยากรู้เขาบอกว่าตอนสุดท้ายมันจะมีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์จบเกมนี้เดี๋ยวก็มีครับถ้าไม่มีกูก็ไปนอนแล้วลาก่อนมันกล้าขึ้นเบ็ดเมลลิงรวยไปแล้วดิอุ้ยลิงออกเขาไฟฟ้าก่อนด้วยรวยจัดแต่มัน4เส้นทอมรวยว่ะเนี่ยดูดิเส้นทอไปละลีน่ากับกังก้าแบบเซ็งกันเล่นแบบไม่ออกบิงด้วยลึกไปปะที่ใครตายไม่ได้เลยลีน่ามันไม่ได้เล่นเลยลีน่าไม่ชอบเสาปักหน้าคือลีน่าเกมนี้ถ้ามันโดนไอ้บุกเกอร์ทอร์โดนเลยปักหน้าแม่งมาปักเสาอะแม่งไม่กล้าอันตีเว้ยเพราะว่าแม่งอันตีทีนึงแม่งแบบมันเจ็บเองอะไม่ได้เล่นไหมโดนซัดเรื่อยๆโต้แม่งเดือดจัดตอนแรกลีน่าทำเลนมาโคตรดีเลยสักพักโดนถล่ม วงในครับจะผู้นี้เปิดตัว Puppet Master วงในแปลว่าดูแล้วบอดตรงนั้นฮีโร่ไม่ได้แพ้กันเท่าไหร่มันแพ้นิดหน่อยแต่คือมันทำเลนมาดีแล้วตอนแรกทำไมทับไอเลนกันก้ากับไอสเปกนะคือตามภาพมันแค่ต้องไปเล่นกับเอ็กมาร์ก้าแล้วลีน่าก็เดินตามมาแค่นั้นแต่ว่าภาพจริงคือเฮียลีน่ามันวนซ้อนแบบซ้อน2ซ้อน3ตลอดเล่นยากเพราะว่ามันรู้ไงว่าลีน่าต้องเล่นยังไงไอเปลี่ยนบูมมันเลยให้จำนวนวนฟูกลายเป็นลีน่ามันไม่ได้สบายขนาดนั้นจริงๆตอนนี้17 นาทีลีน่าต้องประมาณแบบ 8,000 แล้วไม่โดนกระจุยเลยแม่งเข้าไฟมันนิดเดียวโดนสวาร์ปโดนทอร์นาโดโดนสตันเต็มไปหมดทุกครั้งที่คุณถามจะเลทไหมเท่ากับไม่หรอกแผ่นนี้มันเลทเกมบ่อยครับแผ่นนี้มันเลทเกือบตลอดอยู่แล้วเพราะว่ามันปิดบ้านยากไหมถ้าแบบไม่ตบยับจริงๆเชี่ยน้ำคู่โอ้โหสวยมากตอนนี้โอ้โหแล้วข้างหลังสวยกว่าโอ้โหโอ้ยวัวไม่ตายไหมเนี่ยโอ้โหเชี่ยไทฟอร์บูคอง3 ตัน 3แม่เจ้าเมื่อไปเมื่อกี้ย้อนดูดิแค่ตรงนี้มันยังเฮลตี้ดีกันอยู่เลยเนี่ยโอ้โหจบเลยผมก็ต้องตายเลยตรงเนี้ยมีดาเมจต่อนิดเดียวตายเลยก็เจอไฟช่วยโอ้โหงามจริงช็อตนี้ไม่ยอมเลยว่ะชนะเพราะการเล่นเลยเว้ยเก็บเนี่ยเป็นบูมการเล่นแม่งดีจริงเสียงมันจะดังทำไมวะตกใจแล้วไม่ใช่แบบมีวอร์ดนำด้วยแม่งมีวอร์ดอยู่อย่างนี้แม่งโดนลิงเล่นที่ลีน่าไม่อยากเล่นแล้วแบบลีน่ามีบูทวาร์ปเป็นทะเลนพังหนึ่งฮะไม่ได้เล่นสิโดนจับเรื่อยๆตายสูงเลยตัวนี้พิธีเปิดไม่มีอะไรพิเศษเขาก็ทำดีนะแต่มันก็ไม่ได้มีอะไรพิเศษอะคือผมก็ไม่ได้หวังว่าแบบเชื่อมันจะบอกสุดยอดเวสิ่งมันก็ดีมากแล้วมันไม่ได้แค่ไม่มีอะไรพิเศษตุลีน่าเล่นดิไม่กล้าทำเลนไม่กล้าทำอะไรแล้วโดนจนเมาหมัดแล้ว นั่นแหละความลับลีน่าจะฝากไม่ได้บอก27เลยเฮียต้องฟอกไม่อยากเล่นแล้วอ่ะถ้ามันเป็นลีน่า
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower? Dyer's bottom tower's not blown to bits. Dyer's mid tower's having technical difficulties. Them Dyer buildings are tough as nails for now.
ไม่พวกนี้มันอ่านแบบตึงด้วยผมบอกให้เป็นบูมมันรู้ว่าลีน่าจะไปตรงไหน
Dyer's mid tower keeps going down. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. The Dyer couldn't hang on to that mid tower. Radiant's top
คุณ
tower.
พ่อรวยจริงเพิ่งดี
Money to burn.
ไอเทมที่ดีที่สุดฟังไปจ้าแต่ถามว่าโลนี้ขึ้นบ้านได้ไหมนี่ผมไม่ชัวร์นะ
Radiant's mid tower in your hand. Rage is gone, courtesy of the Radiant. Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Radiant's top tower is hurting.
เว้นก้อนเงินไปว่าเดี๋ยวมันก็มีอย่างนิมแต่ว่ามันออกไอ้บูตแบริ่งก่อนของดีชุดนี้หน้าตายแล้วโดนบอลทุกมุมเย้เซนทอร์มาแล้วจ้าญาติวิสตีนเซนทอร์มาแล้วจ้าเขียวทำไมวะฮัลโหลไอ้ปักหน้ามึงเขียวทำไมเนี่ย The fuck นี่ก็ก้อนเงินไอ้นั่นก็ก้อนเงินก็เงิน2คนแปลว่าชนะนี่ก็ก้อนเงิน2คนใช่ป่ะโอเคบาลานซ์ละวิดโอเวอร์สโตนทำได้ยังไงเล่นไปเรื่อยๆถ้าบ้านไม่แตกก็ไหวโดนจูจำไว้ ทำไรสีเข้มเส้นทองมันขวางกันได้หมดเลยอันนี้ยังไงล็อกหลบล็อกหลบสู้ไม่ได้เลยได้อยู่นะปล่อยพิแตกเลยโอ้ขอบอกเอาไฟนี้มีลุ้นป่ะไม่สู้ก็คำแรกว่าได้ระหว่างยิงแล้วสาระแพทนี้ต่อให้เงินตาม20,000ก็ยังไหวขอแค่เดฟบ้านดีๆไฟไม่มันขึ้นบ้านยากมันมีตีก้อนเนื้อนรกเนี่ยกังก้าส่วนน้ำเนี่ยยื้อเรื่อยสเปคมันก็เหล่ขึ้นเรื่อยถึงบอกว่าขวามันเหล่กว่าก็จริงแต่ว่ามันก็มีช็อตให้สู้ดีๆเท่าไหร่โอเคตายเลยโดนเซฟเป็นพอโดนน้ำพัดเข้ากระโดดออกมาร์กกลับไปสวาร์ปออกวนไม่หยุดเขาไม่ออกฮาร์ดด้วยนะแฟร์เซนเน้นต้องเห็นส่วนเลือดกับเติมเลือดเท่ากันไหมเช้ากว่านี้มั้งน่าจะเท่านะซันสไตร์นี่มันหยุดเดินด้วยกลัวโดนซันสไตร์ล่อCK กดวอล์ปรีบนามาก่อนใช่ปักหน้ามันดีตรงนี้แหละมันได้ระเบิดบ้านไวคือปักหน้าเดี๋ยวเล่นซับ5แล้วเล่นเวล7อัพระเบิด4เวลเป็นระเบิดป้อมกลางมันส่วนใหญ่นิเล่มันทิ้งป้อมกลางกันหมดไม่มีใครนั่งฟาร์ม ข้างหน้ามันดันสบายดูได้ชาร์จรอไปกันนิดได้เทียร์3มาไม่ใช้นะใช้เทียร์2ที่ดีที่สุดไปก่อนสวยได้แค่ส่วนน้ำต้มโดนด้วยโอเคไม่ทันRadiant's mid tower ain't doing so good. เดินหน้ากล้าพอตับทำไมตกได้ขายอุปกรณ์เน้นแทรปชูบออกเพราะมันถึงมันไม่พอต้องฟอตาร์ดิวะไปดีเฟสแล้วสองวูคองสูงเข้าเลย The fuck นี่มันจะคล้ายหนักไปไหนวะเนี่ยไม่โดนจ้าอะไรมีปลั๊กหน้าอยู่นวัตกรรมที่เรียกว่าเนเธอร์บลัสระเบิดบ้านเรื่อยๆว้าวโอ้ยโดนน้ำผักออกบ้านแรกมาแล้วจ้าดอกปีนี้แม่งไปตายไม่น่าเผื่อปะแม่งก็อย่างเงี้ยเรื่อยๆแล้วก็ยื้อถ้าบอกรถทางนี้ว่าต้องจะว่าไปได้ข้างหรือก็ว่าไม่ครับถ้าลงไปก็ได้คำคีบด้วย ครับเกือบละเกมมันเจ๊งปะเมตาเฮียไม่เกี่ยวกับเกมมันเจ๊งหรอกมันแค่แบบน่าเบื่อตอนนี้เวลาเกมมันถึงปีนี้เกมมันถึงเลทแบบตีบ้างอะไม่แตกเยอะไงเมตาเป็นเงี้ยเกมตายเดี๋ยวอีกเรื่องนึงเดี๋ยวดูปีนี้เดี๋ยวเขารู้คือพอเมตาแบบเนี้ยแล้วฝีมือแม่งใกล้ๆกันหมดอะแม่งก็เลยนานไป
Mid tower could use a little help.
แรงอยู่นะดีแล้วมีไปที่ทางกล้าตายแล้วทางกล้าไม่ตายทั้งวันเลยทีนี้อุ้ยสวับโอ้ทำแล้วตีบ้านนะจ๊ะที่จะหมดกองตุงไม่สู้แล้วตัดกระโดดไม่เอาไปเถอะไปกันเต็มครับดูไม่ตายว่ะไม่พอบ้างแม่โดดไปดักไม่โดดโดนโต้ตายแต่ว่าได้แบบดีหน้าดีเชื้อโตแล้วไม่มีลีน่าได้ไม่ได้สเปคแม่งไม่ได้มีผลได้เลยของแม่งเหมือนสเปคเหมือนของเหมือนตอนแบบ20 กว่านาทีเรเดียนมาต้าของมันได้เพิ่มเลยมันนี่แบบฟาร์มเลยฆ่ากันไปที่ฆ่ามันจะตายตัวนั้นน่ะ เราโรยตัวได้เลยแต่ว่าน่ารอนานเลยมีหน้าไปขึ้นบาร์วะโอ้โหนี้ขึ้นบาร์ลั่นไปโอเค ลีน่าแม่งชีวิตเที่ยมากเลยวะน่าสงสารเอ้ยโหที่นี่มีสวาร์ปรอดีๆจบละเกมนี้จบละช่วยไม่ได้ละเบนซ์มันอากานิมด้วยไม่ได้หรอกติดตายทุกทางผมเดาถูกว่ะJPK ลองเกตคิวสตรีทตั้งตาย0อีกแล้วอย่าไปเล่นหน้าบอร์ดโดนพัดเข้าบองเล่นเป็นปะเนี่ยใจกังก้าโอ้ยต้องเทคอิทโดนสกัดหลีเข้าใครไม่ได้เลยจ้าใครก็ไม่ได้ก็แต่งหมดแล้วยังสู้อีกใส่ล่างครับกดจีเดียนอะไรจะขึ้นบ้านวะไข่ก็แค่นี้วะจิ๊กกดได้แล้วเพื่อนมึงนี่บายถามคนว่าแม่งจะกด
The Invoker comes out at the end of this draft and just absolutely cleans up this game. Fantastic performance from GPK for sure.
Right. Well, in the recognition of like what they needed to accomplish, this is what you get when you get last pick. They see that Lina, they say, all right, well, we have what we need, and feeling a little bit of good stuff coming out of the booth. Bet Boom team come away with the victory, and the crowd appreciating, of course, ex-TI winner as well. As we head on back to the panel, let them break down the action.
It's game number 1, Virtus.pro Bet Boom. They take it. This Pugner, we wondered if they'd have questions for him in the later part of the game, but the Invoker last pick as well, Effie, you predicted it, and it did damage in this game. It did numbers.
Yeah, if there's one thing that I've learned watching GPK throughout the years, it's that you cannot give him his signature heroes in a game where they go unaddressed. And honestly, I feel like it's just due to the genius of this Bet Boom draft that Monkey King really threw a wrench into their plans. It forced the Kunkka flex to which then enabled the Invoker pick. But overall, it was not just a GPK performance. I think Nightfall played impeccably well on his Monkey King. He was the core that carried them through that early game. They rallied around him. He had that beautiful Wukong's command where he got the triple kill. When it looked really bad for them, it looked like the first clean initiation that VP got that game, but Nightfall just turned it around completely.
Yeah, I think it's one of those differences as well. When you have the Monkey King, like minute 19, he's got Echo Saber that disassembles for BKB, he's got the Maelstrom. And at that point, you look towards the Spectre, it's like, okay, so what's she got? Oh, Urn, Blade Mail, and like go towards Relic. Just the fact that you have this Monkey King constantly leading the charge, joining the team, and yes, lanes went so well for BetBoom that it just amplified this aggression that they were trying to bring, right? Like, you see the Centaur Pugna lane go well, you see Nightfall happy to leave his lane, happy to jump around the map and apply this pressure, and VP, the entire game, it just felt like they were reacting. We never really got to see them successfully make a move of their own because of how well BetBoom were just dictating the game.
I mean, the very, very early part of Virtus.pro's game wasn't the worst. I know that BetBoom are a very lane-focused team. That's what you guys have been telling us a lot here. But for Virtus.pro, there was a little bit of hope in the lower lanes, like the side lanes down there in their off lane, in BetBoom's safe lane, that kind of gave some glimmers of hope, Aoi, right at the beginning.
Yeah, honestly, I thought VP was doing better than expected in lanes. Like, top lane, they already knew they were going to lose. Lina had a pretty good lead on Invoker mid. And bot lane, for some reason, like, the Kunkka was even with the Monkey King at 20 CS. I think VP, they sort of lost sight of what their lineup was set out to do. Their lineup is very kill heavy. You want to set up any opportunities for Spectre to join. Haunt is a really low cooldown now. But we saw like they made one play to bottom. It looked pretty good to me. They were starting to go on the Monkey King, stuff like this. But they ended up like trying to go for objectives instead. They tried to chain their kills into objectives when they should really just be trying to hit their next timing, going for more kills. And as soon as you lose one fight against a BetBoom lineup, I feel like your lineup doesn't really have that many options. I think in the next game, they're going to look to either have more active supports, like Phoenix, Scripture are a bit awkward together, or like better cores for them to play with, because Lina doesn't offer anything to the supports, and Kunkka can't just set up everything. It's too like telegraphed that only one hero can do it.
Well, that Kunkka, we weren't really sure where it was going to go. We thought mid was going to be it, that they were just going to run it there no matter what the matchup was going to be, and build around it a little bit differently, pick themselves a different carry, but the Lina ended up going mid. That was their last pick. Did you feel the effects of it, Effie, or would you have liked that Kunkka to stay there, and they could have picked something else when it comes to offlane?
I mean, they felt the need to flex the Kunkka just to not get owned by that Monkey King. Maybe they thought that the Kunkka was too important for their tempo, but I mean, I don't think we necessarily got to see Lina play Dota because it became just a really heavy snowball game from BetBoom after one play went really wrong for Virtus.pro, which was pushing that mid tower. So I don't think we can get a really good read on Lina in this kind of situation. They just didn't have the initiation to come back into the game after losing the net worth lead, right? But because of that, I want to commend Toronto Tokyo because I feel like the smoke usage in that game was the reason why they were able to get that net worth lead. Like the first double smoke mid to defend that mid tower, into the 3-man smoke that got the Spectre kill, into the 2-man smoke that they went into the triangle where Monkey King was setting up for them. I mean, they got 10k gold off of that, so that was really excellent shot calling in-game.
I mean, they're great points, a lot of highlights, especially with the smoke plays there. If you guys didn't follow along at home, then don't worry. We got Purge, he's got clips, he's going to break it down even more for us.
Thanks. Yeah, draft is really, really important in the games right now, but execution is even more important, and that's what we saw in this first game. VP had a rough laning stage, but they transitioned it okay into some tower pressure. In the clips here, they got this great kill on Save at the 11-minute mark while he defended towers, but the response from BetBoom was so expert and so well done that it changed the game impact in a huge way. They basically disabled the Kunkka here, putting him in trouble. Lina thinks, oh, I can save this guy, but they didn't know that the Monkey King had teleported into the left, and as a result, he gets this beautiful stun on 2 heroes while Squadix comes forward, which sets up the tornado, which then sets up the swap into the center of the circle where he takes even more damage. And in the meantime, on the right side, Toronto Tokyo is already ready to go. He's swinging around to set up follow-up kills. So this perfect skill execution from BetBoom got them 3 kills for nothing. When VP didn't get the tower, they get the tower, and this just cascades them in such a winning position because then the map control is overwhelming. Spectre basically only feels safe farming up here. BetBoom gets to be aggressive on the middle of the map, and the bot side is just Nightfall, hitting as many creeps as he wants. So they use this Invis rune on Pugna to get a second kill here on the Lina, and then they win this following fight as well. So perfect skill usage with the right draft put them in this commanding victory with gold advantage, and they didn't make any major mistakes until they won the game.
Thank you so much, Purge. When I hear that explanation, it begs the question then, Aoi, after that mid-rotation fails for you as Virtus.pro, what, with hindsight in an ideal world, how would you have come back into this game? How would you have given your Spectre a little bit more space?
I mean, I think it's a bit hard with the heroes they have. Lina's sort of a useless hero unless you start, like you have the space for it, and Spectre I feel like is a bit of the same. But I think they had to keep going bottom and just trying to force reactions there. You have to give the Spectre the opportunity to like choose to join or not, and if not, you're just going to force some reactions, and hopefully you only lose a couple of supports on the way out. I think it's it's like not easy to play against these invisible invokers and monkeys that are very mobile if you're behind. So you sort of have to force the opponent's reaction so that you have space. You can't just like hope they give you it.
Virtus Pro, it's a team that not a lot of people knew coming into this. Maybe the org, but not so much the players. And so we're going to have some more information, a little bit of deep dive onto their players now.
We were underdogs even like before the tournament, and we put a good fight.
Virtus Pro has lived in the shadows of all the other Eastern European teams. They finished 4th every single time. They have been like one series away from getting to a major, but there's never been good enough.
But we were not proud of the result.
Not a whole lot left for Virtus Pro. They have looked so good this entire time. GG is finally called. Team spirit.
My mom, she was always telling me, even if you lose some tournaments, it's not the biggest part of your life, and being a competitor at any tournament is good enough for me. So I'm like, okay, thank you, Mom. That's a good thing that I can say in my head to myself to keep going after the loss.
Came out on top. Yeah, they showed they can bleed, but could not finish the job there, despite having a chance in that game too, and that's gonna hurt a little bit there for Virtus Pro.
Still, I love competition.
This is a big one. We got Virtus Pro and Entity here, and I want to just straight up hear your thoughts.
Skill is not something you grow up just, to be skilled at Shadowfin. Skill is the thing that you need to bring to official match, that you can repeat what you learned before.
Pro will take this game 1.
Pretty convincingly, honestly. They control the map for what feels like 40 minutes.
And it's not only that we played a lot of Dota to become good, but then I realized that crucial parts were missing is also a psychological thing, how not only to win now, how to improve with time.
This was a really nice gameplay. Honestly, I have to give
and then suddenly something started clicking that, okay, it's not only about, to play heroes, it's also about to build a team, to move them in a good way. Everyone needs to figure out their own formula or their own value that they're stronger against some, young player. And that's the hardest part to, keep talking to yourself that you can do it and also prove to yourself that you did it.
It's done. GG well played is called. Virtus Pro knocking Entity out of the competition 2-0 here today.
What does it take for a player to be a TI winner?
I mean, I'm not a TI winner myself to be the judge. I'm still trying to figure out the formula, but I know that unless you work hard, you will never be a TI winner.
So what's your motivation then? Oh, sorry, what's up?
My mom is calling.
Oh, okay, great.
Right on time.
That's so sweet. He talks about his mom, all the motivation that she's clearly giving him, especially out here on a big main stage. And she's calling him, checking in, making sure what he's doing on his off days, in between groups, playoffs, in between playoffs and main stage here. But it's a hard equation and a tough formula to know what it takes to be a TI winner. But we could ask you, Owie. You would know all about it, wouldn't you?
I guess I think it's a lot of hard work, but honestly, it's a lot of luck. Like you go into a tournament and you put all this time and effort into boot camp for a tournament preparing, and sometimes you just have to be a bit lucky that you're showing up on form and you're able to perform what you practiced.
You know what they say about luck? It's when opportunity meets preparation.
Yeah, that sounds true. Sounds good.
I'm glad it resonates with you as well then. Look, Virtus Pro are going to need a little bit of luck for themselves, or at least a much better draft than what we saw in Game 1, for them to be able to bounce back in this series. It would be really tough to lose to Team Spirit, another regional team of yours, to lower bracket, and then now to lose to Bet Boom, a regional team of yours, to be eliminated from TI here.
Yeah, that's where the mental recuperation aspect comes in. But honestly, I was so glad to see that piece, because I remember watching an interview you did with FNG TGov after the regional qualifiers, and they basically asked FNG what his motivation was after they qualified, and how he feels about Dota overall. And he said he doesn't find the game very fun anymore. He's been playing it for so long that it doesn't excite him, but competing is what excites him. Competing is what pushes forward. The idea of potentially winning something. So you dealing with players like that, they can be very discouraged after losses, but to know that he has a support system, from his mom and whoever else, makes me feel a little bit better for them after this loss.
It's why you surround yourself with the young players as well. Because if he's losing that, that love, maybe he's still at the love, but maybe that same level. These little fresh talent, they're going to be every day nipping at it. Let's do this, let's do that, let's do this, and then he'll have the maturity and understanding to fine tune what really needs to be done. And of course, that's what we'll be talking about now. Because one game down, one game away from elimination, they're going to need to lean on his experience with the tenacity of the young guys to find kind of that secret sauce to actually muscle up against Bet Boom.
Yeah, a little bit of an insane concoction there between the experience and the tenacity of the young ones. On the side of Bet Boom, they're one more game away from making it to top 6. So how do you keep yourself calm? And are you hoping that you're going to get the same heroes, the same playstyle? Like, what's the goal coming into a game 2 to keep the momentum rolling, Aoi?
I think mostly they should be thinking like, oh, our plan coming in is working. We don't need to make any significant adjustments. You can maybe talk, oh, there's something small. You don't want to try to be learning during a match, but you can make like, oh, I want to draft a bit more for this. I think they saw that in this series. They had a lot of pressure on the offlane, and they should feel really happy with that to continue with that as their game plan and just, you know, just look at the counter picks on the other lane and making sure they're stable.
Do you think some picks are going to be changing up? Because we had, you know, Murata, Dazzle, the Storm, which is a very targeted one on the side of VP. Should they be staying pretty stable?
I think VP's first phase bans are good. I think their second phase bans were honestly a bit weird for their game plan. They banned out the Willow and the Ench, which are like support bans because it seems like they're, I don't know, how to, like afraid of the offlane of Bet Boom, but they ended up giving them Pugna Center anyways, which is probably one of the strongest lanes. I feel like if those bans were targeted at making their mid and offlane, the heroes that they're going to pick on the second phase easier, then the draft would have ended up a lot better. And as soon as they picked this Kunkka and there was a monkey in the pool, like Bet Boom was super eager. Like they were probably really happy that they see a Kunkka with monkey, that they're able to flex versus it.
Yeah, I think they're the 2 big points for me as well. It's like the last time that VP played Lina and Spectre, they had a Bristleback in the offlane, which is the complete opposite of a Kunkka. Like Bristleback, he makes all the moves, he kind of dictates the pace of the game. So a Spectre can join a fight or a Lina can join a fight, it doesn't feel bad. But with a Kunkka, you're playing from behind. So I think for VP, the last bit Lina, this kind of Kunkka semi-flicks they're doing, these are kind of the 2 pivotal points in their draft that remove their kind of aggression that we're used to seeing. So if they pick Kunkka, put it mid. Prepare a Monkey King ban, but don't do this Lina shenanigans.
And on the other hand, I really think that when Bet Boom played versus Talon, they really kind of exposed how long these games can go or how they minimize the aggression of Bet Boom when Pure isn't on those short cooldown initiators. I really feel like it makes a difference if you're putting Pure on a hero that can start the fight for his team. If you're taking away these Centaurs and these Spirit Breakers from him, then you're already in a better place to fight Bet Boom after that laning stage is over. So I really think that VP should consider never giving this Centaur away or the Spirit Breaker. Both of those heroes should be untouched moving forward from now.
Spirit Breaker was a hero Bet Boom banned for themselves, so now it really does have the question that is there anyone else hero-wise that could hit similar things like that if Virtus.pro were to change up their bans and take away the Centaur as well?
Probably Axe. I think Pure's a really good Axe player, and it does similar role. I think anything that sort of snowballs their offlane and starts to start fights for them will be good for Pure in the series.
Okay. You guys all the same? No one else sticking out?
And same kind of vein, like any of these offlane heroes that can just absorb the safe lane after like 10 minutes are very good, right? Like Axe can do it, Tide can do it, a lot of heroes can do it, but of course Pure has a very big hero pool.
All right, our teams are standing there right underneath in the tunnels. They want to walk out here on stage and they're going to be feeling the energy of the arena one more time, potentially 2 more times if Virtus.pro are able to bring it back for themselves. So they've got that reset for them. Anything else that you want to touch on for playstyle? Are Bet Boom able to be very versatile? If Pure gets shut down in the offlane, Effie, is there a different backup plan for them that you've been able to see?
I've found that they just tend to take these 60-minute games if they can't snowball their offlane and have an easy way to take the fights after the laning phase. They do play for the late game because they have one of the best carry players, if not the cleanest carry player in the world in Nightfall. I mean, he is such a safe player. He doesn't die. He doesn't take silly risks, and he farms very, very efficiently. So they do have the backup plan of if they can't play into that early fighting playstyle, that they can always take it to minute 60, minute 70. I mean, they can do both things.
Is it different having a carry player, Aoi, that wants to play in the way that Nightfall does, rather than someone who's willing to be active and they're okay to die 4 or 5 times in the first 20 minutes?
I mean, Nightfall's like, I don't know, there's like a Russian meme about him being like ideal lich. Like he always goes for ideal play. He'll press like BKB TP if he thinks he's gonna die. But I don't think he's like not active. I think he's just playing how he thinks is best. Like we saw the last game on Monkey King, he was really active that game. He could join a lot of things. But I'm not too sure. Carry's like, in my head, like Carry's supposed to be the role that the one thing you can't do is like have bad deaths. Because like how the map works now, there's so many camps, you just constantly amass farm, and like your job is at the end of the day to scale and carry the game. But there are more aggressive carries, I guess. Sorry, I sort of rambled. But Nightfall,
No.
Nightfall, like, he wants to just play for what his vision of the game is, that he's decided, I think, that like after the laning phase. He doesn't want to be disturbed from what he thinks is the best, whether that's snowballing the Monkey King or going for the late game.
Interesting.
Yeah, going back off that point as well for like Nightfall, he currently in the tournament has the least amount of any deaths of any player. 1.94 on his all games, and there's like 6 players, there's like 3. So he's averaging like 1 less death per game compared to, let's say, like Mickey or Nisha from Liquid. It's like just that level of being in the carry position, not having those cheap deaths where a lot of carry players, when they get to this stage, they always throw a couple away and make games a bit spicy. And then second place, GPK as well. Like the top 2 least deaths of any player so far is on one team. Like this is, when we're talking about punishing them, they rarely put themselves in a position of actually misplaying. Like when you think about the previous game, they're sieging this top racks, they kill Spectre, they have 40 seconds, but they don't overcommit to try and take the racks. They poke, they prod, Venge dies, they reset, they go all the way to bottom, and they ignore top again. Like they are very methodical when they get to dictate the control and the pace of the game.
Well, we can continue this conversation in a little bit because right now, game at number 2 draft is going to be happening.
BetBoom Team versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
It's BetBoom this time with first pick, so we are going to see a change up in bans. I have no doubt about that one, what's going to be let through, but we'll see if they were willing to double down if Centaur gets through to pick that one up for themselves, if they're willing for it to be that much of a high priority and a first phase pick for them.
Yeah, for sure. There's also the Train Protector that they will take on first pick whenever they can, if it's given to them. Never Virtus Pro take it away, but I think this is one of the heroes that they also build their draft around very well. I mean, I feel like between the Train Protector and the Vengeful Spirit, those are Toronto Tokyo's most impactful supports this TI, and one of them does have to be taken out.
Okay, so the Bristleback for BetBoom as well, and then Chaos Knight for Virtus Pro.
10 seconds.
Just comparing it to the last ones. That means the Dazzle, the Storm, the Mirror, Virtus Pro are going to have to let one of those ones through.
This is one of the repercussions of the format, because entering the Road to TI, we didn't really see Chaos Knight as like the answer to Bristleback. A couple teams did it, and then suddenly we get to like week 2, week 3, and now the logic is always, is Bristle available? If so, we pick CK. They can't pick Bristle. If CK's banned, we can go Bristle. Like, there's a lot of mind games between these 2 heroes alone, and yeah, BetBoom themselves, they have first pick, they ban the Bristle, and then VP's like, wait a second, this hero's still very good, they ban out themselves. But yeah, these are kind of the 2 big heroes from the development, I think, of this new format.
I think CK's just like
also very good.
I think he's just the best hero of the tournament. Like, the map is so big, you sort of need heroes that like push lanes without their heroes actually having to be there. CK does that with Illusions. You want Carry that as a strong lane, and he can be flexed off lane. Like, we saw some like Entity, Gabby, like he really likes CK, and there's a lot of people playing it in pubs. This hero, I don't know, it's too much damage, too strong a lane, too much on the map. I think we probably won't see that hero unless people have like a very specific plan against him.
Is Muerta gonna make it through?
Would you rather her through or Dazzle through?
Depending on how you're doing the draft, I feel like I just feel like when you give away this Muerta, it sets up for so many really strong offlanes for BetBoom, and then the flex there is just too good that you might honestly be better off giving the Dazzle away, but we'll see.
If you're in this position, Aoi, which one would you be feeling more confident that you'd have a plan for?
I mean, versus BetBoom, the thing is for both Muerta and Dazzle, they flex it. Like, I think Pure plays the Dazzle as well. I'm actually... Does Save play the Muerta? I'm actually not sure.
He does.
He does? Okay. I would probably be okay playing with both of them, honestly. Like, you want to go for a trade. Okay, Spearbreaker's sort of a good hero, I think.
Like, we're talking about Muerta, we're talking about Dazzle, we're talking about... Then Spearbreaker hasn't even been hit yet. Like, the fact that VP, they ban out the Pugner and the Centaur from the previous game. We're now getting all these kind of big heroes in for VP. Are they going to quickly jump on a hero themselves? They also need to deal with Spearbreaker. This is a hero you need to shut down in laning phase. That's the key thing. They go for the Muerta themselves. Nice slows, some good fears, pretty good early aggression for sure, but for me, when I see Spearbreaker, you need to shut this hero down inside laning phase and force the 15-minute plus mark to be, I'm farming my Midas. If they go for the Octarine build still, it's still a lot of just backwards logic. Delay the inevitable of him just taking over the macro game.
Honestly, I think the plan for VP to play is Spearbreaker. Like, at first when I saw him, just, oh shit, Spearbreaker, like hero OP, you know? But I think the plan's not bad, because I think the hero won't really pressure any of VP safe lane. I think they should think that they really want to have a very solid safe lane and like have if you can put pressure on Pierre in this like these teams matchup, I think VP comes out way ahead.
Yep.
I think Muerta already, like whether it's carry, whether it's 4, the 4 is really good at rotating to the safe lane, and it carries like probably one of the strongest laner. I mean, we've seen like Spirit run some Tusk or Morta. I don't know, you have minus 50% attack speed level 2. So I think this is not a bad trade for VP at all right now.
I think in terms of gameplay, when I mentioned earlier that pure on Centaur, pure on Spiritbreaker really simplifies the game for Bedboom, it just enables them to fight on their own terms instead of kind of be consigned to the enemy's timings. And when you pick the Spiritbreaker for Bedboom, it's suddenly opening up the ability of your offlaner to play with something like a Storm Spirit from mid lane. And Aoi mentioned earlier how often Bedboom have been running the Coddle Storm, but it is something that Storm gets banned out. But you need heroes like that from both lanes that can play with the Spirit Breaker, because if he doesn't have the strongest lane, if they're setting up for it from now, he just needs to be able to play with active heroes, specifically coming from mid lane.
I do like that every time we've talked about it, it's pretty much been the ban straight afterwards when we mentioned that Storm Spirit combo. It does leave Grimstroke there still in the pool, Virtus.pro favoring it for themselves, and they're going to pick it up, they're going to run it back, despite it obviously not giving them too much success in game 1.
I think they just need to make sure they have a better Inkswell target. Last game they really didn't have anything that made the Grimstroke work, and they also sort of picked it into like a theoretically losing lane. I think this hero is strong when you're the one who's like running your opponent some small kill squad, 2-3 heroes, and you can really just cast your spells and let them go in.
I like this Willow pick a lot, just because the Muerta flex in VP's draft is honestly addressed by the Willow flex. Like Willow conceptually, as a carry flex, plays very well into Muerta, because when Muerta ultis, you just press Shadow Realm, right? And you're on a lower cooldown than she is to be effective. But as the game progresses, Muerta is a much stronger hero in terms of sheer damage output, but Willow is the solution to it. She can play into it, and the flex is still open.
That's what we saw in the Bedboom Talon series game number 2. And it was, in the long run, Nightfall able to win it out on Muerta. So it's weird that now the tables are turned.
That was a close one, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
There were some suspicious buybacks in that game, to be fair. It could have gone either
way.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some sort of weird pressure on VP in the draft. Like they feel like they have to ban the Storm, and then they feel like they have to take the Grim because they don't want to give them Grim Spiritbreaker. But like I feel like Willow was a much more natural pick actually for VP. Like it's a lot better for Spiritbreaker. You stop the charge with the Brambos, you're a decent kill threat on him. Just feels a bit more awkward for them.
And now they also set themselves up where Bedboom, their support duo, if it is going to be Willow support, which I would prefer, is super potent into any aggression from VP. You're playing into high ground tombstones, you've got, like Aoi already mentioned, the defensive capabilities of Willow, and then the lane as well. Spiritbreaker plus Dark Willow, quite an aggressive lane. If you step up and misplay, you're too far down the lane, there's actually kill potential. There's not a lot of combos that really give Spiritbreaker that much kill potential in lane, but Willow is one of those 4s that can bring out. And it sets up for this just formidable safe lane once again, where it's going to be Undying plus I see 4 heroes pick my carry for Nightfall. That is going to be quite a scary situation for VP to deal with.
If this is a Muerta tough safe lane though, don't you think the Dark Willow Spiritbreaker lane is sort of hard? Like I don't think you have any chance to really fight back into that.
No, yeah, it's not going to be the most optimal, but it's a playable. It's not really that playable.
I think
Spiritbreaker is such a weird hero. It doesn't win lane.
Like,
it just
yeah, Bedboom's laning is really good, so they might be able to get away with something. But I think in theory, like this Muerta Tusk should stomp Willow Spiritbreaker pretty hard. Like I don't really see what you do on the Willow Spiritbreaker side. They just have so much damage, and Spiritbreaker already has low BAT. You put minus attack speed on that, he's not going to hit at all.
The trade-off is as well is like VP, they're seeing some Undying plus something, so it's like they pick a Doom for their offlane, and then Spiritbreaker. Yes, it doesn't start the same way, but you can scale to the point where you have the same level of economy as a Doom once you have your Midas, your Octarine, etc. So it does feel like both teams are kind of copying each other, where Tusk plus Muerta in one safe lane, Undying plus 1 in another safe lane. The offlaners aren't meant to have fun in this game.
Yeah, the great thing about this Doom pick is that it addresses the potential of the Willow carry flex, because when you're playing against the Willow carry, you need these really strong ground damage cores. We saw Bedboom play into a Willow with a Pudge. I mean, conceptually, a Doom with an Aghanim Scepter later on should be able to address the Willow carry flex if they do choose to do that, so now I feel like they should be discouraged from it. Also, it synergizes so nicely with their Grimstroke. They were probably looking at it in the last game, but it got banned out by Bedboom. But you get the double Doom into Soulbind, you have an Inkswell carrier, and you also have a means to pressure whichever carry comes out from Bedboom, because the second Doom Grim get levels, they can just run down the carry. There are very few carries that can survive the Inkswell level 3 Scorched Earth tower dive.
Honestly, I think these side lanes are looking sort of good for VP right now. I think they have the right idea in this draft. Like they felt like in the last game they got pressured so much in the safe lane, and they don't want to have that repeat. So this lane, the only thing that I think they have to be careful of is that BetBoom, like this Willow Undying could be a strong lane, or if they pick a different carry with a counter pick, and the Undying can rotate pretty easily on a Mortar carry. She's not very mobile. You don't really do anything when they drop this Tombstone behind you. So this could be like what BetBoom should start looking for. They even have the Invoker. I think, like in theory, like you can take like 1 or 2 points in the Invoker Exort, like level 5 or 6, and just go like some 2-2-2 build. And then with the Sunstrike and the Tombstone rotation, they can like sort of overwhelm this Mortar Tuskar lane that's supposed to be really stable.
I just like the fact that both teams have the same kind of concept with their supports, where if the lanes do go well for them, then they'll use the twin gates, try and break the map, and for VP, that's what we were kind of lacking that previous game. They had very kind of backwards thinking supports, a lot of the please run at us and let us use our spells, so this is a development from game 1 for sure. And 2 big carry bans for VP, Luna, Terrorblade. When you have Doom offlane, with the Undying, again, you're expecting free farm for this hero, so taking out some of these bigger statement carries for Nightfall. Good old Wraith King, okay.
This is the traditional, historic Doom counter, right? You get doomed, you reincarnate. You can also just, with the Axe build that a lot of people are doing, it allows you to play for longer fights, it allows you to play for tempo, but I don't necessarily think it shuts down Doom in lane, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like it gives them a timing to play on. It gives them a way to play into the Exort that Aoi talked about, the potential Sunstrike on side lanes. It gives them another stun to do it, but I don't necessarily think it's the shutdown hero that they needed.
This is a very different game for BetBoom, I feel. Like, when you have Spearbreaker and Wraith King in your side lanes, it's a lot of farm that you need, and then you're expecting Invoker maybe to fill in the gap there with Undying Willow. And on the flip side for VP, they, I mean, kind of also relatively greedy as well, but I think there's a little bit more points of aggression just because Tusk and Grim, they can do a lot of things in this map and actually seek a lot of engagements. But yeah, I think VP have improved drastically from game 1 to game 2. This is a much better draft from them.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think this Kunkka pick in particular, like, it's going to be a completely different Kunkka game than last time. He has a lot of things to play with, and he's going to have a good lane, and it's going to make all the difference on this hero. I also think the Wraith King pick is pretty good. I think just because there's a Grimstroke in the Doom's lane, I think you can sort of swing that lane that way. The Skeletons are really strong now. Like, they keep buffing them, and I think with Undying, like, they have insane kill potential when they hit level 2. Like, I think we're going to see it snowball either really hard for the Wraith King, or the Doom will, like, sort of get to Vanguard and start, like, cutting ways and be very independent.
What do you see as the win condition for each team here?
I think the win condition for BetBoom is if they break VP safe lane. If they're able to get a gate rotation onto this Morta, I think the lineup will sort of, like, you're too vulnerable on too many sides, and the Doom doesn't really want to rotate. Kunkka's really not that fast a hero. And for VP, they just need to make sure their lanes are really solid.
Alrighty, there we go. We know what they have to do. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. But first, it's BetBoom's coach.
Thank you so much, everybody. I am here with Maelstrom, our wonderful translator, and Volk, you taught me to say that. Thank you so much. Great draft that we saw in game 1. Excellent draft in game 2. But Spearbreaker first pick, I mean, very reminiscent of the road to the International. Have you guys learned anything since that road? Has your opinion changed on any hero?
Отличная первая игра, классный драфт во второй. Вы опять используете Бристлбека и Дарк Виллоу. Это те же герои, что вы использовали в групповой стадии. Вы что-то новое для себя вот за эти дни вынесли после групповой стадии? И если да, то что?
Конечно, мы с каждой игрой выносим для себя что-то полезное. Но если отвечать конкретно, то все увидите в будущем.
Yeah, of course, we found some. But if I want to answer, you will see in the future.
Oh, okay, you're okay. That confident, huh? Easy 2-0?
2-0.
Посмотрим.
We'll see.
Oh, come on. All right. Well, fantastic. I guess we will see. Are you ready to throw it to the game? We can tell you, just point at that camera and say, casters. What do you think?
Ну, скажи, кого ты думаешь, кто победит?
Я думаю, победит дружба.
Friends will win. Friendship.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to our casters.
Hey, yeah.
We got him.
That was amazing. I love seeing it too because, like, at some point I thought I heard him say Twitch chat. I'm not sure if that was correct.
I don't think he was asking Slacks' questions. No. That's for the better.
That's the way it should go.
I heard Bristleback Will. I don't remember Slacks saying those.
But it is one of those moments too, is going into game number 2 where you gotta be feeling good. It's the coach of BetBoom. My goodness, they came in, rocked the house. They had a perfectly, like, prepared draft.
ง่วงอ่ะอันนึงกูว่ากูควรไปนอนแล้ว I'm done คู่ก็ได้ปะไม่ใช่นี้นี่เกมอะพี่เค้กกับโบเกอร์อีกแล้ว
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
No กระดูก2คิดที่เครียดมากกระดูกระดูก5กระดูกถามความรู้อันใดมันทำไมเอามาตบเลนเน้นเลนกลายเป็นที่การเล่นเลนแต่เลนล่างนี่น่าจะหนักเจอคอมโบเบอร์ต้าพักหนึ่งในเลนที่โหดที่สุดในยุคนี้โคตรโกงยิงแม่นด้วยโคตรแสบ2เวลอะโอ้ตายนะถ้าโดนเข้าตายเลยอ๋อนี่มานาวหมด
Your admiral is on board. And we're back.
Ôi, khá cớn. Và để nó zombie thằng cắt đủ. Nào. Đèn á.ได้อยู่เลยไม่แย่มากแต่ง่าย10 ตัวเลยวะเนี่ยลูกเกอร์จัด ใช่ท่าสามทำไมวะดูสปิริตเช้าเกินส่วนไดแม่งเลยนี่ไงไดอิงไดป้อมแม่งเลยโคตรดีคิดอะไรไม่ออกก็เข้าประตูไปไดป้อมเขาดูในนี้ดีไหมมันก็ดีแล้วก็เล่นกับคิมเล่นได้แต่ว่ามันเจอเบรคิงก็จะเซ็งนิดนึงเจอเบรคิงนิวเกอร์อย่างเงี้ยล็อกแต่ถ้ามันได้ดูมันก็โอเคอยู่เคลลี่ตัวไหนแค่ทาง PL ได้น่าจะสเปคมันตัวมันคือ PL มันไม่มีตัวแก้แบบต่อจงเว้ยมันต้องแก้แบบด้วยการเล่นในเกมเพราะว่าตัวร่างปลอมมันคือสุดยอดเลยเว้ยตัวร่างก็คือ PL ร่างปลอมมันเยอะตัวร่างปลอมตัวอื่นมันสู้ PL ไม่ได้อย่างเงี้ยนะเพราะฉะนั้นต้องเล่นตามเทมโปมากกว่าถ้ามีก็สเวนสเปคสมัยมันตีร่างปลอมได้ถูกไหมแต่มันโดนไคล้โอ้ขาด
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
มันสมิธแพ้ตัวแล้วมันไม่มีไอ้เฮียตัวนั้นโกงมันคือฮีโร่แห่งยุคหมูเริ่มไม่ไหวแล้วว่ะเจอผีเลยนี้เมอร์ต้าน่าจะรวยจัดแต่ดูม3,100ไอ้คิงรวยแต่ไม่ได้ไปดัด
No breaking through the dire structures for now. The dire best do something about that bottom tower.
เมอร์ต้าทักไม่อิมแพคก่อนเดซเซอร์ออกฉากแก้ตัวปลอมใช่ครับเดซเซอร์ออกฉากแก้ตัวปลอมครับแต่ถามว่าแก้ตัวปลอมแล้วมันในนี่ขนาดไหมถ้าเป็น PL มันก็ไม่ได้อะไรขนาดนั้นแก้ไปเพิ่งก็ออกมองใหม่อยู่ดีถ้าเป็นนากาแก้อยู่เพราะนากาจะเล่นเจอเดซเซอร์ยากแต่ถ้าเป็น PL มันไม่สนนะ เราเล่นกับเบทคิงมาแล้วเจ๊ตัวเองเราไม่ถึง
Radiant's bottom tower is pretty safe. Radiant's gone and fortified their structures.
บอกป้อมไปเฉยครับเบทคิงตบเลนมาโอเคบอกป้อม
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
หมูไม่ไหวแล้วจ้าหมูโดนรัวๆหมูเมาผีอะกว่าจะได้ใบดัดไม่เอารถด้วยเวลาเพียร์เราเยอะเราวิธีดูครับตัวไหนล่างจริงเวลาดูที่ดาเมจครับถ้าดาเมจตรงไหนมันลดควบก็คือตัวนั้นเขาสังเกตที่ดาเมจกับสติ๊กตัวจริงสติ๊กจะต่างจากตัวอื่นโอ้ยโอ้ยคาโดได้ไม่หลอกไม่ตายด้วยเทียบกับคาโดจังหวะเป๊ะเบอร์จัดปล่อยที่นี่เรียบร้อยโอ้ยเรียบร้อยไปว่าเชี่ยผีมันซ้อนดีตลอดเลยผีเบอร์จัดความไหม
For my coffers.
เรื่องนี้เสียมากทุกคนได้คิดกันแล้วมาอีกแล้วโอ้ผีไม่ถูกใจผีอัมเล็ตเชี่ยอัมเล็ตเป็น1 ดอกอัมเล็ตโชย1 ดอกอ้าวแต่โดนปัดไปโดนตัวเดียวครับปัดเป๋โดนเฟียเต็มข้อโอ้หนักละน่าจะ1-1วันที่จะตรงโดนหนักจัดมา2 วับโอ้เรียบร้อยเป็นยูโรพีเยอะเลยเลยไอ้ผีมันเกินไปเกมเนี้ยดูดิมันสต็อปลบอ่ะผีมันปีศาจเลยผีปีศาจ
Radiant's mid tower coming up. Dire's top tower. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
ใส่เจอความสูงของสร้างคือการเล่นยังไงย่าง5 ดาวตอนตี 5 ตี 4 งงเลยว่าผีแล้วคือผีตัวเดียวไม่ว่านะผีไม่มากับทักเวอร์ไหมต้องเคยเล่นเจอเลนผีกับทักอะแม่งเวอร์สัสเลือดเต็มก็ตายอะเลือดแบบ1,000เนี่ย
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. Dyer's mid tower's been disowned.
ที่เราเล่นกว่าน่าจะซ้ายนะโดนลิงก์ไปคือจบเลย
Structures right now.
ถ้าไปเล่นแล้วจะดีน่าหนุกสุดครับชิง
Gold from my chest.
When you're making a car off ฮะกล้ามอยู่คนละทีมั้ย
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Nobody's down there. Rise and shine.
พามาดีชิวนี่ดีนะไอ้คิงตบเลนดูมนะมันก็ดูมรวยแบบสัตว์หมาจะต้องถามว่าขวาไหวไหมไหวนะเว้ยหมุนล็อกไม่คือหมุนล็อกเลยดูคนละวงกันเลยโห อ้เพี้ยมากตัวนี้ดูต้องตายอ่ะดูเกินไม่น่าตายเลยไม่งั้นได้หมดเลยโอ้ครับ PVP เวอร์เพื่อเข้าสโลว์บอลกดที่ขวา
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
谁还不是个宝宝了？
Well, I tried. Step lively now. Your admiral is on board. Dire's bottom tower's getting Radiant's top tower. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's top tower.
Regeneration.
Radiant's top tower is taking hit.
ซ้ายนะทุบ
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. One last top tower for the Radiant. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
จะบอกให้ป๊าบอกไปเลยงงเลยจ้าไม่ใช่ดับไฟทำไมวะโอ้ยแค่บุลล็อกรอดเลย
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
แค่ไม่ใจเป็นนี้ด้วยก็หนึ่งมาอะไรนะ The fuck ไก่ปิวมาใหม่นี่คลิปเยอะขึ้นป่ะเยอะขึ้นครับแคมเยอะ
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Dire just couldn't save that bottom tower. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
ตายมันเดียวเนี่ย
The Dire went and fortified their structures. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
ไม่ชิโร่มันโลแรกไม่อะไรมากหรอก
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
ขึ้นยากเลย
Radiant's top tower's hurting. The Dire best do something about their bottom tower.
เดี๋ยวรอเฟสมูล็อกมีของเดี๋ยวมูล็อกไม่หล่อลิงเคนอีก ฟาร์มมอด็อกซื้อฉาดด้วยซื้อฉาดก่อนลิงเคนดับเบิลดูมน่าทำเป็นโดนตัวเดียววะอ๋อรับแทนตีหมดละเอาเบอร์ต้าไม่ได้ปะไม่หมดหรอกเกี่ยวยากสู้ได้อยู่นะมันไม่ได้โหดขนาดนั้นถ้าไม่ถึงเฟสมันจริงมันต้องโดนดับเบิลดูมตอนนั้นหมูร้องมากดชาร์จแล้วมันรับแทนโดน2ดูมโคตรดีอ่ะต้องรู้ว่ามันทำงานอย่างนี้หมูร้องแม่งโกงไม่ไปนัดอ่ะนั่นคือดูมยุคใหม่อ่ะมันออกไมดัสเพื่อฟาร์มมันออกโอซีเพื่อช่วยฟาร์มแต่ตัวมันเก่งขึ้นด้วยเยอะได้ทั้งมานาทั้งเลือดทุกอย่างแม่งดีหมดเลยมันคือสุดยอดนวัตกรรมแห่งยุคไม่คาถาฟ้าเนี่ยผมเกิ้งเงินมันตกกันเลยโอ้ยตีกระจายว่ะไม่เอากระดูกจริงเหรอทำไมตีกระจายวะผมไม่ต้องทะเลกระดูกเพื่อ15ไม่ได้อัพตีกระจาย พักไม่มีก้อนเงินนะใช่ไม่มีบิงเซฟไม่ได้
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
ชายังไม่เกิดโทรแล้วออมหลังมาครับผมก็แตกทำอะไรไม่ได้นะตัดคลิปเลยเข้าโลเลยวะกดไลค์เอาแล้วทันไหมไม่ทันนะเนี่ยโอ้โหโดนสแน็คขี่ไม่มีอันตีโอ้โหบีนึงได้ล้านโลอยู่แต่ว่าไม่คุ้มเท่าไหร่เดี๋ยวดิ
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Dire gave up a bottom tower.
สปิริตกับลิควิดหน้าสปิริตตอนนี้เต็งหนึ่งเลยสปิริต
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Dire's courier made its final delivery. Radiant's top tower.
ในบนบ้านไหม
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
โอ้ยบ้าปะเนี่ยได้บิงมาเอาเลยเหรอบิงอินเลยเหรอ เราก็ทาฟ้าไปตัวเขียวล็อกลิงเคน
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's hurt.
แต่จะไม่เกี่ยวทำไหมมีโอกาสอยู่เพราะมันนำอยู่มึง2-0ไปเลยไม่เหรอเผื่อมีเซอร์ไพรส์โน้ตมันเคยเรียนไม่ได้ออกไม่นัดอ่ะแรงอยู่นะโอ้โหโดนทุกดอกแล้วบอกเพื่อนกันนี่มันสกิลมันตรงอยู่นะไปลิงเคนซะแล้วมีคนสปอยล์มาเหรอนิดหน่อยมีสปอยว่าถามคนไทยแต่มีเซอร์ไพรส์ซึ่งปกติครึ่งหนึ่งมันจะมาอะไรมันจะมาไม่มาไม่เป็นไรกูก็รอวันหลังอะปัดเลยนี่ขาดดีกว่าครับพิมโนต้ามันกดอันติไม่ได้2-0เลยเว้ยก็คือไม่มีตังค์ไปแบ็คงงอยู่นะแม่งซื้อดีมาตอนแรกมันไม่ซื้อไอ้อันติเบตโอ้มันแต่งนะจ๊ะบอกไว้ก่อนเจอเบรกคิงเลยไปเชอร์อย่าให้รถแตกนะ กูไม่เห็นอันใดมีไมดัสด้วยเหรอไอ้ยุคสมัยแห่งไมดัส
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
เนี่ยหมูซ่ามาสู้หมกไปตึ้ง
Radiant's mid tower's been disowned.
Undying Midas.
Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Almighty money.
สแกนเจอจ้ามาแล้วไฟนี้มันแน่นอนมึงได้ใช้รีเฟรชแน่อะไรคิตตี้ไว้ก่อนโดนน้ำโดนพัดโดนเฮกโดนทุกอย่างมีแม่งเลยอ่ะกูตายกูไม่สนกูกลับมาใหม่กูคือเวทคริงอ้าวเรียบร้อยซับยืนไม่ไหวเลยซับโดนดีๆแล้วยังไงตัวคอกลับซับมันจนไปเลยซับมีอย่างนิมก็จริงแต่ว่าไอ้ทักอะมันหาที่ยืนยากเกินอยู่หรอโดยสร้างกดทุกกี่ทีหลังไฟ8 ถึง 11ครับ
Double damage.
ฟาบอด็อกเราจะซื้อกี่ทีเงินทุนเหรอครับ10 กว่านาทีปะตอน18-20เลยมันก็ต้องกด10 ทีอ่ะแต่สิ่งที่ได้คืนมามันคือเลเวลเสื้อหมูลบน้ำไม่มีบันไดตัวเบิ้มดูสเต็งเรื่อยๆคือกังก้าดูมันฆ่าอันไดไม่ได้ทำ อยู่แล้วจ้าเรียบร้อยแล้วหมูมีอูใหญ่รอบชิงไม่ใช่ครับโอ้โหถ้ารอบชิงนี่กูไม่ดูแล้วโดต้าน่าเบื่อจัดรอบชิงมันต้องตึงเดือดร้อนจี้ๆกว่านี้ถึงเค้นนะครับโดนใส่โคตรตายนะอยากจะเตะมากๆนั่นแน่ขออนุญาตบินหนีแล้วคือไอ้ที่นี่ตายไปตอนไหนเนี่ยบินตกตายไปแล้วโอ้เจ็บโอ้เจ็บอันใดอิงมาแล้วอันใดอิงยักษ์อันใดอิงยักษ์ฮ่าอันใดอิงยักษ์ฆ่าอันใดอิงกุชีฮ่าคิวไมอันใดอิง please thank you อันใดเลือด 7,000มีไฟแต่ชีสลอยอยู่โอ้เจ็บตีพาแล้วจะทำเล่นไปอะไรก็ได้ตีบ้านครับไปตีบ้านอยู่แค่2 ตัวเองกลัวเลยวะRed King รอกินนิมอยู่การแตกซื้อกันนิมมาแล้วครับไอ้เขียวตัวเขียวมาแล้วแช่วสุดท้ายมันก็ซื้อไปรัดหมูบินหมูบินแกหยุดหมูบินใช้ไม่ได้หรอกเนี่ยได้เอาหมดเลยเคนรูนครับขโมยโมเกอร์ไปแล้วถ้า1รัวๆแบบไม่หยุดมันน่าจะหมดแล้วเป็นยังไงถ้ามีหลับไม่หรอกเรื่องนะนั่นแน่ขออนุญาตบินไอ้แค่ครีมนี่เริ่มไม่ถูกใจแล้วมันจะโดนเล็งนะโอ้ยผีเตะเข้ามาครับยังไงโต้ผมกล้าเตะกูเข้ามาอย่างนั้นเหรอกูถึงด้วยแต่มึงไม่รู้ผียิงยังไม่ตายอ่ะชาวโอ้ยดักเกินโอเคกูตายก็ได้จะทักมันเริ่มเกินไปแล้วอ่ะเฮ้ยวอล์กบลิงโซชั่นไป1ผมไปคิงบาร์ด้วยเช่าเดี๋ยวเข้าไปเรื่อยๆแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวคิงจะล่างสุดยอดแล้วเหลือเปลี่ยนออฟเลตเป็นอย่างอื่นลองไป28มีรีเฟชเชอร์ส่วนฟาร์มครับแบบครอบครัวมีพีบวกชนะแต่ดันขึ้นไปไม่ขึ้นเลยเจอมูล็อก หนักทุกทางโคตรหนักนี่ออกอะไรรีเฟซออกเอ็กดีอยู่ใช้ทีมซองไหนใช้ของเท10ตัวจะเกินแล้ว VP เซโร่อีกแล้วมาครับสมมติว่าบวกตรงนี้เลยครับยัดโพซิชั่นดีกว่าบงลงไปข้างบนเลยทีนี้ล็อกยืนคุมแล้วสโมกแตกจ้าอันเน่แล้วอ้าวยังไงเอ่ยสกิล2ไปแล้วต้องคุยกันหน่อยอะไรอย่างนี้บัฟเข้าให้ได้ไปเลยทักไปแบงค์ไหมจ๊ะไม่ไหวตอนนี้ไม่ได้บายนะไอ้เขียวมาครับไอ้เขียวมาซอมบี้ตกต้องไปกิ้งบาร์ไม่แบ็คไม่ได้ไอ้พอบอกเรื่อยๆจ้าไอ้พอบอกทุกคนรีเฟซฮัลโหลผมรีเฟซทันครับตายเกิดตายเกิดเอาดีเบอร์ต้ายังไงเบอร์ต้าทุกอย่างคูดาวมาแบ็คมาก็สู้ไม่ได้ครับแล้วเจอซอมบี้ตบไม่หยุดโอ้หนักจัดฮ่าเบอร์ต้าโดนไคย้ำหมาเอาโลไหมจ๊ะหมูล็อกมาแบ็คมานะไม่เอาโลเหรอเอโลมูล็อกมาเอาโรชานเร็วนี่คีบการไม่กล้าโผล่นะครับตายได้นะครับเรากำลังมาช่วงคืนในชิ้นของเขาเงาบ้องอันนี้บินโบเกอร์ครับก็ชี้นะ2-0ไปแล้วเราดูเซอร์ไพรส์ได้เอ๋อ้าวยังไงเอ๋ครับล็อกปูโอ้ยหมูทำไมไม่ไอ้นี่ What the fuck is this Oh my god รอดได้เหรอวะไปเสียทิศไปแล้วอยู่ดีก็เสียจิตฟรีเปรตว้าไหมไม่ต้องบูทว้าก็ได้เพราะว่าเดี๋ยว60 นาทีแล้วเดี๋ยวเผื่อมันได้บูทเขียว ตาย25น่ะกันเวท25เปิดนะจ๊ะว่าค่อนข้างหนักมาแล้วแอบยิงบ้านแล้วอ่ะชอบนี่จะขึ้นบนบ้านไปเลยวะมาอีกแล้วชอบ จ้าเอ๋ได้หนีได้ทุกทรงก่อนตายครับอันไดมีฮาร์ดอันไดเลือด7,000อันไดถึกมากแม่แล้วรีเฟชเชอร์เพื่อชน2 รอบยังไงเอ่ยยังไหวแค่นี้ยังไหวขออนุญาตบินหนีละกันบินหนีแต่ไม่หนีชนแบบระยะติดตัวแล้วโอ้โหอะไรเต็มพื้นเลยวะน่ะแล้วผีมันยังไงผีมันโดนลุมมาดิหนักจัดไม่ไหวละสู้ไม่ได้เลยต้องมีรีเฟรชแบบเมอร์ต้าไม่งั้นเล่นไม่ได้รีเฟรชยังเล่นไม่ได้เลยเอานี่double damage ไอ้เฮนี่มาอีกแล้วอ้าวยังไงจ๊ะน้องยังไงอีเฟเชอร์ไม่ใช้หรือจ๊ะมีมาแบ็คของมีมาแบ็คเก็บไว้ก่อนรอชีวิตหน้าเก็บไว้ทำแปะอะไรวะโดนยิงตายไปเลยบ้าไปเนี่ยโอ้น้ำโอ้ยน้ำกระดูกอะไรบนเหลือนึงล้างหมดแล้วไปแบ็คไหมไปมันก็แพ้อะชงสู้ไม่ได้เลยเชียวโอ้ยฉาบเลยยิงไหมครับเพลินดาวิโลตัวเขียวโอ้ยผีกระดูกรถยุดช่วยด้วยกระดูกรถยุดโอ้ผีไม่นะโดนดูเพลฮ่าดูการเลยโตทุบเลือด12,000ใครแล้วใครจะอยู่เขาอยู่อ่ะ ต่อยตายแม่งเลยอมตะเป็น11,000บ้าหรือเปล่าตะไดอิงขอใจลิงไหม60 นาทีเชียวเฮ้ยยิงอะไรจ้าน้องยิงอะไรโอเคตัวเขียวแล้วยิงโลไม่ได้กล่าวไว้ยิงไม่ต้องกดอันตีหรอไม่ต้องกดอันตีก็โดนวินโลยิงไปนะโอ้โหเกิดตัวเขียวโอ้ยเหลือ 4,000 แล้วนายอิงมานาหมดไม่ตายมีสกิลดริมแปลกนะมึงออกไหมโอ้โมตัวเหล่งทั้งหมดตายด้วยโอซีไปแล้วเพื่อน โอ้ซิงดีอยู่นะฟาร์มที่5เร็วจะได้ไม่โยนแต่ขออันได้ยักษ์นะบอกไว้ก่อนไปเลยแฮทไอทีมปั๊มตังค์ที่มึงมีเมดัสกันไหมเหรอเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเอาเมดัสเทียร์5แล้วพวกที่นี่ไม่เอาเทียร์5เหรอฮัลโหลมีคนเดียวแบ็คคนเดียวก็คือกริมที่เหลือไม่มีใครมีบายเลยรู้แล้วว่าอยู่นี่เนี่ยมันติดท่า3มึงรู้ปะเนี่ยนี่ใกล้เคียงทำไมวะกระแหล่งหนึ่งปล่อยไปก็ได้เอาไปเลยแปลกๆโอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้โอ้เป็นยูริเฟสต้องสู้แล้วอ่ะต้องสู้แล้วโอ้ยมันบ้าหนีงี้ก็หมดเลยเหรอไม่ได้นะจินดีบายของบ้าแหลกว่ะเอาเรื่องว่ะแค่ไม่ตลกนะเนี่ยแค่คีบตายหมดเลยจะไม่ดัด Hello I wanna bite us Can you let me bite us ฮัลโหลเทียร์5ให้กูไปนัดเดี๋ยวนี้กิงมาแล้วครับ2 อันดึงมาแล้วอันใดยักษ์ไพเรตแฮดดาวิโลมึงส่งกลับบ้านทำไมนะโอ้ยแม่งแจกของแล้วของฟรีบางทีมันไม่มีใครมีฉาดเลยมีใครมีอากานิมแบบยังไม่กินไหมแค่นี้ไงมึงกินซะแล้วมึงก็ขายอันเนี้ยกินแล้วขายแค่นั้นน่ะเล่นเป็นปะวะเมื่อต้าที5เลยคุ้มสุดเอ็กไม่คิน่ามีคีบีตลอดถ้าไม่คิน่าก็ไพเรตแฮดไม่เหลือเฉยไม่เคยมีเทียร์5เลยทีมซ้ายครับไม่ฟาร์มเทียร์5วะตอนนี้มาแล้วไพเรตแฮดกับเจนลิงไพเรตแฮดเปอร์ต้าอ่ะพองกระดาษทองไม่ตลกกันเนี่ยบีเป็นบูมแพ้ได้นะเดี๋ยวดูผียิงหน่อยผีดาบทองไพเรตแฮดอะดูดิมันจะยิงเดือดขนาดไหนยังไงตายไปก่อนเลยครับตัวหนึ่งแบบโง่ๆมีใบอยู่ ได้วิ่งขึ้นลงไม่หยุดมีแซนลิงลงจุดเต็งไปก่อนผีเฮ้ยผีโดนเตะเน้นไปที่บ้านครับเน้นไปที่บ้านเน้นไปที่บ้านปับโดนเตะเข้าบ้านไปเลยไปจริงไปจริง What the fuck is this ว่าโยนละว่าโยนละอันเนี้ยไม่บายด้วยทำเป็นเล่นเป็นไงมึงเจอดาวทองเมอร์ต้าไปสนุกไหมเราเล่นเหล็กเกมมากๆตีบ้านไม่แตกอะไรครับตัดคลิปได้นะจ๊ะเล็งแล้วตั้งท่ารอว้าวมึงจะมาใหม่เฮ้บินเอาแล้วง่ายไม่ชอบชอบยากดาบทองนะกูบอกไว้ก่อนมึงแพ้นะดาบทองนะร้านนี้ยิงบ้านไม่ได้กดรีเฟรชมาแล้วหมูทำงานว้าวไม่เป็นใครกันคลิปเนี่ยหมู MVP ว้าวเนี่ยยื้อได้ประเทศยื้อจนเกิดอะโคตรเหี้ยเลยฮีโร่กล้ากัน10,000ยังไงยังไม่บายนะถ้าดูดีตีบ้านไม่แตกด้วยสู้ตรงก็ยากมาแล้วที5มาทั้งทีแล้วไม่มีใครมีหนังสือมืดเลยถ้ามีบุกชาโดคือจบเลย ครับพี่มีคนกดซับแล้วโอ้ยเชี่ยหน่องนันเนี้ยกดซับบุฟเฟ่ว่ะลืมไปเลยว่าใครขอบคุณครับ10 นาทีไปละเมื่อตาแม่งน่าสุดยอดแล้วเมื่อ30ชมยังก็มีอย่างอนิมมั้ยเนี่ยเอ็มนี้อนิมใครดีวะเอาจริงอนิมยิงใส่ใครก็ตายหมดอ่ะมันอนิมมันยิงพื้นเปล่าๆเมื่อตาเดี๋ยวมันดาเมจกูจะอ้วกอนิมไหมล่ะพ่อเงินมันตันหมดนะเว้ยอย่างเงี้ยเพราะว่ามันมีไพเรตให้ทั้งคู่มาแล้วนี่เบอร์เซิร์ฟแรงนะทำเป็นเล่นที่อาจจะได้เห็นเมก้าเจอเมก้าเนี่ย บูมเพย์เซฟรอแบ็คหนูล้างหมูมันเลยจุดนั้นไปเยอะแล้วคอมเมนเตอร์ไม่น่ากลัวสิปัดทองอีกอันกับอันนิมมีตังล่ากันดิซื้อไปไอ้คิงมันเละไปแล้วดิทำเหี้ยอะไรได้หมดแล้วครับพี่มีคนกดซับแล้วเงินอยู่ขอบคุณที่กดซับครับคุณเลสลี่ครับขอบคุณครับธรรมดามันก็ ไม่ได้เปลี่ยนของก็ทีอ๋อมีบิงเต็งอยู่ไม่ได้เปลี่ยนบิงเต็งกับชีสอีก2 อันวอดอยู่นี่เราสู้นะเมื่อไหร่คำให้ก้าว guys ทุกคนมีใบแบกมันไม่ทำเหมือนกันอลังไหมก็โอเคอยู่นะเพลงทำดีอยู่แต่ก็ไม่ได้อลังเวอร์วังอะไรตูนจบไป3 ตอนไม่จบก็ดีกว่าเพราะปกติดีเลยเนียนเลยนะแอดมินในโคโนบิคอนแอบดันเนียนเลยนะเฮ้ยบอมแตกเฮียแอดมินในโคร้ายนะมึงแต่คู่นี้มีอีกไหมครับมี2 คู่ครับแต่ใครจะดูก็ดูกูไปแล้วเอาแล้ววะโอ้ยเอาแล้วเดินไล่มาครับดูกระเตงเรื่อยๆแล้วเฮดเข้ามาครับเบิร์ดไปก่อน1 ตัวสะพองโง่ๆแล้วเดินทับไม่เดินทับวะไปไหนกูอะไททันซอมบี้มานานหมดแล้วนะโอซีไหมอ่ะแล้วมันจะซื้อวะเป็นเบลมันไม่เอาแล้วไม่พลาดไม่บาตลอด เ ดิฟิเชอร์ว่ะต้องเต็มไหมล่ะได้ไปตายเกิดแล้วด้วยไม่มีแล้วอย่างนี้ 60% flash golem โบนัสนี่หลุดนี่หลุดล้มไปเลยได้เล่นลงโตไปก่อนยิงดุ้งอันตีเลยครับดุ้งถึงมาแบ็คก็คุ้มแล้วเชี่ยแล้ววินโล่ก็หมดแครี่รับโอ้ตายปะเนี่ยโอ้โหตายไม่ตายว่ะแค่ตัวดำที่เป็นพวกชาโดว์นี่ไงที่ผมบอก53 นาทีเลยเนี่ยกูไม่ได้มาดูอีกเกมคือไม่มีใครสนใจของที่อยู่ในโลแล้วเชนวินเนโคลงมือแล้วนานเกินเลยนานจริงเป็นเมย์ก็จะไปดับพอกลุ่มซิเดียโซมันทำไมนะไม่ให้ดาวินโลมาดาวินโลออกไอ้เหี้ยนี่มาว่ะออกมายิงอีเบอร์ต้าเซอร์ไพรส์วัตถุฟักเกอร์ถ้าเบอร์ต้าไม่ได้ไปคิงบาร์คือมันตายเลยเว้ยมันโดนยิงทะลุร่างผีอ่ะชมแชวอุ้ยดาบทอง2 อันกินบูชาไหมของกินไปแล้วอย่าโดนทอร์นาโดตัดแชวอยากจะตีบ้านมากๆ มีเพิ่มห่างมาได้นะไม่ต้องกดไปทิ้งใบมาแล้วครับวิลโล่ล่างสุดยอดวิลโล่เขาจะยิงคุณแล้ววิลโล่ยิงชาวิลโล่แอบยิงวิลโล่แอบยิงวิลโล่แอบยิงชายิงวิลโล่แอบยิงวิลโล่แอบยิงเปลไม่สนวิลโล่ยิงเดี๋ยวนี้วิลโล่ยิงเดี๋ยวนี้วิลโล่เฮ้ยยิงสุดยอดมากGGมันจะจบเฮียโคตรจะฟักกิ้งเลดเกมบ้าหรือเปล่าจะเลดไปไหนวะแน่นอนนาทีเปรต
And eventually he became a beast.
Jubilation from the booth as crowd appreciating what we've seen in this Dota 2 Cathedral.
They gave us a good one.
They gave us a solid match. We'll be knocking out Virtus Pro from the tournament. And again, you go for those type of plays, the decision to go on in from Kiritich, try and find that last little hit, but a solid response from GPK to be able to catch him out.
Hey man, last games on the stage here potentially for Virtus Pro, and you go for plays like that, that's what you want to see, right? That's what everyone's here to watch when they come to see some great Dota. They want to see you making those risky plays to stay alive in TI. Not for Virtus Pro this time, but Bet Boom will carry on here through the lower bracket.
So we head on back to the panel.
Bet Boom, they are now a top 6 team, but they did not get it easy. This is now the longest game here at TI 12. So we got to experience it on the main stage in the arena here. It was only beaten, the record here, made by about 9 seconds, give or take. So it was very, very close when it came to it, but Bet Boom, not only are they able to get the win for themselves, but now they have that record of the longest TI 12 game so far. And it was insane. I thought we were going to see a much earlier finish from them because I thought it was down to who was going to initiate Aoi, who was going to be able to get these fights, but they all just kind of dissipated and no one wanted to initiate anymore.
No, I think late game Dota is just super scary right now. Like, heroes are dying in 1 second. You press the buyback, you know you're super committed. It's really hard to go high ground in these situations. Honestly, I thought that both teams were being pretty creative with the risk, and I was happy to see that. Saw like VP, they're busting out the helms and like some travel 2 plays, and then Bet Boom, they're like just YOLOing the throne at times.
Yeah, 2 things that are remarkable from Virtus Pro is the fact that they were able to have such a good early game. I thought it was going to be closed at about 30 minutes because Bet Boom wasn't really hitting the same timings as Virtus Pro and the tempo that they were bringing in, and then to be able to hold the high ground like that, Effie.
I mean, geez, that felt like 2 games ago. I feel like I just watched 3 games in one, but that just speaks to the power of Spirit Breaker. This hero is so ridiculous in its ability to control waves, to extend games, to just do things unpunished. And I have to give my credit to Pierre because if it weren't for his Spirit Breaker and his early BKB purchase, where a lot of other Spirit Breakers might have gone greedier, might have gone for the Wind Waker, could have gone for the Kayasha. No, he went Octarine into BKB, cut every wave, and even when VP tried to smoke, tried to make plays on him, tried to kill him, he was getting out, man. He had that early BKB. He was ulting neutral creeps to get out of ice shards. I mean, he was doing everything that he could to keep his team in the game, and he did just that, and Nightfall delivered in the end.
Yeah, and you talk about hour-long games. Spirit Breaker is his 5th hour-long game now, undefeated when you get to this point in the game. Not a single game has been lost for Spirit Breaker. Yeah, it boils down to the fact that you just skip all these waves. And I think, you know, fair play to VP though. Like the second Roshan, the fact like they take it with such confidence, they're making all these plays. But unfortunately, they don't have that one element of getting out of the game. Like they have this early lead, they have the early Aegises, everything's going their way. But when they look towards high ground, it's like, but what next? Because meanwhile, Pure's just on the other side of the map making all these moves, and when you get to 60+ minutes, it's a completely different game.
And also, when they had that lead, when it felt like they were snowballing, lower and lower the net worth gap got, it felt like there were heroes on Bedboom that could solve Muerta. Like when VP were trying to take the fights, you had the Spirit Breaker on top of Muerta with the Bedlam, pushing her away, making her unable to use her ulti effectively or unable to hit the Wraith King. And then later on, the Undying gets Heart, Blade Mail, Blink Dagger. He starts getting on top of the Muerta. We saw Toronto Tokyo zoning the Muerta away from very crucial team fights before it became that 60-minute stalemate. So hats off to them for dealing with her.
Just so you're aware, Muerta did 162,000 damage in this game. She did 27,000 building damage. Like, that's the game, unfortunately, you lose with, but like these stats, it's like insane. 18-6-14, an insane game, but yeah, just couldn't close it out.
I know we could keep talking about this series for as long as we were given, but unfortunately, we got to jump to a winner's interview. I know Tsunami has Toronto Tokyo joining him.
I'm joined with Toronto Tokyo, who has just given us a sermon in this cathedral of Dota, where it seemed it was a little bit of a hard game for you there, it seemed.
We tried our best to make content, guys. More content, better TI, better like the more long game. It's more like fun.
Did you guys have fun?
เกมวิ่งหน้าคอนเทนต์ยิ่งเยอะ
Ever the showman, Toronto Tokyo, but you had an opportunity to kind of put a cork in that game. You guys were pushing. Instead of going for tier 4s, you went for mega creeps, and then you guys kind of stuck around. You're like, should we end the game now? Should we try to force buybacks? What was the decision making there?
I don't know. Maybe because it's from Talon experience. We didn't go Tron this time, but I felt like we could.
It's from Talon experience ว่ะ
Anyway, 3 sides it's okay, but then we suicided for Tron. Maybe it was not best idea.
ไอตอนที่ไปตายแรกกับตี
our resking to the fountain.
ตีบ้านนี่คือ
So yeah, but in this patch it's really hard to win.
เพราะโดนทักเตะเข้าบ้านมาเลย
It's okay. We know that it's all part of your master plan to entertain us in Climate Pledge Arena, Toronto, Tokyo. Hell of a performance. Congratulations on top 6 as we send it back to the panel.
That's some hell of content right there. I mean, an 87-minute game. If you're going to make content, you got to make sure it's long form, apparently, FE.
Yeah, I mean, that was a test of endurance for the players, and that kind of content might be a test of endurance for the fans, but hey, I'll watch it.
What thoughts are you having in a late game Dota like this? Anything plus 60 minutes, is it a lot of thoughts, or is it your mind's almost blank where you're like, okay, how do we close this game out now?
I think it depends on the situation. A lot of the times you're like trying to get creative, you're making plans, oh, we all buy Dagon 5s, they smoke, they zap someone. There's just a lot of things that can happen in a late game, and it's super unexplored. So I think Lyrical mentioned in the cast, like, you're just doing things that you theory crafted before. There's no really like book to go by, and it just ends up with these crazy games. I think this game, like, it was probably really hard to play from VP side because I felt like they probably thought they had this game. Like, they got the first Aegis, everything was looking good, and then they sort of like threw their own momentum away by just like running down the lane instead of trying to take the map. So I was really impressed that like, they fought back so much in the late game.
What about UT for Virtus Pro? You know, it's the end of the road for them now. Their run in the international is done. Top 8 is a massive performance for themselves.
Yeah, I think it just boils down to just like the fresh talent that we are seeing, especially when it's captained by quite an old school player. It is cool to see that kind of we have that life in Dota, that these teams are kind of still, you know, cultivating.
A surprise กูบ้า
It's been what, a couple years now.
Nice surprise.
You know, I think just scene's in a good spot. We're having top 8 teams where it's not be expected every single time, so it's pretty good.
Do you think FNG's mom would be proud of him, Effie? We saw that content piece where he's talking about how he does it for his mom.
For sure, but he should also be proud of himself. I mean, this man has been around Dota forever, and he really is a grinder. He really has worked so hard, because the last time that he had any kind of significant performance at TI was in 2015 with the really old version of Virtus Pro, back when they were starting to be really dominant. And then he just had this stagnant period in his career where he couldn't get to any TI, his teams weren't working out. He goes to TI 10 in 2021 with Alliance. They don't do very well, they just plays very, very low, and then as a coach, he didn't succeed. So for him to grind for that many years and make it here to top 8 and go out in such a spectacular fashion,
Yeah, it's a true testament to him, and we're actually going to hear more from him because FNG and Tsunami are standing by.
สัมภาษณ์คนแพ้อีก
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by FNG, and my man, I've been always keeping my eye on your career because it seems that you're just like always one step away. I remember the minor major system, you're always like second place from qualifying to the major. And this year, what did you think was going to happen on your journey from Tour 1 to the International?
Well, I actually don't think so far, you know. I just sit here, play Dota, try to work, and if you work works, then you will achieve some result. But yeah, what matters is the amount of time and the effort you put, and you know the result might not come sometimes. Yeah, it sucks, but it's still enjoyable run. So
บางทีใช้ความพยายามของเวลาเข้าไปมันก็ไม่ประสบความสำเร็จนะ
My team also is not proud
มัน
of
ก็
the result, but
it
we are
sucks
proud of
อยู่
our work. So yeah, we will.
แย่อยู่แต่ว่า
Nice. That's very encouraging to hear. I know that you've
ทำไปได้
oftentimes in the interview that we saw of you earlier,
แค่
you've
ทำให้เต็มที่
definitely emphasized the importance of hard work. And something else that you also mentioned in that interview is that you said that your mom is always supporting you, supporting your endeavors, and oftentimes picking you up in moments where you might be doubting yourself. What do you think that she might be saying when you get to speak to her next?
Well, she would say, "Who cares result? If you are in the tournament, you're already a winner to me." So, yeah, thanks, mom.
Shout out to all the supportive parents out there, and shout out to all the supportive fans. FNG, do you have any words that you'd like to say to all the people who've been supporting you throughout this journey?
Спасибо еще раз.
Spasiba, friends. FNG, congratulations on a top 8 finish. I know it could have been better, but it's always a pleasure watching your performance as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and FNG. Look, FNG might not be lifting the aegis. He might
เอา
not
ส
be
ไปร์มา
winning the
เร็ว
but he definitely has won the heart of a lot of people in this arena, a lot of people watching. There are those fans, so it's nice to hear this little shout out that he gave all of them. Any final thoughts that you have on this series before we're sort of out of here?
No, that's a wild series, but I just think VP, like, they're a bunch of young players with FNG captaining. There's no shame in how they performed. I think I'm excited for the future. Like, you look at their games, if they can watch them, take and improve from them, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, Batboom, they seem to finally have conquered their demons. They can perform, they can bring their A game to this main stage. The anxiety, the nerves aren't getting to them. They seem to be feeling themselves. So this is a very exciting chapter for this team too.
Yeah, main stage Batboom, a team that's able to perform in front of everyone. We've got a few people behind us, by the way, and I thought we could do something special for those sitting behind us. Yeah, not only do you guys get some camera time, we're going to give you guys some freebies for sitting behind us, all right? Look, I'm not the best.
Anyone want a hat?
You go.
Here we go. You guys
Just throw
first?
it out
All
there.
right.
Just throw it out there. Let's go. Let's go.
Standing up for this one. I'm going back.
แย่งของ
Oh, he's winding it up. He's got it out there. If you guys want that,
I gave it to a bald guy. Yes.
Guys, we have one more thing.
do.
It's a keychain.
Please don't hurt anyone.
I don't want to hurt anybody. So
It is a keychain.
I'm
Watch
just
out.
gonna be a low toss, okay? A low toss.
Perfect. All right, we're going to throw it. If you guys want some merch, though, as well. I do know Slacks is in the correct vicinity for that.
Hello, everyone. We are here at the Secret Shop. Welcome. Hello. Woo! Dota fans are alive. Hello. How's the line treating you?
It's fantastic so far.
How long has it been?
Not that long, maybe like half an hour.
That's not bad for a Secret Shop
ช่วย
line.
เทียร์
Very
ชิปเนี่ย
bad. I see you're an aficionado of Dota.
Indeed.
Yes. What do you want from the line?
Ooh, keycap set, a Medusa shirt, you know, and 2 caps.
You a Medusa player?
I am a Medusa player.
That is disgusting. Well done.
I love it, you know.
All right, fantastic. You know, I could walk you over. Maybe we could beg them. Sure. Over here, look at these little dips and dobs. Look at that.
These are keycap sets. Oh, and the charms.
Oh,
fantastic.
the keycap set. Now, if I could get you one thing for free, what would it be, my friend?
Probably the keycap set.
The keycap set.
Indeed. I'm a mechanical keyboard connoisseur.
Listen, we're live on the camera right now.
Hey.
We didn't pre-record this. We didn't ask you. Would you give this man a keycap set?
I would.
I'll pay for it. All right, you can have the keycap set. Let's get this man one keycap set. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, thanks.
Yeah, great. Thanks. That's wonderful. All right, here's the moment. Your keycap set that I will pay for. There you
Thank
have
you
it.
so much. I really appreciate Slacks. Thank you. Shout out.
Yeah, great. I will see you at the Secret Shop, everyone. Goodbye. They're selling out everything. Goodbye.
เย้นี่ไงเซอร์ไพรส์แจกของฟรีหมดแล้ววันนี้อะไรนะ
Talking about secret shop things, we changed things up here with secret panelists.
I mean,
Yeah, Batum.
Hey, Matu, how you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. It feels back to be at the old key arena, now Climate Pledge Arena.
Yeah.
I'm technically the returning champion here, so I mean, it couldn't be a better moment. If Liquid grabs that Aegis, I'm gonna go be the first one to grab it with them.
I believe it in a heartbeat. Is it extra nostalgia that you're here in the very same place?
สอนว่าไปแอดเฟสได้เลยครับดูในช่อง community ได้เลยมันจะมีโพสต์เอาไปให้แอดเฟส
I mean, I feel so home here.
And we got ourselves
If
our
you
upcoming
look at Fake Up,
match,
I
which is Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. We are shifting from lower bracket to upper
นี่ไง
bracket,
สะพาย
so
ประตู
we
มา
will
สรุป
not
มัน
have
มีสะพายแค่
any
นี้
eliminations for the rest of the day. You can rest easy, but we will have a guaranteed
ประตูผอมลงไปทหาร
top
ไป
3 team. 2, actually. So there's a lot on the line here. Sheep, how are you looking forward to this match?
I'm so excited to be doing it with Matu mostly because I'm really hoping he's going to shit talk Liquid the appropriate amount to bring their egos down. Obviously, Blitz on that team, you know, he's a little bit too big for his boots. Yeah, he's okay. He's okay. But no, it's going to be really hype. I think Spirit not looking as indomitable as they were earlier coming into the tournament, I would say, after the previous match series. But yeah, so I'm thinking it's going to be a real good one.
I mean, this is going to be the match to watch. It's Liquid, Spirit, one of the favorites. Spirit being the TI 10 winners, Liquid having a really hot year, and coming here, I'm expecting like this is one of the matches of the tournament.
I mean, they've been toe for toe throughout the entire year, right? Be it Bali Major, Liquid wins, and you get Riyadh and Spirit wins, and it's like they're the best of Western Europe, the best of Eastern Europe. Like, it's just the best series.
The best series, we got the best people here. There's a couple of things missing. First of all, I mean, you know, the arena is kind of empty at the moment in terms of players. I guess there's a lot of Dota players in the audience as well. I mean, on the actual stage, because we got Team Spirit come, of course, out in a little bit. But before they do, we are gonna say hello to Team Liquid.
เย้พี่สะพายเปรตไอไปแล้วได้ครับเซอร์ไพรส์ปีนี้คือเราจะลดคอร์ส TI ลงแค่เสียดายวันไม่มีวิดีโอเงี้ยถ้ามีคือเท่สัตว์เลยเนี่ยถ้าเราบัตรท็อป 8คือทีมเราจะมีอินโทรอย่างนี้ไหมComing second ได้ที่2ทุกแลนด์
They first have to make it to that grand finals, and they have a formidable opponent in the way in Team Spirit.
เชี่ยเท่สัตว์อ่ะดูดิเซอร์ไพรส์และมีโหวตให้ทีมที่ตกรอบไปแล้วกลับมาแข่งได้มันก็จัดตังค์ให้เราอะไรวะเนี่ยช่างแม่งไปแล้วใครดูลิควิดจะไปลีกก็ดูเดี๋ยวมันก็เจอกันอีกทีรอบชิงนี่เป็นไงเจอแม่งเลยสรุปไม่เจอโดน LGD เขี่ยตกรอบคู่ดีๆมันอยู่อันนี้อยู่เลยแต่ว่าไม่เป็นไรพรุ่งนี้คู่เที่ยงคืนกับตี 3มันวันนี้คู่เที่ยงคืนตี 3ต้องเป็นดาว GG เป็นบูม VP ช่างมันไปแล้วครับเจอกันครับทุกคนเจอกันครับเจอกันพรุ่งนี้เที่ยงคืนวันนี้เจอวันนี้เที่ยงคืนลาก่อนจะอยู่ก็อยู่โอ้